Yeah. dele, no pezinho!
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day 20. Today marks the ending of the fall season. It's been filled with a lot of heartbreak, a lot of uplifting action, but more importantly, it all comes down to this: the final day, the final chance to etch your team, etch yourself as a competitor into the annals of course, competitive PUBG Mobile. Will it be Alpha7, Influence, Rage, or maybe even Twisted Minds, who had a phenomenal day 19? They make things interesting. Both Alpha7, Twisted Minds on double points. Bonus points today. Will it be enough, though, to make a good fight all the way until the final map of the day, map number 6? After we complete today, 121 total maps have been played out during the fall season. A ton of maps, man, and a long journey for all these competitors. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Seven and Spider. Tip, today is the day we've been waiting for. Finally, our answers will come after map number 6. Who will be the champion for the fall season? Seven, how's everything going?
It's going great, man. I'm excited. I'm excited to see if Alpha7's going to choke. I hope it doesn't happen. Or what else is going to happen here? I'm pretty sure we're going to be getting lots of clips, and we might end up seeing this bad boy again like last time.
What's the... Oh, the pan! Oh, I hope we do. I hope we do. That made things fun. I think we asked the player who got the elimination with the pan, how do you feel about this? He says, whatever. It is what it is. Another day in the office. And it has been some days in the office over in Sao Paulo. The competitors are looking great. And Tiff, you're looking great. It's great to have you on the desk for the final day. How you feeling?
Hey, I'm excited. Look, we've seen so many insane weeks of action, and for it to all culminate into this final day, and I can't believe that I'm even saying it's the final day. Someone's going to walk away with a ton of cash, and, you know, it's going to scale down accordingly. But you mentioned, would it be Alpha7, or who knows? Maybe Influence, Rage, or someone makes a Hail Mary of a comeback. You never know.
That's right. Well, we've been putting a lot of emphasis on top 5. That opened up into top 7 once we started discussing PMGC points. But what is it all for? Well, it's for the prize pool. $220,000 up for grabs, of course, along with some additional money for MVP, Gunslinger, Field Medic, right? There's a lot of ways to earn money, but the biggest way to earn the most is to get first place, 7.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have I'm hoping it ends up being a close battle, especially with what I got a chance to see yesterday. We'll have to wait and see in the MVP race. That one's actually pretty tight as well. It's going to be up for grabs, I feel like, up until the last game.
I hope so. Up until the very last game. We want it to be a cliffhanger. We don't want it to be over by map 2. We want it to be all the way till the very end. Now, mind you, $44,000 for first place. That's a lot. For second, though, Tiff, $30,800. So there is a little bit of a difference there, without question. But again, Tiff, a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, it's an insane amount of cash to be there on land in Sao Paulo, just competing alongside your closest friends and a ton of people in the community. But it's insane. So I'd be curious to see who's going to walk away with it. You know, Alpha7 currently at the top, but then you look at the MVP rankings, because we mentioned it. This has been one heck of a race that's been outstanding of the overall standings. And Colgo, throughout the past 4 weeks, has maintained that supremacy at the top. However, in the middle of week number 4, it starts to slip a little bit. Revo made a heck of a comeback, and now you see just one elimination separating those two. Colgo this week has just kind of started to answer back a little bit, but not even that. Guizhou in third by just 5 eliminations and is leading the week 4 player Elims by, it's only 3 eliminations, and Revo's in second. But that just goes to show you, when you've got 3 members of Twisted Minds inside the top 10 of the overall Elims, Reflections, what is happening?
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, you know, this race is a lot closer than I expected it to be, Tiff. And for you, Seven, Guizhou having the best week in week 4, even above that of Revel, granted by just 3 eliminations, it makes him an interesting conversation to potentially take this entire thing. When you think of Guizhou in third, and then, of course, Kogoat in first, there's only 5 eliminations separating those two, and then Revo, only 1 between himself and Kogoat. At the end of the day, either one of those 3 could be a VP.
Yeah, I mean, Revo wanting to be the America's MVP again. and you have surprises like Zhao trying, just pushing in the very last week. I mean, he's currently up to 50 eliminations. We keep talking about Federal, whatever player it is from Twisted Mindset, but right now it's going to be close, and I'm excited. I'm excited to see who's actually going to end up taking it.
Hey, who is going to take it? That's the question that only the competitors can answer. But Sarpatch did a little bit of digging around to see how they're feeling going into it. And he had a chance to catch up with Revel and Kogoat at the same time, the two frontrunners for MVP. This is going to be interesting.
All right, guys, here we are about to start the last day. My voice is off. You can hear it now. Revo, you're about to be, I mean, he's so really close to be MVP. You're right behind him. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling good. I know that's a consequence. If it's gonna happen, this is gonna happen. It's not my focus. I'm focused on be the champions. And I know if Collegoats be the MVP, it's deserving to him because he is the name of the PMSL, Collegoats.
He's the man of the PMSL. Él dice que tú eres la cara del PMSL. He says that you're the face of the PMSL. How do you feel about that? ¿Cómo te sientes de que él dice que tú eres la cara del PMSL?
No, pues muy honrado porque pues Revo es campeón del mundo y pues que me diga eso pues lo agradezco y también es el mejor igual.
He says that he's very honored. I mean, he's the world champion. If Revo says that, I'm very honored. He's he's the best. So yeah. How are you feeling about being the MVP? ¿Qué te sientes tú de ser MVP? Cuéntamelo de los equipos.
Pues cuando se juega yo creo que por kills, buscando kills, pues hay veces en las que no salen, hay veces que sí, pero es muy raro. Y yo siento que cuando se juega, o sea, a ganar, pues las kills salen solas y salen más, yo creo.
He says that when we look for kills, we don't get them. But when we play as a team, focus on the team play, we get more kills that way. So that's what we're going to focus on. 2 goats right here. 2 goats. Let's go.
Ooh, I like that. Revo giving respect over towards Kogoat. That's a big title, saying he's the face of PMGC. That's absolutely massive. So if the GOAT's saying that, there's some weight into that 7.
It is. And you know what? Even if for some reason Revo doesn't end up being MVP, which with the way that they're currently playing, I really don't know what's going to happen. I got to give him some props, man. He speaks English now. Me and him usually have to use a Google Translate back and forth. So you know what? He's the MVP for me.
Hey, man, he's elevating his life, not only for PUBG Mobile, but also when it comes to languages. Look, that's not easy to do. And for me, I cheated in high school, right? So I didn't learn any Spanish myself. And I definitely not going to start learning now. Let's talk about PMGC points, Tiff, because it was a close race up until the very end, but it's pretty much solidified at this point. We know from Brazil, Alpha7, right? They're going to be qualifying for PMGC if they didn't do it through, obviously, the fall season. Team Queso and Inco, right? Those should be your 3 teams moving on to PMGC.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. First off, I'm still not mentally over you saying that you used to cheat in high school. Now I don't know if we can be friends because I was a nerd in high school and I'm not going to let that one go. But yeah, back to PMGC points. Back to this. I think it's quite interesting when you look at North America because NRG Galaxy this fall has had a pretty stellar performance when you look at it in 10th place overall. But you have to look back towards spring and there just weren't necessarily to get things moving, bringing that average definitely lower than Inco Gaming and X Factor. And Inco Gaming has been a little off in the fall. Something's going to have to kind of amp up when you start thinking about PMGC for them to go on and represent.
That's a great way to put it. Inco's definitely been off, but they're going to PMGC regardless. They're our best hope for North America. But as far as the fall season goes, now let's start getting serious about the storylines. Alpha7, they had their struggles in the beginning, but they haven't been struggling over the past couple of weeks. They've managed to reclaim first place. Since they reclaimed first place, they only gave it up once, and that was to Team Liquid for literally 1 map. And then Alpha7 took it back over, and they have yet to let it go. They were the first team to hit 500 eliminations. They were the first team to hit 1,000, and definitely the first team and only team to hit 1,100 points. Their fall season has been spectacular, but the question is, can any roster catch up to them, 7?
It's going to be a big question mark, and not only are they going to be going for just first place, right? They're going to be looking to break the 20 wins. On top of that, the 600 elims, which it's very likely, but I mean, we've been talking about it. And the thing we got to notice too is that both of these teams are going to be on their bonus point day. and it's going to be Twisted Minds. I mean, Twisted Minds with the performance we've been talking about that Gisao has been able to put up this week. If for some reason Alpha7 does have a very slow day, which will be unlikely, but anything can happen with PUBG Mobile Esports, Twisted Minds just might push for that first place.
It's a possibility and an exciting one. You know, their bonus point days have been spectacular, but so has Alpha7. We also have to consider the Vicious potentially catching up to Furia, or even Team Liquid dropping down below Team Queso to 5th place. A big fall given the fact they were the spring champions. But we look at we sober up a little bit, right, and go to the second page, Tiff, and this is where things kind of get a little bit sad, especially for our North American rosters.
Yeah, it definitely does, but you can also try to think of it in a more light kind of way. If you're on double points like NRG Galaxy and 9Z, something that you could focus on is maybe shifting your standings on the overall rankings, right? You just want to make sure that you increase your chances in that prize pool at the very least.
Absolutely, and I hope NRG has a good day, because you know, their bonus point day has been quite significant. You know, it's been a big talking point. It really has, and I want to see how far they can go. But catching up to, well, X Factor first and foremost at PMGC points, and then even going further and catching up to Inco, it's just a little bit out of reach. But they can have an exciting day. It's a mountain. It might as well be Mount Everest at this point, man. It really might as well be. But as far as Alpha7 and Twisted Minds go, again, that is one of the biggest talking points. They have this chance to really battle it out today. And for Twisted Minds, they've done incredibly well on their previous bonus points day, and then Alpha7 as well have also done an incredible job. But honestly, they're relatively even. But this is the thing about this graphic, 7. It shows that they're even. But for Twisted Minds, they have to have a monstrous day, and that last bonus points day, even though it was great in comparison to Alpha7, it has to be now double what Alpha7's about to output.
I absolutely love this graphic. Shout out to our producer for getting it done, because, man, I mean, you want to talk about a head-to-head of Titans right here. They're just so close in every single stat that you're able to see. And the way that Alpha7 right now is just being able to perform, that's what I'm saying. Like, it is a big mountain for Twisted Minds as well, because not only do you have to outpace Alpha7, you have to hope that Alpha7 just doesn't end up performing. And right now, I don't see it happening. One thing that I do want to end up pointing out is just, yeah, Revo is currently in contention for that MVP, but a big player, a big veteran on this PUBG Mobile Esports community, Carrillo, he has been performing so well this week. He's currently up to 38 eliminations, especially when we do like PMGC, PMWC events. We always talk about Alpha7 being able to clutch up and Carrillo being able to step up, and he's stepping up in a big way.
Sure, Carrillo's been incredible. Like you mentioned, 6th place in overall eliminations for week 4 at 38. He can go even further today. But Twisted Minds, you know, they've got 2 heavy hitters, I should say. Queso in 1st place when it comes to week 4 eliminations. And in the 3rd place, Rato Boy in 3rd with 45 himself. So now you've got 2 of the top slayers on the very same roster. Twisted Minds, they lead the charge in every single stat in comparison to every other team. They are the top dogs when it comes to week 4, but none of that matters if they're not the top dogs today. Will they settle for 2nd place, or will they throw the Hail Mary pass and score the touchdown at the same time and get 1st place, overtaking Alpha7? That's what's up for grabs, and they have the chance to do it. They have the chance to dethrone the global champions, but they've got to own the moment over the next 6 maps. So let's get the final day of the fall season started with 7 and Spider Tiff.
And we are going to be having some miracles happen here in the final day. It's going to have to start in this first match. Twisted Minds needs to have a just pop-off performance, Tiff.
See, it's not only that. Of course, they need to have that pop-off performance, but we're also preying on the downfall of the team that's been leading the charge ever since usurping the overall standings from Team Liquid, who've kind of slipped down to 4th place. It's been Alpha7's entire fall season. We're potentially about to see Revo unseat Colgate from Team Queso for MVP. You know he just wants to run it back, but my favorite thing as we're watching our players kind of get dropped into Erangel for match number 1 was that SAR patch interview. And I think you got to touch on it a little bit, and just seeing what it was like coming from Revo being kind of the GOAT of the PMSL, not only spring but fall as well, but recognizing that the up-and-coming talent for the fall scene very well could unseat him and take that MVP here today.
Yeah, honestly, top notch out of him. He's always been a stand-up guy, and I'm not surprised that he was able to say those nice words, considering that the player was right next to him. If we would have had somebody else there, if we would have had maybe Mafioso, he would have talked some smack. But who knows? You know what? Who knows? With the circle that we have here, something that I do know is that Twisted Minds is already going to be inside the circle. Alpha7 gonna end up dropping on their usual spot. We have seen this team being able to play on the edge, but the thing is, they usually tend to do a north rotation, sometimes through Severny. And I'm looking at Team Queso up there. And Team Queso, I mean, we've been talking about it. Colgo wanting to be that MVP. They could cost them some challenges. So we might have a great start here for Twisted Minds if we do end up getting a fight between Alpha7 and Team Queso there towards the north.
Hey, that would be really cool if they kind of cleared each other out quite frequently. Well, you think about Team Queso, one of the things they wanted to do is focus as playing like a team. And if they just keep it all together, know their roles, and just identify that this northern rotation from Alpha7 should be of no worries. I am a little worried about the delay in terms of that rotation. They're usually pretty quick and they excel in fighting on edge. But when you think about where that circle, that play zone is inevitably pulling towards, you have a lot more teams looking to use their secondary drop spots as opposed to stretching it all the way down to military base like Team Liquid, right? Relatively dead center of that play zone. And I start to worry about what that looks like for them because, you know, they had a strong spring season, and they've definitely slipped here, but it's not the end of it to where you could still potentially try to get yourself back up into third, but you're also fighting against one of the other Titans that's performing in week number 4, who's on double points.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Liquid, this team usually tends to excel whenever they do end up getting the center of the circle. So for them to already have that to begin with at the start of the game, they're going to be looking to more than likely have a good performance. And that's the thing, too. I mean, we've been talking about Alpha7 and Twisted Minds there. I feel like for most of the first couple of weeks, we were just so heavy on Team Liquid dominating everything. They were the first team to be able to just break some records in regards to eliminations, in regards to the way that they were able to just dominate the lead that they had. I remember every single time coming into Sunday, they just had an insane lead over Alpha7. And then week 3, absolutely everything changed for Alpha7 and just turning up a
bad
notch.
Week.
Team Liquid, it started, let's be honest here, they started sucking, okay?
Yeah,
and
I mean,
excuses started coming out.
It's fine. Like, you can be real about it. We kind of hit them for a couple days, and we were like, you know, it's not what we're used to seeing for them. As some of our teams still look to try to find center of zone and get position where they'd like to. A little bit split off here for the Navy SEALs, but I think that's fair to call it out, right? Because that's what it was. We were just seeing something, and I was saying, I don't know what's going on in their camp and what these conversations look like when they're leaving that stage, but something was going amiss there. Then, you know, we saw some moments of the old Team Liquid this week, and I was like, maybe it's not too late. Maybe they can kind of answer it back, get to that top 3. But right now, you're looking at 51-point differential between 3rd and 4th place, and you know that's a lot of cash. It's just enough to make you feel like you're moving up in the world. You're separating it out between the team and yourselves, and you just feel a little better overall.
I mean, if I'm Team Liquid, I know we're hyping up Alpha7. We're hyping up Twisted Minds too, because it is their bonus day. It is the teams that are currently more than likely going to be fighting for that 1 and 2. But if I'm Team Liquid, I'm still trying to push for that 2nd place, because right now, 4th place is going to end up getting what, $14,000. 2nd place ends up getting $30,000.
That's a big difference.
That is a massive difference. I want that money, Tiff.
Is that the motto of the day? We want the money. We want it. Who's going to take that? What is it? $44,000 for first and Alpha7. They've got the charge. They have that initial structure, breaking that 1,100 points. And the Vicious, look, we've seen some crazy games out of them. We're just going to hit kind of these movements and scouting for everything. But I've actually really enjoyed getting to watch this team throughout the fall season, the past 4 weeks, and finding their wins. I've seen some of the craziest games. I think one of them was like north of 15 eliminations and a win. And I was like, dang, this is like insane.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the team can definitely frag out. The major thing that we need to point out with the Vicious is that they just needed their lucky charm, okay? They needed Powerbang at the helm here with us to be able to power them through. Powerbang's more than likely still waiting for that jersey, the Vicious. Make sure you send it right, because when that man was here was when you guys were able to get the most points, just clutch up a lot of wins. And to be fair, I mean, even after 3 days on week 4, this team was still able to perform well. They were in 3rd place. They were being able to get those wins. They were being able to back it up with very high eliminations. So there is a chance where they could push up to Furia, but it's going to be very unlikely because then you kind of have to hope that Furia ends up just throwing, which this week hasn't been one of the best ones for that team either.
Yeah, that's been tough, right? Ever since kind of Loops Esports overtook Furia, they were really neck and neck, kind of toggling on the overall standings. But for now, it seems to be that Loops has cemented themselves into 6th, and Furia is just married to the 7th. And Loops here, I was trying to keep an eye on where they are. They're kind of moving in towards that center of the play zone, might be encroaching on that Team Liquid territory relatively soon, which could be interesting for them. We've seen a lot of teams actually int onto Team Liquid's position when they do have center of zone, and they just almost seem to crumble. And I think that is kind of scary when I talk about things like that. I don't want to see things like that happen here in the final day. I want to see the best PUBG Mobile gameplay we've seen thus far.
And when we're talking about best PUBG Mobile, you know what? I'm going to be a little bit toxic today since it was the last day. Since we're going to be going to PMGC League Stage soon. Yo, Inco, 14th place. You're going to be representing an A. How about we get a couple wins today, huh? How about we get some more wins than Latin Kings, the team that's currently in last place, because they currently have 3 and Inco has 2. I would say the name of the person that gave me that great stat, but I don't know if he wants me to say his name out loud. But yeah, Inco Gaming, with the way that they've been able to perform, it is a bit of a bittersweet. That team is going to be going to PMGC League Stage, but it's not looking promising with what we've seen out of them. I know they have some roster changes. I know it has been taking some time for that team, but I want to start seeing a bit of their final form or what they are going to be able to showcase when we go to PMGC League Stage, because NA always gets picked on, and I'm just tired of it. I get picked on my height. Now I need to get picked on Inco again.
Oh, wait, you're getting picked on your height? Me too. We can be besties in that regards. I mean, what are you, like 6 foot?
Yeah.
See? It's fine. Yeah, you're totally 6 foot. I'm 5'1", so you're a giant to me.
I'm a solid 5'7" on a good day.
Hey, I still have to look up. I still got to look up.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm the one that usually ends up using one of those booster boxes that they end up giving you, but we do end up having the new circle here. And I didn't get that fight that I wanted earlier on, even though I'm an Alpha7 fan. I don't know. I just wanted them to see. I wanted to see some adversity right off the bat. Team Queso ended up rotating very early on, and Team Liquid is going to be moving towards the center as well. Another NA team here. You know what? Let's give NA some props here. X Factor. This team, I mean, they were trying to chase down Inco. It's just too much now at this point. On the final day, it's not going to end up happening. But I just want to see some of the NA teams just put up some nice performances here.
Very really possibly could, but if they point Sponge, you know what that's going to do? It's going to leave the door open for Alpha7 to just completely end this thing out on top. So you saw the play zone, we saw the early rotations as it shifted towards the south, and a lot of players already looking for their new home if they weren't already in it. So going to be interesting to see AGG, Inco, Furia, some of the last teams to make their way in, but you asked for X Factor, and well, they're over there. Team Liquid, though, starting to get mixy. They had to move Cardoson already down. Chief needs to figure out a way to smoke and hit that reset before allowing any angles from the Navy SEALs across the street.
And I think they will be able to do that, considering that they were able to eliminate 2 players there from late Navy SEALs. And Navy SEALs usually doesn't tend to be an aggressive team. They're currently in a bad spot as well. Something that I am looking at the elimination feed, though, that I would love to just kind of rotate to. Alpha7, one of their players does end up getting knocked on their rotation. I think it was to NRG. So we'll see if anything leads in regards to that, because those 2 teams are, especially teams at the top with Alpha7, Twisted Minds. I want to see what's going to end up happening with these teams. We do have, there you go, Mafioso and the squad just ended up fully sending it to the ocean.
That's a different rotate than you were thinking of originally. I'm going to go with that one. McGrellin fooled by NRG spec across the way, but we are out in the water in Carrillo. I mean, someone's going to hunt you down. It's only a matter of time. You better link on up with Mafioso and just like, I don't know, tread water, try to get to shore, because Team Liquid, they're a little preoccupied over here between a rock, a buggy, and the crossfire.
Team Liquid just not having a good start of the day here as well. Not only did they have to take an earlier fight with Latin Kings, now they're having to just get a fight with X Factor, and X Factor just being able to find all the angles on this squad at the moment as they're just trying to survive. 2 of their players are currently down, but you know what this means? This commotion here means that nobody's going to be focused on that ocean. And right now, if I'm Alpha7, I'm just hoping that that Team Liquid and some of the other squad, like now Team Queso, being able to pop off their mythic as he was trying to get in the ocean. On top of that, you have IG. Oh man, I think I might have cursed them, Tiff. I was saying that I wanted to see Team Liquid be able to do good here today. It's not looking like it's going to start like that.
It was a little bit something like, when they're dead center of zone, usually good things come from Team Liquid. Well, all I see is a frag grenade that barely misses out on Cardozo. Not only are they being stared at by the Navy SEALs, then X Factor. Intense Game even wants to start poking and prodding at Ayala and co. Now, if I'm Ayala and I'm kind of that last line of defense, you have to do as much as you can to put that pressure on neighboring teams to make sure that we hit that full reset. You can see Chief, Cardozo, they're starting to get that health regen, Mythic up as well. So I like that we're back up. We got 2 eliminations and we have withstood everyone. The issue with this is we are the gatekeepers of the people that are going to want to move in from the north, which will happen relatively shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one because with the new circle, I mean, they're going to be barely on the edge. And we were talking earlier about them being in the center. This team does not end up playing well on the edge. Luckily, though, somehow they were still able to keep all 4 alive, which I'm actually quite impressed with for the scenario that they were put in. Alpha7 does end up losing another player. They're currently down to 2, and they're just not looking to be in a good spot. So for Twisted Minds, I know Twisted Minds is your bonus day. I know that you could possibly just be comfortable with the second place finish, $30,000 in your pocket, but just try to make that extra push. Try to go for the extra 14,000 for a total of 44,000 for first place. And on top of that, you get the bragging rights of saying you were able to knock off Alpha7 on the final day for first place. That's just something that you definitely want to go to PMGC League Stage with.
I mean, that's a story that you just lead with that. You're like, we did that. After 4 weeks of them being so insane, looking for 20 winners, and I cannot believe if something like that doesn't happen, oh man, we need all the stories. All the chaos right now. AGG finally showing up, but it looks like Havlic's gonna get ripped from behind the rock. Love this control that Adrian's is showing us right now by not actually overextending from cover.
And AGG now is starting to get shot from different angles, and it's going to be none other than Influence Rage. That is a team that's currently in second place, and they're not looking to concede that second place easily to Twisted Minds, even if it is their bonus point day for Twisted Minds X Factor. They end up losing Havlic, their best player so far this PMSL, and they're going to be looking to just save some face here. So now they're going to have to worry about Influence Rage starting to maybe rotate a little bit towards the north, get in a little bit more of a center area within the circle. And I'm glad that we're not looking at Team Liquid anymore, because that means that nothing's happening with that team, which means that more than likely they're staying alive. I'm all for it, Team Liquid. Keep staying alive.
Hey, that's all I need to do, especially if you got Intense Game spreading out on that eastern side, still trying to poke angles at them. X Factor's got their work cut out for them. 3 up, has 1 elimination, but you've still got to figure out a way to not only contend with the Vicious rotating in from the north, but consistently AGG, that pressure that we're dealing with. Speaking of that, Intense Game. You were looking at Team Liquid for so long, and yeah, Team Queso had to move on in, but now we didn't want to see this team find any issues, but they've waltzed right into the same situation that Team Liquid found themselves in just moments ago.
And keep in mind, we do have that MVP race. Colgold currently being one of the players alive. I know he was saying he hopes that his team ends up staying alive with him. Well, that's not the case right now, but that player usually does end up staying alive a little bit longer, and he's able to clutch up some eliminations for his squad there, so he's going to be able to pick up Papi Potro on top of that. There you go, Alpha7. Final day, not what you wanted to see, but if you are Twisted Minds, that is exactly what you wanted to see. Alpha7 getting eliminated with just 1 elimination is going to be a total of 2 points, and right now Twisted Minds is going to be feeling happy. Can they actually push the action? Meanwhile, Colgold is going to realize that Alpha7's out, Rebel's not going to be nearby. Let's see if I can get some eliminations here on Team Liquid that are currently just absolutely struggling.
This is how we extend that gap. The frag grenades, we're not going to connect on that one. Chief and them, they're just gonna hug the wall. But I'd be worried about them trying to like focus on those eliminations. Think back to the interview we just got. Is when we focus on the kills, we fall apart. We don't get those eliminations. When we play as a team, okay, well, look, Milos and Big Milo are kind of out of the lobby. So it's just you, Papi Potro, against the world alongside Colgoat. So maybe we can try to extend that gap between Revo and so, but for the time being, you almost just need to focus on positioning as a duo.
Yeah, and I think at this point, they know that that positioning might come a little bit easier if they do end up taking care of Team Liquid, and Team Liquid is just continuing to hate life here. And you know what? The game might feel bad for them, and he's just rubbing it in. He's saying, yeah, if you guys survive this, you'll be able to have an airdrop close by. But first, You gotta actually survive this 5. Colgo right now gonna have to make sure he fends off and holds off Team Liquid.
Ooh. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab those fools because we're gonna need everyone that we can get, and we'll help, and then maybe we can get that reset. But it's Cardozo that's gonna be the next peak here, but Colgo has to be cautious. He's so low in HP. The frag goes through, but he fins his teammate. We get the elim onto Team Liquid, but at what cost? We get 3 eliminations. We put the gap onto Revo. We are gonna do some solo shenanigans now.
Hear me out. If I'm that teammate, I'm not saying anything because that MVP is going to get rewarded $2,600. So, yeah, Colgo, if that's the case, if you can confirm an elimination and on top of that, eliminate a player, one of your teammates while you're at it, yeah, I would 100% do that. And I'm pretty sure you would too, Tiff.
Hear me out, Poppy Portro. Just ask Colgo for dinner. That's all it is. Be like, you're just going to take me out and get me a nice steak because if you do grab MVP, it's worth it.
Steak? Oh, you're being generous. Yeah, I'll be like, yo, bro, hear me out. We're on a budget right now. We're going to McDonald's. That's it. $1 meal is all you get.
A little Krabby Patty from Wendy's.
Meanwhile, Loops, though, currently taking on a fight with VIP. And this is something that we actually got to keep an eye on, right? Teams that are currently within the top 5, that are fighting for certain money, that are fighting to keep that spot. For example, Loops right now in 6th place, trying to hunt down on Team Liquid is going to be of a stretch, though. But for teams that are towards the bottom, like VIP, like Inco, like all of those rest of the teams, they're looking to just create some highlights at the moment because they know that they're not going to be going anywhere. They know that some of them might be a little bit too far from even being able to increase their prize pool. I want to see some highlights out of those teams as the circle just centers down a little bit more.
I mean, look, this is just twisted minds all day. That's the only thing I'm looking at. Influence Rage, that's second on the overall standings. They're going to be on that northwestern side of things, staring down at Loops here. Cut on over that to Diego. He's got to invest these frag grenades. A couple are being thrown his way. We don't have a whole lot of cover here, but you can see members like Lorenzen in the vehicle still trying to scout, and we are doing a really good job of pushing Loops away, taking that space again from them. And okay, you run the clutch back. All right.
All right. This is it. This is what I was gonna be putting on my highlights. Like, guys, don't worry. I know I killed one of my teammates, but that could possibly secure me the MVP race of PMSL Americas. All right. I have a perfect explanation of why I did that, and I would just run with it. MVP. I mean, that's just such an accolade that you want to have under your resume, especially currently with PMSL Americas going on. And you heard Colgo say, yeah, if he can actually end up beating one of the GOATs of America's Rebel, that would be just insane.
I mean, those are some big words coming out of someone that already knows what it's like to find themselves at the top, but still hanging here with Loops, who are having a banger game to kick things off on Erangel. 6 eliminations, all 4 of them still up, but they're actually not the team with the most damage. I mean, they pick up another elimination, that's great, but it's X Factor. North of 1,300 damage in this game thus far, but only 5 eliminations and they're down to a duo.
Now, if I'm one of the admins, do I look at that elimination and I'm like looking at Colgoat? I'm like, do I add that to Colgoat's tally? I know it's his teammate, but just out of funness, I would do it. Or what if they just do like a -1? Oh man, that would be
no. You can't do that to him. I would be in shambles for real. And honestly, Poppy might have been like, just do it, just full send it. Like, don't worry about me. Just focus on getting placement. And if you could third party and grab some more eliminations, that would be super sick. But when you've got 10 teams up and Influence Rage directly ahead of you who needs to move on in, you just have to kind of let them go into either Twisted Minds or 9Z, depending on where they want to roll. But if you can rip 1 or 2 of them away and just cause some chaos, no, immediately sought out. Get down on the ground, my guy. We got to cut off our angles.
I was actually intrigued to see why he was throwing that smoke, and I think he just wanted to be a little bit more aggressive. He maybe didn't realize that there was going to be a team behind him, and it goes to show just what mindset he's currently at. He's not really thinking about the points. He knows that his squad is going to be going to PMGC League stage regardless because they're just so far ahead when it comes down to PMGC points for Latam. This is him just wanting to secure that MVP race. He was looking to challenge a full squad of Influence Rage. Obviously, he doesn't know that, but right now, a team that I called out earlier, Inco Gaming, Juancho ends up falling short. Oh, Inco. Don't worry, we still have 5 more games. You get a chance to hopefully get 2 more wins today.
Yeah, true, but Loop's on double digits. Sure, they're gonna get third-partied right away, and you see Twisted Minds just wanting to descend down upon that Nino there, trying to put some pressure back onto it to not have them full send, and sure, isolate with the frag grenades, the smoke grenades, whatever it's gonna take for you to just kind of deny people pushing in on you, because not only will one team notice like Twisted Minds, you can see Furia roll up from that southern side.
Yeah, and what I'm going to be looking at right now is just that massive split that Twisted Minds currently has. I mean, it's a team that earlier when I got a chance to see their eliminations, they only had 1. They're still at 1. There you go. They're able to secure another one. And this is where I want to see a little bit more out of them. I want them to be a little bit more proactive because, yeah, they could just play it safe, stay towards the north, but that's not what they want. They want to go for that first place, and they're currently going to be going up against Loops, and they're going to be able to clutch up the elimination right there. It's going to be looking good here for Twisted Minds, just racking up those elims.
Is it Federal behind the tree here? The frag from Vitten across the way. The betrayal that I wasn't even expecting. Now everyone's just imploding over here, and Loops fully eliminated out in 9th with 11 eliminations. But knowing that Twisted Minds, they'll remain with 3 up if we can get that reset on 4 eliminations. The question is our man Guizao still alive? I see the name, he's in the lobby, and they still have a chance at taking down not only Revo, but also Colgo.
You're absolutely right. On top of that, you have Boy, you have Federal too. I mean, there's just so... I think this is why we have seen just such an insanely push out of this team, because there's so many players in that team that can actually frag out. But one thing that Twisted Minds wasn't expecting here is to end up getting sandwiched. Influence Rage ended up rotating, and now they're going to be looking to just get in a little bit stuck here between Furia. There you go. Colgoat ends up getting caught. He's going to end up getting eliminated as Twisted Minds is just trying to secure more points here, trying to make it closer and closer to Alpha7. And meanwhile, Influence Rage wanted to see if they can actually start getting the win today on the final day of PMSL Americas.
Can we just talk about how Revo, going out in 16th with Alpha7 there? Just chilling, right? Twisted Minds is now out. We saw Cole go out pretty early. Like, this is going to be a very close MVP race.
It really is. Now you're going to have Texa just pop out of the vehicle and being able to eliminate All Glory Gaming. And we still have X Factor, IG, 9C, Furia, and Influence Rage. And if I'm looking at the current map feed here, oh man, Influence Rage is just looking so good right now with those 2-2 splits that they're doing. And 9C, I'm enjoying the aggression that I'm seeing out of this team as well.
Hey, and they needed it, right? Double points day. They so far 1 elimination for them, so it'll be moves. And if they could potentially jump over X Factor in terms of the leaderboard and start working their way up into a larger portion of the prize pool, it's all worth it, right? But X Factor on your screen down to a duo on 5 eliminations, and you've got Intense Game in your sights. So you already see they've got that eastern side of the play zone. 9Z up there in the north. X Factor as a duo just kind of finessed themselves relatively off center. And I would love to see them be able to pick off some of these teams rotating in, depending on where that shift comes through.
And with the current angles that they're going to be having here, I think they might end up being able to gatekeep a little bit of IG, but they need to be careful because 9C, there you go. That was my biggest worry right there. 9C is currently towards their north, getting some angles on them, and they were looking to pop some off. Oh my goodness, there you go. Okay, so X Factor, you're definitely going to be able to gatekeep IG. You're going to be the one that's currently most center. And Influence Rage, what do you end up doing here? You were just being so confident with those 2-2 splits. I do enjoy the regrouping here, but they need to be careful because 9C, even though this team is on the second page of the overall, we have seen them be just aggressive, and it's a team just full of veterans. Texa going to be looking at his teammates going to his ex-teammates going to PMGC. I'm talking about Alpha7. He wants to leave at least, you know what, leave some highlights to my name as we have X Factor versus IG coming up.
Oh, and those frag grenades, baton down. That Poppy Sour connection is crazy. Capri's, though, forced to extend down, descend the rocks, and meet the firing squad of Intense Game. Even though you got that initial damage and such done, Intense Game, they're going to hit the heels, and they're going to focus on that. But you mentioned 9Z getting aggressive, right? They have to make that decision of pushing into that next play zone, but Intense Game inheriting that spot from X Factor is going to have some of their lines of sight cut off, but I wouldn't be surprised if 9Z wants to take a little bit of this.
Yeah, right now I'm impressed with what I'm seeing there towards the top. We have 3 teams out of the 4 still with the 4 standing, and as I say that, I'm so sorry, IG. I didn't mean to curse you. 9C was able to spot one of the players right there, ends up getting a knock. Aragod's going to have to back off here as the Molotov is going to be coming through. Meanwhile, 9C, look at the angles that this team is getting. I knew that they wanted to be aggressive. I didn't know they wanted to be this aggressive. Being able to just have one player rotate so much and get different angles, and it's going to come down to just that one player. Padrino just fully sending it in. And just like that, 9C is able to eliminate Intense Game out of that top spot.
And the best part is none of them were fully eliminated. So we're getting a reset. Now, this is what you have to be careful of. Furia, Silent, starting to take angles, wanting to not let any of 9Z get back to full form, but also more conservative than I thought we were going to be here with that, because you immediately take that shots and you're like, okay, well, maybe we can force that fight. Maybe Influence Rage will come out from the north and want to get involved in this, so we can like kind of send back and force that fight and then clean up that.
Right now, Influence, they're just going to have so much room to work with. I know that they're going to be happy that 9C decided to take a fight with IG instead of them earlier on, because they're going to be able to work on their splits here for Influence Rich. They're going to be able to have Diego just towards the north a little bit more, being able to get some angles, seeing if he could possibly end up fighting somebody from 9C. And Influence Rich can be an aggressive team. So I'm hoping that they play this very smart, and I'm hoping that they realize that Furia could have some angles on them. There you go. Diego almost being able to find that player fully there from 9C and being able to get that knock a little bit too far away. 9C now realizing Furia's close by as well, throwing nades, seeing if anything's going to hit, but they just might be a little bit too far away at the moment.
This is where everyone just starts kind of pointing at each other. It's like, no, 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 you go ahead, you fight. We'll be the one that third parties. And you see Furia kind of just still in that next play zone shift with a lot of the space, 9Z as well. So it's Influence Rage that has to make a decision on pushing in and making sure that we are still in a covered space. But I like what Silence is doing, just keeping tabs on what 9Z is up to. But Aragod over here with 4 frag grenades. I mean, this could wreak havoc all alone.
It could. They just need to be able to find an angle on Furia, and that is going to be tough, because I know that 9C, with how aggressive they're doing right now, and they do have some vehicles to their name still, if they do end up getting a knock towards Furia, they might fully send it that, but they need to be careful because of this team right now. Trying to make the push a little bit closer towards the center of the circle. Trying to find some angles on Furia as well. What is Influence Rage going to end up doing here? And hopefully, for Influence Rage, you got to make sure none of your players end up getting knocked, because if not, you're going to just open up the door for 9Z and Furia as well. It's gonna, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a stalemate here for a bit until the zones just starts pushing them in more and more.
Oh, this is brutal. Comes down to the final 3 where no one wants to give any team an additional leg up. A 4v4, v3. And Aragod just, 9Z being the mountain goats here, just traversing this stone, maybe looking for some angles. They can't find anything yet onto Furia, but it's gonna be Senetexa picking up that knock onto Law. This is what they need right now. Furia likely can choose. Do we want to send 9Z in third party this? Do we want to wait for more trades? But I love the aggression here from Little Boy to just immediately hop that res.
And for Influence Rage here, at what point do you end up realizing, you know what, we might have to end up exploding some of these vehicles in front of us, because we're going to have to use them as cover. Their circle's just going to start closing in and in more and more. And right now, they're just looking to be down players. Some more players already got eliminated for Influence Rage. One of them is currently knocked. What it could have been possibly like an easy win for Influence Rage, now it's not looking like it, as just knocks and grenades are coming in from all angles to the 2 players left alive for Influence Rage.
Oh. This is crazy. Padrino, Aragod fold. Furia is easily going to look to third party this. We haven't gotten Lorenzen back on up. It's just Little Boy and Law versus Furia. But the tracking from the vehicle as we go through. But at the end of the day, it is going to be Furia to withstand it all on match number 1.
Furia heard us talking about the Vicious probably trying to make a push there towards them. They're going to just shut that down from the get-go. They're saying that is not going to happen. But overall, I can't wait to see just the overall leaderboard when we get to that. Remember, Alpha7 got eliminated earlier on. Even though Twisted Minds wasn't able to take full advantage of that, they did end up getting eliminations.
They did, and I was hoping they would just really punch down the gas hard when Alpha7 was eliminated, because they should have been like, this is our time. And I love that they were center zone for the longest time.
Yep.
They were set up so nicely. That's why they missed out on a lot of early eliminations, but that typically happens when you're center zone for the longest. Alpha7, though, they had a long way to go. We know that they kind of land on the leftmost side, North Georgia pole. They had to go all the way towards the right side. It wasn't easy for them. They ended up running into trouble, and naturally were the first team eliminated. But I want to talk about how good this performance was for Influence Rage, and what really this map 1 means for potentially catching up to Alpha7, Tiff. So at the start of the day, there was only 65 points separating Alpha7 from Influence Rage, who was in second place. We put a lot of emphasis on Twisted Minds, and we still are, because it's their double points day. But 65 points can quickly be chopped away at, especially if Alpha7 continues to underperform. Last place, 1 elimination. This first game from Influence Rage, second place, 8 eliminations, puts them now within striking distance of catching up to Alpha7.
Especially with 5 more matches on the line for them to be able to do so. And I think what they're doing is they're recognizing what's at stake. You don't really have a whole lot to lose. You're in second place, you're pretty much moving on, but what else could you do to make it better? You could win the entire America's Fall, and that would be just the claiming of that has you on pins and needles, knowing that you just have to lock it in and be the best versions of yourself. So even just kind of holding it on here and this final fight on Erangel. Yes, you pick up a couple eliminations. Like you said, you still walk away with 8, which is wild. You don't get the win, but you still have 14 points. Comparing that to Alpha7's 1 elimination that turns into 2 points.
That's it, right? Which isn't a lot. Granted, Alpha7's not a team to underperform on all 6 maps. I'm sure they're going to step it up, and it's going to make it impossible for Influence Rage to catch up. But, I mean, Tip, that storyline is absolutely there and something we have to pay attention to. But for Twisted Minds, all the way in 7th place, 12 total points. 7, they've got a lot of ground to cover up. 12 points isn't going to cut it.
Yeah, and I like that they started being a little bit more proactive as soon as they saw Alpha7 getting eliminated. But you mentioned it too. They were just sitting in center of the circle for a little bit too long. I want to see a little bit more proactiveness out of this team if they do want to end up pushing for that first place, which in my mind, and I think in all of us minds, yeah, you want to end up pushing for that first place. Second place is within reach. But at the end of the day, if you can just end up becoming champions, and for some reason, I don't think it's going to continue to happen, but if Alpha7 continues to throw, that first place will be looking good.
I love how you put that. If you just end up becoming champion, almost like you stumble upon it, like it just happens out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's, Alpha7, they have found themselves now 53 points ahead of Influence Rage. At the start of the day, it was 60 plus. So Influence Rage slowly but surely catching up, but still a long way to go. For Twisted Minds, a little bit more doable, despite them being lower in standings than Influence Rage, only because of their double points. We'll see what the next game has to bring for us. Now, for Team Queso, Team Liquid, still a possibility. Team Liquid drops down to 5th place, but for the Vicious, I hate to say it, I think it's a little bit too far gone. With only 5 maps remaining, I don't see them catching up to Furia. So, Tiff, I think we're looking at our top 7 teams. Now, the question is, where do they fall at the end of map 6? Well, that's still yet to be answered.
Anything could happen. Like, I'm always one of those people that I just hang on the threads of like a good story, and I'm constantly rooting for the people that are outside the top to get in it. It doesn't matter what that looks like on the final day. Like, if there's still a possibility, I am hanging on the thought that that can actually happen. Now, whether it does or not, you know what it's like for me, Reflections. I'm constantly seeing the Titans take it no matter what, right? Yeah. They're in the lead. They're likely going to clinch it on up. I can't imagine Alpha7 having a couple more games like the one we just witnessed, especially on their double point stage. It seems very uncharacteristic. But when you jump on over here to page number 2, no changes thus far. A lot of same things here, but I still loved the aggression that we got from 9Z with that top 3 finish.
Yeah, you can't hate on that. I don't care if they're in 12th place. I don't care how far away they are from breaking into top 7. A good performance is a good performance, and you have to give them respect where respect is due. 9Z, a great game on their perspective. 3rd place, 5 eliminations. I love it. Hey, Tiff, You're just a romantic at heart. You love those
I
underdog
am.
storylines.
I
And don't we
do.
all? On the desk, right? Don't we all? We want to see somebody break into top 7. Will it happen, though? It's up to the competitors to decide. And really, the only realistic one to break in is going to obviously continue to be that of the Vicious. They've got a long way to go, but maybe these next 5 games could bring something magical. Map number 1 has concluded, and a lot has remained the same, but for Influence Rage, they do get closer to dethroning that of Alpha7 in first if they don't step it up. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Miramar, map number 2, coming your way.
It's time for your sacrifice.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the 2024 PMSL America's fall season. One game down, 5 more to go before we reach 121 total maps played throughout the fall season. But more importantly, solidify our top 7 teams going to PMGC, representing the Americas region, and also who's going to get first place, take home the #1 spot, not only earning the money, but also being the fall season champions. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections, of course, joined by the wonderful Seven and Spider Tiff. After game #1, Influence Rage cuts down that lead that Alpha7 has above them to about 50 or so points. Still very doable, but Alpha7 has to drop the ball. Now, 7, let's get real. Alpha7 yesterday only placed top 3 in 2 maps. They did get a winner chicken dinner, I believe, on map 5 with a total of 14 eliminations. However, it seems as if their struggles from yesterday continue over towards today. It's only 1 map, but you know me, I like to ring the alarm bells early on.
Like non-biased answer or like my actual answer?
I want the 7. I want the raw 7. Give me the honest answer, man. Let me know
All
what you
right,
think.
yeah, Alpha7 is still gonna end up being champion, man. With the way that that's the thing out of yesterday. Even though they didn't have a good performance for the whole day, all this team needs to honestly do, considering it is their bonus point, is they just need to be able to get a win. Even if they just end up getting 1 win, they end up getting just 1 point for the rest of the 4 matches left. And then on the final game, they end up getting a chicken dinner. They'll more than likely end up being in first place. But one thing that we have seen before out of this team, whenever they do start very bad, like how they were able to do here, they end up answering. They end up coming back. So that's what I'm going to be looking at, what they end up doing here on this Miramar. I want to see how they end up responding.
Ooh, the response has to be severe as well. Not only for Influence Rage, but Twisted Minds, Tiff. You know, again, we needed a good game 1 from them. They've only got 6 total games today, and obviously 5 more to go. But for Twisted Minds, 7th place, 5 eliminations. It's not the worst start, but they could definitely do better. They still have, 80 or so points to catch up to Alpha7.
Yeah, and so when you say 80 or so points, it's very realistic that the chances of that actually happening are slim to none. And I as much as I like to hope for cool stuff like that, please prove me wrong, Twisted Minds, but I think I'm going with 7 here, because if they do kind of slack off on a couple of games, drop some, substandard ones for them, all it takes is what you said, a 14 elimination win. That's 24 points. You hit a ×2 on it, you're looking at 48 points, and that entire season is theirs.
That's true. It's possible. You got to throw the Hail Mary, man.
I like her map, by the way.
It's good map. That's good map.
Oh, it's quick, bro.
Tiff is quick with it, all right? And that's why I don't like to do math around her, because she puts me to shame, right?
What do you mean? Then I'll miss 2 + 2. It equals 3.
You're like the TI 580. I'm like an abacus, all right? I'm back in the Stone Ages, and you're like, well, look, see, maybe I made it up. TI 86, a lot of numbers. I didn't even pass algebra. Look, I'm exposing myself really hard. I did pass algebra, and I want that to be very clear, okay? I didn't pass pre-cal. I'll be honest about that. Here we are, map #2. We're heading into Miramar. 5 more maps to go. This is one of them. Let's get to work. Catch up to Alpha7. Make things fun. 7, Spider Tiff. Let's find out what's about to happen.
And for anybody currently watching in the chat, if you're scratching your head like me and wondering, what's a TI 86? Don't worry, I got you covered. It's a calculator. I actually had to Google it real quick, too.
Is it a cool one? Is it the ones that you had to use?
Yeah, it's one of those cool ones.
Oh, dude, there used to be ones where you could actually log stuff in and save it, and I would hide things in my calculator, but that's fine because I haven't picked up a calculator outside of my cell phone in a very, very long time. But now that we've made it to Miramar, we don't have to talk about calculators. We can just watch all the action unfold on our screen and look for eliminations in that MVP race. With that initial plane line kind of just divvying up Miramar in half, none of our teams should have any real issues on making sure that they can get to their drop spot POIs. For Team Liquid and Alpha7 that are going to be hailing their way towards the north, why do I just get an inkling that we're going to the south once that play zone starts to show?
I'm hoping it goes to the southeast. I just want those islands over there. Just give me some toxicity, okay? Make it a little bit harder for some of these other teams as well. Especially if, all right. Okay. Just do the complete opposite of what I was telling you, the game.
I'm like, yeah, the south, and then immediately all the way towards the northwest. So initially, you think that Erangel, that match number 1, we were like, oh yeah, Twisted Minds, this is gonna be brilliant for you, right? And you still walk away with 7th place and 5 eliminations. Not bad, that's okay. But look at where Alpha7's gonna be situating themselves. Remember when we talk about their wins with what, double-digit eliminations and they get to hit the times 2? This could very well be the beginning to the end of the fall for them.
Yes, I'm an Alpha. I gotta remind myself that I'm an Alpha7 fan as well, because I'm with you. I kind of just see some adversity. I love an underdog story with the way that Twisted Minds, honestly, throughout this whole PMSL, it's gonna be a bit until we actually end up getting any fights. So let's talk about this a little bit more. For Twisted Minds, they just have had so much adversity. They got Federal on a loan. On top of that, they ended up just benching him out for a couple games on week 1. They weren't quite sure how they were going to end up using them. And then on the second win, they ended up sticking with it as, oh my God, David, you just got absolutely destroyed there for sticking out a little bit too long. But going back to Twisted Minds, they decided to just stick with Federal, and it ended up working out. And then we ended up getting the performances that we've been getting out of this team, especially for this week 4. I'm so excited at how this team is going to end up performing at PMUC League stage, because I feel like with a little bit more time, they could be one of those challenger teams, and they could be one of those teams that ends up going to the finals.
They really just been on the up and up, and I think that's a great way to highlight them, right? 13th in the PUBG Mobile World Cup, 4th in PMSL America Spring, and we just kind of keep on moving, especially since the pickup from the former Deathwolves, now Twisted Minds. It's only like they're working on finding that final evolution of themselves, and I'm okay with them kind of ending here if they do go out and they just state themselves down in that 3rd place, because it's a very solidified 3rd with the chance to potentially grab 2nd overall. And the Hail Mary play, 1st. If something crazy implodes over there on the Alpha7 camp, even though you're getting a Miramar pull to your zone, great. But something could happen. But regardless, it's been a really nice journey for them here.
Yeah, even if they don't end up getting a 2nd place, still 3rd place, you're going to be above the team that actually ended up being the champions of PMSL America Spring, which is Team Liquid. On top of that, you are above of Team Queso, the team that's just has been lights out for the LATAM region. And on top of that, I mean, on the final day, we even got a chance to talk about you possibly challenging Alpha7. I'm hoping it continues on, Twisted Minds, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not cutting you guys short just yet, depending on what happens in this game. But it's still a great resume so far of what they've been able to achieve. And as I mentioned it just now, the fact that they were able to do that after adding such a great player in Federal. On top of that, Rada Boy has been able to put up good performances. We've been seeing some superstars out of this team, with Gisao being able to put up great performances too. And that's the thing that I love the most about this team, and the potential for them is that they have so many players that can actually frag out.
They really do, and I love that we get to focus on them, because this is going to be nice to see what Team Queso can do this early on. My biggest qualm about them is making sure that they focus on the task at hand. Don't get too separated away from each other, but sure, crunch some members of Furia. That's kind of rude considering they just won on Erangel, and we don't want to see them go out too soon, but, you know, get those eliminations, Big Milo. Get them.
Do we not want to see them get eliminated soon? I mean, I'm still hoping for the Vicious. Just kidding, Furia. Just kidding.
Ooh, I don't like this. I don't like what I'm seeing over here for VIP Esports. You're going to take Chief down right out of that vehicle, and we are not close to our teammates, but Cardozan, the lifeline out here, popping through.
Oh,
help.
He realized that VIP was actually making the push, and he just like, sorry, Chief. We're going to have to sacrifice you, buddy. See you in the next match.
Like, you see that bright light of your teammate potentially coming to help you get off the ground. Like, your life alert is nearby. The help, I've fallen, I can't get up. And they're just like, good luck. Maybe next time, we're out.
He looked at him too. He made eye contact. He's like, yeah, that's not happening, but maybe next round we do gonna be looking at VIP now, keeping an eye on AGG. And meanwhile, just so many teams have been able to rotate to this just crazy circle, even though it was in Southeast. All right, game. I see it. It ended up being Northwest, which is still going to be at a pulse. So I'm really intrigued to see what Alpha7 is going to be doing. I have seen them playing a couple times, especially this week, where they are able to get the center of the circle, but they just stop being they end up being a little bit too passive for my liking, especially with what Alpha7 has trained me that their game style is like. I'm hoping that doesn't happen here. I'm hoping that they still kind of have that fire to them, and they use the point advantage that they have right now is still pretty massive to Twisted Minds. I'm hoping they still try to just be the Alpha7 that we know they are, and I feel like we will end up seeing them here at some point today.
I think so. But I mean, if I'm Twisted Minds, I'm all the way from the East right now. Like, I'll be there in 2 business days. Like, we'll get to the play zone eventually, and we're going to have to fight our way into it. And with Intense Game being the furthest team out towards the East, if they don't move or shift, unless Twisted Mind wants to approach from the north of the potential... I mean, look, I'm not going down south. South's going to be an actual crazy fest of teams down there. So all Glory Gaming, well... you're going to find yourself situated pretty close to Central, and here we do. We see that rotate coming in from Twisted Minds. We're going to be here for a minute because they got a while to go. Oh, stylish.
All right, style points. Add him a point. Please.
Nose wheelie? Okay.
It won't be double, but just add him a point. I feel like the biggest flip-flopper today, all right? As an Alpha7 fan, as a Brazil fan, I kind of want the storyline of Twisted Minds just trying to hunt them down, but I also want Alpha7. I feel like LeBron James in 2010 not being able to make his mind whether he wanted to go to Miami or Cleveland. We'll see which one is going to end up happening here. Is it going to be Twisted Minds maybe taking advantage? But this is going to be a tough push, as now we do look at Alpha7. And Alpha7, I mean, they're just going to have so much room to work with. They know how to play this area. It is where they usually end up landing, and they're just going to be looking to pick people up on their rotations.
Oh, yeah, I think that's going to be really smart for them. And I love that we pull up the play zone to see where that shift's going to occur, because I forgot about the Navy SEALs. God. And there's a very real possibility for it, because I was looking at Twisted Minds and I don't even know if Navy SEALs were on my screen. I said 2 business days. Well, they'll get here next week. They've got to like airmail themselves all the way across. But we are going to the very north, as far north as we could possibly get.
Be honest, with all the time that I've been looking at, you know what? I'll hold on to that one. Influence Rich versus Inco. Inco, I still want you to get that win. I still believe. And what a way it would be if you're going to be able to eliminate Influence Rich, which now, it's going to be looking very unlikely. But I was going to be saying, with as much PUBG Mobile Esports as I have seen in my life, I don't think I've ever seen a circle this up north this early on. And when we were looking at the map as well, we were able to see Twisted Minds still rotating towards the north. So they are going to be able to rotate into the circle without having to fight anybody, which is going to be massive for that team. Juancho currently trying to take a fight there with Influence Rage. Influence Rage being a little bit too much, and it's just going to be Nenebete and Vitali left alive.
See, this is why I'm really glad that Twisted Minds, albeit late, is just going to waltz right into the north. Because you look towards the south, and it's just going to be all of this. Inco Gaming down to 2. Influence Rage in second place. Now, we don't want them to actually fall and go out here, because we're down to just 3 with 2 eliminations. No double points for them. They've already expended that, but we could still try to carve back on that Alpha7 points gap, which is going to take nothing short of a miracle. But it could be nice if you just clean up Inco Gaming here, because time is of the essence. You still have Vicious, you still have Furia, and a couple other teams lurking nearby.
And not only that, too, for Influence Rage, they're trying to just get as much points to hopefully end up holding off Twisted Minds. They're hoping that Twisted Minds doesn't end up having a good performance. VIP Esports going to end up getting eliminated. And now Vitali and Nenebete, they're just going to have such a miracle to just get out of this hole that Influence Rage currently has them on, because it's not looking good. Meanwhile, there on the bottom of your screen, you're going to be looking at Team Queso. Colgo, remember, he's still trying to fight for that MVP. That we're able to take care of NRG. Actually, that was Loops being able to take care of NRG, but Team Queso does end up getting at least 1 elimination added to their tally.
Ooh, okay. A little bit of chaos here for them, but for what we can, we are kind of stabilizing. And I say that, and every time I do say that, usually some crossfire comes through, and next thing you know, we're all eliminated. But I said it, we've survived, and we will move on from this, because a lot of teams down here in the South and the Blue still have to focus on getting up towards the North, where Twisted Minds, Team Liquid have really stapled themselves down in there. Even Alpha7, the team that hails from the North, is not going to be the furthest north.
Yeah, and I think right now, the moment it is going to be Twisted Minds, the furthest team towards the north. That's Nenebet is just trying to find a way to get out of this mayhem that he's currently in. And it's not looking good. There you go. The Vicious is able to spot him, and he's going to end up eliminating him. And the hope for NA PMGC League stage, the team that's actually going to be going gets eliminated first place here in Miramar. I mean, last place, actually, in Miramar. And there you go. Oh, my goodness. He went even more north, Tiff.
Just keep on going. Just keep on going. I guess take what I say and do the exact opposite. I was like, oh yeah, I feel like we're going south. No, we're definitely not. And I am just all for the sheer chaos of what we're seeing for our rotation teams. Now, what this does for Alpha7 is it actually puts them on the insane edge of the south, which allows them to look for eliminations, be that aggressive Alpha7 that we all know and are completely used to, which could pan out to be even better for them than them playing hardcore zone.
It could be. I think they will be looking to get those eliminations. And I think that team is probably just as surprised as we are of how north that circle ends up going. I think that we're hoping a little bit more towards an El Pozo finish. That is not going to end up happening. One thing that I am noticing here out of Twisted Minds is that 2-2 split that they're currently working with. They are trying to be proactive. They are looking to see if they can catch anybody rotating around, secure some eliminations, and make sure that they keep adding those points to their tally, because even if they cannot catch up to Alpha7 at the end of the day, they're wanting to just secure that second place and just end up passing Influence Rage. The difference, to remind the viewers at home, between third place is $18,000. Second place, almost $31,000. That is a massive difference.
I don't even know if I've ever seen that much money in my entire lifetime. So that's pretty crazy that you could walk away with that here at PMSL Americas in the fall. But for Loops, who are still fighting their way, they took away 6th place from Furia very early on and are just looking to solidify themselves in that. Just finding more eliminations. They had a really nice amount in match number 1 before falling in 9th place, and they have just turned on the frags today.
They are. They're looking to frag out. Currently up to 5, and you're referring to what they were able to do in that last match. They ended up with 11. Even if their placement points weren't there, but when you end up getting 11, honestly, who cares about those placement points? Continue to frag out. One team that is wanting to frag out right now is Twisted Minds, as they're going to be able to get a knock there on X Factor, catching X Factor, rotating around, and they're going to be able to actually secure that elimination, add it to their tally. There you go. That's what we want to see, Twisted Minds. Keep on adding more and more points towards your tally, as they're going to be looking to add more here. And X Factor's just not having the best day, as we're going to end up seeing Alpha7 getting into a fight with none other than Team Queso.
I don't know if they're actually getting into a fight or if they're just doing a really good job of holding the line over there in the south, which is actually forcing Team Queso to just completely split off. Colgoat says, you know what, more solo shenanigans, I do what I can. But you know what he's on? 3 eliminations already. So you have to start looking at the comparisons between him and Revo's Alpha7, right? Like, or Alpha7's Revo. Like, this is one of those things where it's like, this is just me taking everything into my own hands, and I am going so far out on the east. I'll take fights as I can get them. But Papi Portro, yet again, you're on your own. You might as well have thrown another frag on him.
I think this is just the mindset. This is what I was talking about in regards to what I saw out of that player, Colgoat, in the first match. He's looking to secure that MVP. He wants Revo nowhere near. He's like, yo, those were some nice words out of you, but I really, really want to be able to beat you. I really want to end up in first place, as the Vicious trying to get on some shots here on Furia, and he is going to be able to connect. Brudozen actually is the one that ends up connecting, and none other than David is going to be able to help his team confirm that elimination. Furia, oh my goodness, not looking good there for Furious. Now they're just going to end up having 1 player left alive.
Ooh, that's not good. They kind of ran into issues early on in this match for Miramar. You think back to the first player that was eliminated from Fury, and I was like, wait, this is really happening? Like this? You're going to get hit by a vehicle? Okay, cool. And now you're down to, well, just whatever you can do. A solo with minimal HP, and I wasn't expecting Colgoat's Molotov to go ahead and take him on out, but it's fine. I see that feed. I'm a little worried, but it must be real.
It must be, as now we look at the Vicious here, still holding it off. They currently have, what, 3 eliminations added to their tally. They do have 9C now starting to push up on them. We saw how 9C was quite aggressive earlier, and they're going to continue to do that as now Radozin's going to be able to get a knock there on 9C.
All right, give us all the action. Let's see what we can do here. Just trying to hang on behind the vehicle, but Eric God grabs the angles, takes out the Vicious, and starts to hit that reset. We turn on over to Influence Rage, that second place overall team trying to claw back in. Now, this is really interesting because the last time we were talking about the Navy SEALs who were outside this compound from Diego is they were so far in the south, but what they did was they carved themselves from the west all the way due north. Now, they don't have too many members left standing as one is currently knocked, but Influence Rage is going to seek to take out the rest of them even though they're down law.
I know the biggest fan for Latin Kings Navy SEALs, none other than Reflections, is going to be hoping that they end up getting some kind of a win here. As now we're going to be switching it over to Alpha7 and IG. Keep in mind that battle for first place is still going on, but Grelin trying to get up. He's going to end up getting knocked, and he's none other than IG taking the fight to Alpha7. And right now, Alpha7 is a little bit split.
Oh, okay, Mafioso. We saw you go out in 16th place in that match number 1. We can't do so because it's already 11 squads right now, but we are still undergoing so much pressure, and Carrillo is separated away, trying to take angles at Intense Game, but you are the solo. You have got to hold it down. We cannot have another 1-point game.
How does that even happen for Alpha7? Alpha7 was able to set themselves up so much. I'm actually even surprised that IG was able to get that close, but Carrillo now going to be looking to just finish off that player from IG, seeing if he could possibly get an angle on him. And let's see what the news circle is going to end up popping, and it goes towards... Oh my goodness. Okay, X Factor got a little bit blessed there. Twisted Minds currently with a great split. I mean, that team's currently poised to put up a lot of points in this match, and with the way that's going right now for Alpha7, they end up getting eliminated by IG. And if I'm Twisted Minds, I'm looking at that and I want to just propel myself even higher on the leaderboard, because what it looked to be very unlikely might start happening now as Alpha7 back-to-back games with just 1 elimination to their name and 0 placement points. Now we're going to have Team Ayala and Team Liquid here just kind of rolling around. They're usually not used to playing on that edge, so they're going to just be chilling, being a little bit patient, switching it up. And this is actually something that I've been wanting to see out of this team for quite some time. Switch up on how you end up playing. Show us that you can do a little bit something else, especially going up to PMGC. Influence Rage, I mean, this team has shown it all. They're currently in second place for a reason, and they're wanting to see if they can also be that team to try to challenge Alpha7 for that first place, because with the way Alpha7 is currently playing, I mean, I don't want to curse it, but boy, you know what? I'm not even going to put it out there. Alpha7, they got rid of the choke chance, so we'll stick with it. We'll stay away from that one. Meanwhile, Latin Kings are currently going to be looking to see if they can get into a fight with Influence Rage. Influence Rage, I know they're going to be looking at that team and saying, okay, we hope that we're able to get those eliminations, because we want to go from second place to first place. We're going to be looking now at Loops Esports versus X Factor. X Factor having to back up a little bit more. Loops Esports earlier with those 11 eliminations, wanting to take the fight, continuing to be aggressive. They're currently up to 6, and they want to see if they could possibly end up repeating in regards to the elims that they've been able to get in the first match. FFS and Havlik, at least they have Havlik still alive, one of their best players so far. Team Queso ends up getting eliminated. So whatever Poppy Poacher was trying to do in regards to extending it even more, that lead that he has over Revo, he's not going to be able to do it this match. Havlik setting himself up, holding a grenade. Loops now gonna have to start this push. Gonna close the door. Vitin knows exactly where the X Factor players are. Who's gonna be throwing the nade first? I think he decides to back up a little bit more. He backs off into a Molotov. Havlik's gonna be able to get 2 knocks back to back on Loops Esports. And what looked to be promising there for Loops Esports, it just switches on their head as X Factor is now becoming the aggressors. They want to be able to close out Loops Esports. It's gonna be a 2v1. Can he clutch it up? Zelda knocks down 1. He's gonna be predicting and seeing if Havlik is going to be going for that push. Havlik trying to hold that angle. Who's going to be winning this one? Is it going to be Loops or X Factor? And it's none other than Havlik, the MVP so far out of X Factor, absolutely destroying.
Hey, look, that's what you got to do. Keep that aggression on up. But then you look at that play zone. We wait for the shift because it's really tough to be able to play this one out. You have to claim yourselves from the south, or you're going to have to win out the north. And AGG will be one of the only teams to pull in towards that initial play zone from the eastern side of things. But keep your eyes on Influence Rage. You got Diego on the screen trying to make sure, can we hit this care package? Can we go ahead and claim our spot into that play zone? X Factor, the duo from the left that we just saw kind of wiping and grabbing some eliminations. It'd be cool if they could start to take this fight, but we know Influence Rage wants to pull back on as many eliminations as they possibly can because Alpha7 had another dud, and this should have been their zone to do it in.
It was their zone. They should have been absolutely smiling from ear to ear and taking full advantage of it. But one team I know wants to take full advantage of this is going to be none other than Twisted Minds. Going to be hopping up on the roof. They don't care how they can take this fight as long as they end up with the eliminations. And that's exactly what they're going to be doing right now, as Twisted Minds is all the way up to 7 eliminations, cruising the top 6 situation. And with the zone to work with, this is looking like it could. And you know what? I'm not gonna say it, Tiff, because I don't want to curse it. I don't want to curse it.
No curses allowed here. I gotta go light my manifestation candle and pray for what we can. But I think it's still looking pretty big for them. The only thing I did see is no eliminations for Guizhou.
Yeah, Guizhou not gonna be pushing higher in regards to the MVP ranking, but one player, I mean, that's just been stealing my heart. I gotta give him some props once again. Havlik. Hear me out, man. Even if X Factor doesn't end up working out, I know a lot of people are going to be looking at you with the performance that you've been able to put up. And I'm sure that even if you don't stay together with this squad, you'll end up getting picked up by another team because your performance so far this PMSL has been outstanding. And I definitely feel like you deserve a little bit more with the way you're currently playing. Twisted Minds, Guizhou, we heard it earlier. He's trying to make that push towards the MVP race. He wants those eliminations, and he's the one that's going to try to be a little bit more aggressive here towards X Factor.
Oh, look, we got shotties in hand, and FS trying to feed the nades through the window, connects onto Rataboy, who was least expecting that. Havlik grabs Federal. The Twisted Minds breakdown is absolutely insane, leaving Obscure on a 1v2, but he gets threaded through with a nade, and what did we just witness? That is one of the greatest anime betrayals of all time, and it's not even anime, it's just PUBG Mobile, but it's America's, and I am lost.
X Factor? I'm sorry, I was not familiar with your game like that. I didn't know you guys could hold off Twisted Minds and in a way become the saviors of Alpha7 in this match, as you were able to hold off Twisted Minds, a full team of Twisted Minds. Not just one, not just two, not just three, a full team. Havlik and FSS. I know FSS, I've been talking smack about you for the longest time, but my boy, that was nice. I'm sorry for what I said about you in the past because I didn't think you could actually pull that off.
They did, and it was beautiful. I mean, you run it back, you see the nades, the opening damage, you see Rataboy picked from the window, and now you look at the final 4 teams, and you're just like, how did we get here? Team Liquid, I love that you're here. I'm excited for you. And we see X Factor, the duo, and we're just like, all right, who's going to win? Call it right now. 7, who's taking this game?
My heart says X Factor just because of what they've been able to do this whole match. Not only was it loops, it was also Twisted Minds. And it's very unlikely with the circle. But you love underdog stories? Maybe you're with me on this one.
You know, I'm okay with it. It looks like Team Liquid and maybe AGG are going to be the first 2 teams to actually get into it. But you can just see Influence Rage as Lorenzen from afar, maybe looking for angles. They're trying to hold on to the north. Now, if you think back to Erangel, what happened? Influence Rage got 2nd place, and that's great for them. But if we're looking for a really consistent day to end it on, it has to be now. And you're already starting to pick apart AGG. And instead of Team Liquid getting those eliminations, they're going to get credited over there to Influence Rage because they get the knock.
Yeah, and Influence Rage right now is going to be looking at this fight, looking to get those angles. They're wanting to continue to put up those good performances. Havlik is not going to be able to make it out of the zone there in FS. You know what? At this point, you just got to sacrifice that player, but he doesn't. Yeah, just go for it. You got to be aware that this circle is just going to be causing too much pain. And what I wanted to see, that underdog story is just not going to end up happening. So a realistic pick here out of me It's going to be none other. Oh, no. You hate to see that. Make your mind. You wanted to go pick them up, and then you're not able to pick them up. I hate to see that in PUBG Mobile Esports. But you wanted a realistic pick? I think Influence Rage, with the amount of area that they're currently able to cover, they should end up winning this.
You know, it would be really solid for them to clean it on out, especially when you look at Team Liquid being the only other trio left in the lobby. FS is just going to try and third-party whomever and cause chaos wherever they can. AGG's Melgar is likely going to do the same thing. So you have to keep your eyes on what is that going to look like for Influence Rage and Team Liquid, with Cardozan being the furthest north member of Team Liquid, likely going to run into Influence Rage first.
Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they were able to take care there of AGG. They're trying to find some angles here on Influence Rage. They were able to get a player earlier on, as Influence Rage currently only has 3. Mythic trying to see if he could possibly end up connecting with the nade there on the Influence Rage player, but he's going to end up backing off. Influence Rage starting to play it smart here, but now they're going to have to worry because they did allow FSS to just get really, really close to him. They're going to have to clear that player and hope that they do it without losing anybody. And that player barely misses FS with the vehicle. They keep going for it, and they're just playing with fire right now. They're going to be able to spot him. Can he get the knock? They're going to be able to clean up X Factor right there. Now they can put their full focus on Ayala and the rest of the Team Liquid squad.
Oh, all right. We knew this was going to happen. Our final 2, a 3v3, and you just see Team Liquid so healthy, so poised to rip apart Influence Rage if they can, but it's another top 2 finish from Influence Rage despite however this ends. And with sitting way there with 8 eliminations, this could be a powerful performance for them, which is tough because we talked about Twisted Minds having their double points day, wanting to do enough to fend off any kind of comeback from Team Liquid and really separate themselves away. You know, they went out relatively early on with 7 eliminations, so it's still solid, but Team Liquid needs a win here to just try and do anything to counteract that.
Yeah, and for Influence Rage, they're making sure that they just play this as slow as possible, and they know what's currently at stake. That team, if Alpha7 does continue to play like this, they could make that first place push a lot closer. Right now, they're just waiting it out. They're trying to see what they're going to be working with. The good thing that they do have to their advantage is this amount of vehicles, but hopefully they don't end up being a little bit too aggressive, as Ayala is going to be end up finding Diego right there. And what could have been a little bit easier with the vehicles, it does not end up looking like that, as there you go. Diego ends up getting eliminated. Now little boy is looking to just hold off for the rest of the team. Team Liquid trying to make this push. Is this the Team Liquid from week 1 and week 2 where they just able to clutch this out, where they're able to just execute the end game perfectly? Stay tuned and find out, because right now they're looking really good.
They really are. And look, Mythic on the screen right now, trying to find angles. Little boy from across the way, cooking nades, trying to connect. And we're pretty open. That one's not going to work, but we're still going to answer back with some of our own. The question is, who will be the first to connect in this 3v2 situation? But what this is doing, it's allowing Mythic to close that gap. We want to crest that little area of Miramar and take the fight to them. Mythic opens it up with a knock on a little boy. We just got to find Lorenzen, who's essentially being body blocked, but it's only a matter of time because we cannot take the heady away from Cardozan.
Oh my goodness, Team Liquid. It is the Team Liquid from week 1 and week 2, as they're able to close it out there with a win. Influence Rage, what I was a little bit too worried about, being a little bit too aggressive there with the vehicles, it ends up hurting them, and you can see them. Some smiles. The coach might be in the arena today because they were able to get a win. And for Influence Rage, oh, they're going to be scratching their heads. They needed that win.
They did, man. They needed 2 wins. They could have had 2 wins back-to-back, but second place, what they're going to have to settle with. Identical finishings, by the way. 8 eliminations, second place, game 1, as well as game 2. But still better than what Alpha7 was able to achieve. So they clear, I believe, another 10 or so points over Alpha7 to, I think, get the point lead down to just 40 or so. What should have been, though, and I want to go back to what should have been a 50-plus point game for Twisted Minds, Tiff, turns into an unfortunate ending. 6th place, 7 eliminations. Now, granted, double points is still going to be significant, but man, what a collapse and what a heroic effort from X Factor.
And look, that is just... It's so wild to know exactly what X Factor just did work on when thinking about Twisted Minds, because you'll see that in the replays. There's not a chance in my mind that we're not going to be playing those clips, because that was something to see for sure. But you're right, they needed a 40-point game right there, and they were on track to be able to do so. They go out in 6th place with 7 eliminations, really close to double-digit elims, and if you kind of go up a couple more positions, you're going to grab all the placement points, and you're setting yourselves up for the comeback that we have been saying it's a very fine chance to make happen, but it could until it didn't, because X Factor.
Oh, it's so heartbreaking, man, because 50 plus points, 7, that would have cut the lead down by like 50 going into obviously the next 4 maps. Granted, Twisted Minds do all they can. Here's the fight. Tell me where it went wrong other than that nade taking out the last player.
The first engagement, they were just starting to push one by one. It felt like, I mean, you had, I think it was FS being able to hit a beautiful shotgun shot out of the window, and then they just started crumbling down. Grenades, I mean, honestly, you got to give credit to X Factor. The way that they were able to play that was so well. They already had the grenades ready. They were able to time it as well. You couldn't have played it any more perfect in regards to X Factor. Something that I do want to point out is that earlier, especially during these highlights, we ended up seeing a Team Queso player. I think it might have been Papi Potro. He ended up Molotoving himself on purpose to deny the point to Team Liquid, since they are currently kind of hunting them down in the overall leaderboard. So it's good to see that Team Queso is still wanting to push for that 4th place, or whatever place might be that Team Liquid is currently on, as Team Liquid ends up with 16 points, Influence Rates there with 14, and Twisted Minds, you said it, what it could have been, but they end up with 18.
For Team Liquid, though, give them credit. 1st place, that's big. What are they fighting for, Tiff, right? They're fighting to hold down 4th place. Don't see them catching up to 3rd. Twisted Minds, Influence Rage have just been too consistent today. Plus, with Twisted Minds having double points, it's just not going to be possible. But for Team Liquid, they do not want Team Queso catching up to them. And good news is, Team Queso over the back 2 maps haven't really been too spectacular. So, at least for the meantime, Tiff, seems like Team Liquid is safe and 4th.
It seems that they are, because you jump on over to the back half of this match, and Team Queso, they walked away with 5 eliminations, which is massive, right? And I like that 7 was talking about that Molotov. It was actually Colgoat, because I literally was like, oh my God, Colgoat, what are we doing over there? So I'm so glad we came in with that explanation, but he still walked away with a slew of elims, which is going to allow themselves to kind of work on extending that MVP lead, because although Alpha7 is still at the top, of course, on the overall rankings, they really haven't had the best showing yet on the final day.
No, they have not. So Alpha7, Influence Rage, they get closer still. And let's even throw Twisted Minds in there, 7. The storylines are still the same, but Alpha7 has to be careful.
They really have to be careful. But in a way, they don't really have to worry about Influence Rage unless they continue to throw like how they've been throwing those last 2 games. The biggest one for me was this most recent one. I mean, they had everything to work with. They really didn't have to rotate that much. They had first dibs in regards to where they wanted to set themselves up, and they ended up getting absolutely surprised by what IG was able to do. The next one is Twisted Minds. I feel like Twisted Minds really needs to be able to take advantages of these situations, because who knows how many more you're going to be getting throughout the day where Alpha7 only ends up getting, what, just 2 points or 1 point added to their tally. And that's not going to be happening often. You got to take care of that when it does happen to you. You got to take advantage of it, get those double points. Right now, they're not being able to do that, and they need to be able to close that gap.
Yes, they do, but 4 more maps to get the job done, absolutely possible. I do want to shout out Loops, by the way. They have done such a great job today. They've had 2 relatively decent games in terms of eliminations, not necessarily placing, but they are catching up to Team Queso. That gap is relatively slim, so there could be a chance Team Queso drops down to 6th place, which is kind of in the same vein of Team Liquid. It's like, Team Queso at one point was the top dog when it came to the fall season. They've had their chances to capitalize, but one of the glaring issues that they've had has been their bonus point stay. They didn't get a good bonus point stay until really yesterday, where they were able to at least, I think, get, around 70 or something like that. But for the most part, that's where they've been struggling. And because of that, Loops, who's been just driving and hammering home at the standings, they might be able to catch up and break in, which would be pretty awesome on their behalf. But as far as Twisted Minds go, keep the course. You guys are looking good despite that collapse on X Factor that ended in literally 15 seconds. It was mind-blowing. But Queso didn't get any eliminations there, which is tough, Tiff. He's trying to catch up in the MVP race.
Yeah, he really didn't. That was the biggest note. I was like, yes, they've got eliminations, but Guizhou is allergic to them today. So if we're trying to fight for that MVP, it's unfortunate because we got Colgoat over here who's like, I'll take out my own teammates if it means I get eliminations. Like, you got to do what you got to do. And Guizhou's like, oh no, eliminations. Good luck, team.
Ew, brother, ew, stay away from me, man. Everybody else go get them. Well, 4 more games to go. That race is still very close. So anything can change in the MVP race, just like our standings. For Influence Rage, keep hammering home at those standings. Keep taking out whoever you can because you're doing good. 2 back-to-back second places with 8 eliminations is solid. It's still possible, but you've got 4 games to get there. And same thing for you, Twisted Minds. But for Alpha7, they're still relatively safe at the top of the standings. But can that all change? Keep the conversation going in chat. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map number 3 comes along. We're hopping back into Erangel.
Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when opened. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season. We are about to hop into map number 3. Time is getting thin for all of those trying to catch up to Alpha7, but a lot of good stories still unfolding with Influence, Rage, Twisted Minds trying to catch up to A7. They can do it. One's within 41 points away, and then the other is about 54 points away, but that's Twisted Minds are on double points. Let's bring in our casters, Seven and Spider Tiff. We're loading into map number 3. We've been focused on the race for first, but let's focus a little bit deeper onto the race for MVP. Seven, what do you see?
I see Cold Gold. I mean, eliminating players from other teams, eliminating players from his own team. It doesn't matter what he ends up doing. He wants to be able to maintain this lead that he currently has. And it's just 3 elims right now to Rebel. But with the way Alpha7 and Rebel is playing, and Gisao, you mentioned it earlier, Tiff, he's looking like he's allergic to the eliminations.
I didn't want to say that, but I mean, it was for a second. I was like, man, we're putting this many numbers down, and Guizao is out here just kind of existing, and it's tough, right? Because you look towards what he's been able to do this week, and he's had north of 50 eliminations. But not only that, he's leading the assists, which just goes to show you that we're constantly in the mix, throwing down damage, and we're in second for damage leader of the week, albeit just by around 100. So it's still really close, but they're just showing the dominance. I just want to see more of it from Guizao today.
Yeah, Guizao, he's been on fire this entire week. He's been the stat leader when it comes to eliminations, but can he do enough to secure first place in the MVP race? And those assists, by the way, can't be touched. Nobody's catching up in that regard. So if he does end up tying someone, those assists are going to carry him over to obviously take over their spot. So if they finish at 178, 178, assists will matter. And Guizao is definitely the leader when it comes to that. Either way, though, for Twisted Minds, their main goal is first place. And they are within 54 points of achieving that. Very doable. Heartbreaking, once again, just to bring it up, the fact that they get eliminated by X Factor in that fashion. Guys, they were on par for a 50-plus point game, and they just couldn't get it because X Factor took them down. So they need to clean up their act and avoid that, because that simply cannot happen again. And then also, if we're talking about Ariga, which we're about to hop into, you go back to map number 1 for Twisted Minds. They finished off in 7th place with 5 eliminations. That can't happen again either. You gotta do better. We need a winner chicken dinner, 15 eliminations, shut Alpha7 down, because I just want to have fun with the storylines, purely and simple. I have no dog in this fight. 7 Spider Tiff, let's see if it happens.
I want to see it too, but for Alpha7, I mean, I think so far, at least this week, you have had 2 wins in Erangel. Is this the time to respond for Alpha7, as we're going to be having a bit somewhat of a normal playing path here, but not for Alpha7. They're gonna have to make it a stretch there if they do want to end up on their usual spot, which is gonna be Giorgio, or do they want to end up challenging X Factor, something that we saw earlier in the tournament. Those 2 teams ended up landing in Lipovka. We'll have to wait and see what's gonna be happening, because Team Liquid, I mean, they're just gonna have military base to themselves as usual.
You know what I'm gonna say then, especially if they're in the south and military base? This zone, it's all north all day, baby. We are going so far up. Severny, I'm looking at you. That is where a play zone should 100% spawn. And I'm not being sarcastic in any way, shape, or form.
I'm trying to figure out here. I'm just like, is she using reverse psychology on the game? Okay, I like this. You know what? I want the safest zone possible. Don't give me any bridges. Don't give me any water. Just give me the safest zone possible. Okay, dang it. They didn't work.
No, just dead center. Hear me out. I was commentating on Friday, and our Erangel, the first 2 Erangels of the days were just disgusting. And they were consistently disgusting. We pulled to the island northeast of Ruins twice. And it was all water, all island, all chaos all day. So there's no way we're going back over there.
Maybe for the final match?
Not here.
Maybe we'll end up seeing that again, because we have seen that a couple times already throughout this PMSL. You got a chance to see it. I got a chance to see it. I mean, it could end up happening, especially if for some reason Twisted Minds does end up clutching up. Alpha7 continues to just not perform the way we expect them to, anything can happen here, as we do have Loops currently in Pochinki taking their sweet time. Nobody's going to be challenging. One team that is looking to challenge somebody is Brundozen with the Vicious trying to take some shots there on Inco, and Inco just trying to get out of the way. Remember, Inco, I still have a challenge for you. You got to get more wins than the last place team. Last place team, Latin Kings, currently with 3. You guys have 2, okay? You got to get 2 more wins, Inco. I believe. Please.
I mean, the chalice here. The chalice here. The pressure. Seven's gonna, I don't know what he's gonna do if you don't. I can't make that call for him, but I just feel like there's gotta be something that's going down. We had 2 wins so far. The first one Inco ever got was when I was on the desk, so this would be a good time to, you know, hit the 3.
Lucky charm. You know what? I like it.
I don't know if I'm lucky. Let's be real. Like, I am the sheer definition of chaos.
I feel like that's a lie. Which team do you want to win this round? And none of that reverse psychology.
This game right now on Erangel?
Yes.
If I had to pick right now, I think Alpha7 is going to make a comeback.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. I like that. Okay, Alpha7 fan. Yo, Taylor, reflections. We have one more. Add him to the tally. And as we say that, Mafioso just showcasing his driving skills. Like, watch me flip this car real quick, guys. Yeah, that was cool. I know I could do that. And the thing is, for this team, I mean, they're going to end up currently looting outside of the zone. They're going to be able to just take their sweet time. And I really want to see them just put up a good performance here. As much as I would want them to just keep the overall very close and their fight there towards the end, I'm telling you, I'm just keep flip-flopping back and forth today in regards to what I want to happen. But for Alpha7, they're looking to give a little bit more calmness to their fans currently watching at home. They have seen them in this position before, where Alpha7 is in first place, and a team could end up hunting them down for that first place, and they do end up getting overtaken. So a lot of people right now that are Alpha7 fans are having PTSD.
Yeah, I mean, they're up there. But then you gotta think about it. They have 19 wins. They are the most winning team of our entire Americas here. Like, there's not hardly, no one's close. The closest teams are gonna be Team Liquid and Team Queso. That's with 11 wins under their belt. A couple more have 10. So we've already stretched out that gap so far in terms of the points that we were able to achieve from wins. The biggest thing here for me, aside from Alpha7 maintaining at the top, is gonna be Twisted Minds. And we've already been talking about them, but we've finally gotten that gap to where it is so close to be able to overtake Influence Rage, who has been insanely consistent today. But they've just still been able to rack up eliminations. They're on your screen right now with the central zone. I think there's a possibility that Twisted Minds could do something crazy.
I'm with you. That has actually been one of the biggest surprises today for me, the way Influence Rage has been able to just hold that second place. I honestly thought coming into today that at this point, with Twisted Minds, with what's at stake, with the performances that they have put up in the past as well in regards to the bonus points, they would already pass them. And I mean, if it wasn't for X Factor in that last match, as Reflections was saying, they were poised for a 40+ point match, considering it is their bonus point. But one player that is looking to at least maintain the champion is going to be a player from Team Queso, none other than Colgo. We've been being able to see what he's currently putting up. And right now, Team Liquid is looking to make sure they stop him from getting any eliminations. But Colgo, this is how aggressive this man's being. He's seeing those vehicles, and he's like, all right, boys, I'll chase him. All right, I'll chase him. You guys stay behind. Let me get this eliminations. If it would have been any other time, this player would have ended up backing off. But the fact that he's still going towards where those vehicles are, I love this mindset by Colgo.
I really want to know what is going through the mind in general. It is all MVP all day, especially if he was like, I recognize what Revo is and means to PUBG Mobile in general. And he's like, you know, coming from him. But I'm like, in the back of his mind, he's sitting there like, I'm going to take him down. I'm going to do it. Like, I'm close enough. I'm now leading. I've got a couple eliminations between us, and I've only have 4 more matches that I have to hang on to that. And if I can average 3 to 5 eliminations per game, you should be able to already take him down.
Yeah, and I'm hoping Star Patch at some point today ends up interviewing Colgo again, and hopefully it's before we do end up possibly crowning him as MVP. Just asking him, I just want to really get a little bit in depth within that mind of Colgo. we saw you earlier eliminate one of your teammates, and on top of that, being able to confirm an elimination. How important is MVP race for you? And that boy better not say it's not important, because it definitely is. One team that's wanting to just please try to actually accomplish my challenge here, Inco. Try not to get eliminated in this early on of the match is going to be Inco Gaming, as the Vicious looking to be a little bit vicious, taking on some shots there to Inco Gaming. Not going to be able to connect, but Inco's looking to fire back as some grenades are going to be thrown there towards the Vicious player.
Ooh, all right. So you got to keep your eyes out. I said that Vicious can get really living up to their name status, because I've seen some wild gameplays out of them, and despite seeming like we could look for some angles there, I respect the decision to go ahead and group back on up. Whether or not we make it there is a whole other story, but the buggy does ride itself, so that's okay.
Yeah, Buggy, Vicious. You know what? They're like, okay, we'll take our time. Inco, we'll let you be for a little bit longer. Inco not wanting to be aggressive. Juancho, I'm so glad Juancho has started to do more interviews. I got a chance to mention, I was like, bro, you need to keep on doing interviews. You need to show this charisma that you have had hidden this whole time, because right now the Vicious is just looking to shut that down. They're trying to make up their mind, and they can't make up their mind as we're getting a new circle, and it's going to be going over towards the northeast. And boy, this is going to be looking like a scramble with so many teams there. And I'm trying to pinpoint where Twisted Minds is. Okay, Twisted Minds, I see a little bit of green there towards already inside the circle, a little bit of the south. They might end up fighting X Factor again, and that's a little bit worrying. Okay, they went to the north. Never mind, I can be calm now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you said X Factor, and I was like, wait a second, not yet. Not yet. I do not want to see something of that nature come through, but it might. It really might. We are putting ourselves in a tunnel and just hiding through, and Baton grabs Rataboy. No. Twisted Minds, I'm going to need you guys to figure something out, because not like this.
That's their nemesis for today. It's gonna be none other than X Factor. Oh my gosh, X Factor's actually pushing this fight. They got nothing to lose. Remember that. They're looking to just stop any storyline that we're having here. Gisao, the one that was at one point pushing for the MVP's race as well, it's gonna end up getting knocked. And whatever we wanted to happen there for Twisted Minds, it's not looking like it, as X Factor is wanting to be those party poopers for Twisted Minds.
That's kind of rude, honestly. I mean,
I like it.
You wanted the chaos. You asked for it. You were like, this is everything that we need to see. And if I'm Federal, I'm chilling. I don't want to go up there. They've already taken down the rest of my teammates. We'll eventually have to leave here, but oh. All right. Well, we'll go elsewhere. Team Liquid, your winners of match number 2 after grabbing 6 eliminations. Still alive, still well, trying to pick their last player up. Cardozo here from afar. You can see they're out here looking for information, getting peppered from all different ways, and I'm sad.
How come?
I just keep thinking about X Factor. Like, they are the true, I don't want to call them villains, but that's how villain art start. That is 100% how you're gonna force Twisted Minds onto a villain arc. Next thing you know, I'm gonna see freaking all for one walk up in here and just come crazy throughout the last couple matches, and I can't handle that.
I like it. Give me some more toxicity throughout the day, as Team Liquid is going to be taking on a fight here with IG. We saw what IG was able to do earlier, I believe was to Alpha7. Can they also end up eliminating here Team Liquid? Cardozo is going to be getting some shots. He's going to be able to get knocked. It was actually powered. Poppy Sour and the rest of the squad being able to knock him. Now, can the rest of Team Liquid reply? They're going to end up pushing a little bit closer towards where Twisted Minds was, as they're just trying to get away from this fight between IG and themselves.
Well, let's go ahead and keep an eye on that play zone and some of the rotations that need to occur here. Team Queso, we still have all members up for that roster. 0 eliminations, but we're the farthest south, so we've got a lot of work to be had. But Mythic here, intense game, wants to roll up on him. Shotty's at hand, take that peek, I dare you, and Remix. Go ahead, levels them out and keeps on looking for the remnants, but joke's on you, that was all that was left of Team Liquid.
This is why I love the final day of tournaments, because teams that usually tend to be towards the second page of the overall end up surprising us in a big way. Not only X Factor taking the fight to Twisted Minds back-to-back games, now you had IG taking the fight as well to Team Liquid. Two teams that I can't honestly see them in my mind fighting quite often because of how they end up rotating. For IG just to do that, it just shows where they're currently at. But right now, Federal at least being able to save face for his team a little bit, getting some eliminations from the IG player. He was able to eliminate none other than Remix, and now Poppy Sour is going to be the last player standing here for IG, and Federal, the last player standing for Twisted Minds, is going to be looking to see if he could possibly add more eliminations to his tally.
I mean, salvage the double points if you can. VIP Esports going to fall on out with just one elimination, but these... It's just difficult when you kind of roam into these unforgiving positions that we've seen so many teams just fall apart in. And for X Factor, who are going to be the benefactors of it, they're walking around with 3 eliminations. Sure, there's only 3 of them left, but I mean, they have definitely been the thorn in the side for the same team multiple times. You keep your eyes on Team Queso, though. They've kind of leapfrogged over that southern side of things. Find some coverage here, but job's not done, especially when you've got a team looming over the horizon at you.
Yeah, and for Team Queso, I mean, remember earlier how we were able to point out not only Colgo being able to get a lot of eliminations for his team so far today, but on top of that, one of the players just Molotoving himself and stopping Team Liquid from getting that fight. They are currently hunting down Team Liquid. Team Liquid now being eliminated out of this lobby. They want to make sure they close that gap even more. Team Liquid currently at 995 points. Team Queso at 966. You know what? Anything is possible for Team Queso if they do want to end up pushing up on that leaderboard, because they would end up getting almost an extra $2,000, which I wouldn't hate that. I wouldn't hate that at all.
No, you cannot hate extra cash in the pockets of yourself, because it's like you are fighting for that on the final day here. I said it earlier, I still can't believe that it's day 20, but the Navy SEALs here haven't put it in work, but we fell into a burning ring of fire, and I don't like that for them. And Vitten here. Wait, the DBS from behind could have been a crazy play, but just like that, we blink, and next thing you know, Navy SEALs are done, dusted, and Loops finds more.
I liked your pick earlier. I just saw that new circle. Earlier, you picked Alpha7 at the start of the match, too. And you were committed to it. And right now, with the way that Alpha7 has the control towards the north, yeah, they are currently not even within the circle, but I'm not worried. This is what Alpha7's used to doing. They're going to be looking to continue to do this, too, and there could be poise to possibly end up having a good match here, considering that Twisted Minds only has 1 player. Influence Rage, a team that's currently trying to hunt down that first place from them, is still alive with all 4 players standing. So I'm pretty sure Alpha7's just looking to shut down whatever momentum that Influence Rage currently has, as Loops Esports wanting to continue on some momentum, the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of this team. But is it a little bit too much, as they were taking fights there with the Vicious and they end up getting eliminated with 4 eliminations?
Hey, they could do something crazy here. It'd be wild, but I would be okay with it. Poppy Sour over here still taking shots over here at 9Z, but with the Vicious lurking amongst, they're going to go and look for some trades. Sure, they're down to 3. They got 3 eliminations, but we're still making moves towards the north. We have to go, and to kind of clean things out, wait for David and Reyes to join alongside them. They could really contend here and take down the rest of 9Z.
The Vicious continuing on that aggressiveness now. They're just rotating around, circling, hunting down their prey, and it's going to be none other than 9C. 9C, currently 2 players left alive. Aragot trying to stay alive. He's going to be able to spot somebody. Great Molotov usage right there, using the smoke as well. We've been seeing Molotovs coming so clutch for certain teams, and right now he's trying to see if he can maybe connect. He's going to be able to back that off. Senatexa does end up running into the Molotov, stopping whatever push he was going to end up doing, but Aragot ends up getting knocked. Senatexa is going to be one of the only players left alive, and that is it for him. The Vicious being able to win that fight against 9C. 9C up to 6 elims. Federal was finally able to get out of the tunnels, and somehow this man is still alive, and he was able to get so close to Influence Rage.
He's sneaky, all right? Just let him live. This could be detrimental to Influence Rage, if I do say so myself, but they're already hitting that rotation. They've evicted themselves from that building, so we're really just making a lot of noise for no reason. He doesn't know that, though.
I'm scratching my hands like, why throw that nade? Don't let them know you're there. You're only a solo Federal. I know you've been able to put up eliminations, but let's calm down a little bit. Let's chill. Maybe he's making it seem like it's more than just one player. I think Influence Rage probably didn't even get a chance to see how many players were riding in that vehicle that were able to pull up. Team Queso, though, a team that is wanting to hunt out Team Liquid on the leaderboard, they're currently getting into a fight with none other than NRG, but they need to be careful because they're getting shot from the back. And on top of that, they have Inco Gaming on the horizon trying to third-party this fight.
Oh, all right. Let's get in there. Papi Portro over here. The only one who's fully eliminated is Colgo, but at least he went down with one elimination. It's fine. This is fine. We'll check in with the MVP race later because Milos just got picked from afar. That's quite unfortunate. But NRG, it's not like they're in that great of shape either. So this is a pretty even fight.
It is going to be pretty even, and it's going to come down to just those third parties there. You finally see Milo just throw down a little bit of smoke to have some cover from the back from Influence Rage. Influence Rage was just trying to find different angles. We do end up getting a new circle, and this is why I wasn't too worried about what Alpha7 was doing at the beginning, and why I was saying it was such a great pick from you, because they are going to be a team that's currently within the circle, and on top of that, they're going to be in a compound too. And they're going to be looking to just stop teams rotating around and try to see if they could possibly sneak some eliminations here and there. Inco Gaming wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, trying to get involved in this fight. NRG now not only having to fend off Team Queso, they're going to have to fend off none other than Inco Gaming as they're starting to push.
Ooh, Spec. Waiting for that smoke to clear on out, but Nenabete has full numbers and has a nice angle on a Papi Portro. So seeing if we could connect this, we're waiting for the swamp here. The buggy is gonna create that disillusion as we take Spec down. Okay, Inco, they heard you when they heard that Chow wanting another win here. And they're gonna do it in style if they can, putting down 5 eliminations, wreaking havoc on a Team Queso.
Let's go, Nenebete. Let's go, Vitali. Let's go, Juancho. Come on, Inactive. Get into the party as well. The challenge is still going, man. I want to see this team get that win. And a team that's looking to get a win and not just another top 2 is going to be Influence Rage. They want to make sure they end up eliminating this last player standing from Twisted Minds as Federal. Somehow, this man continues to stay alive even though he's so close to Influence Rage players. And he's going to maintain that alive trajectory as he was able to rotate all the way around them somehow, some way. This man was able to just frog leap him and actually be within the circle, but he needs to be careful because I think he was just spotted there by Law. Actually, Law just barely missed him. Oh my goodness, the lock on that man on Federal is absolutely insane right now.
Ooh, all right. Look, you never know what you're gonna get from them. Lorenzen finds that knock onto Nenabete, which is quite nice from a distance, but I'm not sure. Are we going to be able to hit the pickups, or is Inco going to be relegated down to a duo? Looks like the two that are up are going to like kind of link back up here.
Yeah, and it's going to be Juancho and Vitali. They're going to be looking to just push even closer towards the circle. A team that was outside decided to just stop that fight. It wasn't going to end up going their way. That airdrop, don't even try to go for it, Juancho. Just keep on driving. You might be able to spot Fate there towards the right side. He's not going to be able to spot him. Somehow, Federal, the man continues on with the rotations, and now he's not outside. Now he was in the same buildings and Influence Rage. This man is just so elusive to Influence Rage that they possibly think it's not just one player. They possibly think it's more than one. They think it's 2. They think it's 3. Whatever the case might be, Federal right now looking to see if he could possibly end up getting some angles. He's going to have to back off as the grenades are going to be coming through Influence Rage, and they finally find that elusive player from Twisted Minds and eliminate him.
Aw, good shot though. Like, you never know what can happen if you leave him laying around for way too long, especially if you're just out there being sneaky. You see Vicious on the right-hand side of your screen, kind of just throwing down the smokes, making sure they try to hide their lines of sight. We see there just the lay of the land with the initial shift in. You got NRG Fate, last standing, dead center. Vicious down to a duo unless we can hit that pickup, but everyone is starting to kind of inch their way into that play zone. Influence Rage kind of trying to carve out some space on the south side. I'm a little worried because we're going to have potentially that Alpha7 Furia fight, and you've got Akowski just kind of way too far away.
Yeah, Kayoski there. I'm so glad you pointed that out because he's going to be a big factor there for this fight. And whoever ends up winning that fight towards North, they're going to have just so much room, so much freedom to work with, especially if they don't end up losing that many players if those teams do decide to engage. Furia deciding to just go a little bit more down, trying to figure out how they can end up rotating on this. They know Alpha7, even though they don't know it's Alpha7, they know that that team is going to be looking towards them as Koyoski, trying to see if he could possibly spot anybody within that smoke, jumping up and down, seeing if he could possibly spot Fate, the last player standing from NRG, and Poppy Sour currently securing some more eliminations for his squad as IG is now up to 7. IG, where was this the whole PMSL? I feel like I have casted more stuff, more highlights out of you guys today than any other day. You know what? I'm all for it. Get those highlights, baby.
They're doing it for you. Honestly, they were like, you know what, 7, let us show you something. Keep your eyes on us.
Hopefully they show me something next time on like every single day, please. IG. Not asking for much, just every single day.
Just consistency all the time. Be amazing. I'm like watching Fate here, though. This is like next level explosions on. We're just dodging them through the matrix. And it's a matter of time before we're absolutely evicted here. But trying to go the distance and make the most out of your double points game here, like, it's not a bad idea.
Furia decided not to try to take any type of fight there with Alpha7. They instead decide to just blindly push towards Influence Rage, and that is going to cost them dearly as they end up losing 2 players here, which means that it just concedes all of the north to Alpha7. They're going to have so much more freedom to work with. Furia, Koyoski now going for that push. Grenades are just going to be flying left and right towards him as he's now going to try to return the favor here towards Influence Rage and make him back up more.
Oh, I mean, we might get caught out here trying to dodge the moving vehicles. We're gonna pull one out, and oh my god, what is happening? NRG Galaxy down and out, but I see Influence Rage out here trying to reprimand Furia if they can. Arturizan, what are we gonna do here in the open? We're just basically giving Alpha7 the win just by sheer numbers.
That's exactly what's currently happening. Alpha7 so aware of what was going on there with that fight. They saw Furia being able to rotate. Oh my goodness, Arturizan, what a grenade right there on none other than Diego, and it's just one player left standing from Influence Rage. Arturizan doesn't care what's going on with this buggy. He doesn't care if anybody's shooting at him. He's gonna keep on driving forward, hop off, but it's Forrison stopping him in his tracks and winning that 1v1. And now Alpha7 has not just the room to work with, they also have the numbers.
Oh, look, I mean, if you got all 4 up, your biggest threat in the lobby is AGG, but they're currently going at it with X Factor right now, and it's a possibility that they're not going to walk away with all members up, especially if SSS is going to connect onto Melgar, but we're getting absolutely pinched throughout and just trying to hold on.
FSS, I'm with you. I wouldn't know which way to look. Left, right, behind me. I know you have a wall, but I would be so stressed that I would probably still try to shoot that wall that's behind me. Alpha7, that were able to take care of that last player standing, and this was always the big question mark whenever we talked about Twisted Minds being able to catch up, whenever we talked about Influence Rage possibly making a push there for second place. Alpha7, all they needed to do was just be able to get that win, and they're making sure to get the win here earlier on. Before we even get to Sandhawk, they want to be able to secure it, but anything can happen. You still have 2 players, actually 3 players left alive there from AGG, and 1 little player strangling around from IG, looking to see if we could see. Oh no, Poppy Sour, as soon as I start talking about you, you end up dying on me, man. I'm sorry, I think I cursed you.
The angle from the roof, and look who it was. 7 in game, 7 out of game with the curse. It is sad here, but you bring it to that final fight, right? That 4v3, and things are a little interesting here because this compound that AGG holds, only 1 or so building will be in that next play zone, which gives them the majority of the cover. And Alpha7, depending on the end game, they don't really have to move just yet until everyone's kind of forced closer towards each other. So you have to start thinking, what kind of equipment do you have that's going to allow you to potentially rip 7 off the roof? Do we have a lot of smokes? Because you look at the inventory here, 6 frag grenades, 4 smokes, like that's gonna be a lot to withstand that. So do we use the vehicles to go for a sneak play? We got to isolate them somehow.
Yeah, and I think the numbers are going to become a massive thing for this team. You can see Carrillo now just trying to find an off angle towards this team. Adrian, something that I was hoping not to see here out of him is just to concede that building that was closer towards the road. I think he wants to be a little bit more safer and back up towards his team. He's also inside a vehicle right now. Maybe he's thinking about doing something a little bit crazy, but for Carrillo, that's the perfect spot that he needs to be at. McGrellan just jumping around, trying to get some distraction going the way of all the other players from AGG, popping their heads up and forward. I mean, that Alpha7 at this point, they know that AGG is going to be in those compounds. They know that they're going to be on the roof as well. So you're not going to be seeing them overextend that much. But how confident is Alpha7 feeling? That's my biggest question. Right now, we have seen this team in this situation before just start closing the grip on these situations, trying to push for something to happen, trying to push one of the AGG players to feel a little bit too overconfident and overpeak and ends up getting knocked. 7, I don't know what you were doing there, but man, I'm sorry, I'm short too. I couldn't make that jump even if I tried.
Well, word on the street here is that Alpha7 has 15 total nades, which is enough to make something crazy happen. And it's a little weirder that you got Melgar standing on the roof over there. And of course, people are going to look to take advantage of that. So we'll see what Adrian does with a little bit of diversion in the vehicle, driving around. Maybe if he could crunch one of them, you see something. But honestly, I don't know if that's the way to go.
Yeah, with Alpha7, it's going to be a little bit tougher there because you know everybody's going to be up against the ridge, the little tiny ridge right there against the wall. You were talking about 15 grenades. Well, guess what? Those grenades are going to start coming down, and Alpha7 is going to be seeing if they could possibly end up securing a knock. Rebel hopping in the vehicle. This is a player that is not scared of trying to just do the aggressive play here. It is a player that also needs the eliminations. So I wonder what will take for Rebel to cross that road on that vehicle and try to run some people over.
All right, I'm just waiting for the first initial opening. I mean, we still know that Alpha7 has a number stacked in their favor, but the moment you get a knock onto AGG, you full send that 4v2. You just be able to kind of manhandle them in a way, but there it is, Mafioso grabbing Melgar from a distance, and you're going to see the opening. We got to see 7 throughout there, and that initial push does come through. 7 down and out. This is 100% an Alpha7 win.
Adrian being the last player there from AGG, but it's all Alpha7 securing the win in the second Erangel of the final day of PMSL Americas. They want to calm anybody down. All of their fans currently watching, possibly having some PTSD, thinking that Influence Rage was going to catch up to them. They're saying, slow it down a bit. We are Alpha7. We are the PMWC champions. We're truly in first place, and we're not going to be conceding that.
Oh no, it's like Influence Rage. They take a step forward. Twisted Bias, they take a step forward. Alpha7 makes them take 10 steps back. That's a big win for them, and also 6 eliminations. Come on. That makes the jobs a lot more difficult for Influence Rage and Twisted Minds going the next 3 maps. You know, the thing about being in first place, Tiff, with the lead like Alpha7 had, right, is they can afford to not perform well in a couple of maps, but all they need is just 1 or 2 good maps out of the 6, and it is nearly impossible for anybody else to catch up.
It is 100% impossible if you're going to keep throwing stuff down like this. 6 eliminations, you get the 10 for the winner, and you grab a 32-point game on your double point scoring games. Honestly, you also get your 20th win of fall, which is insane. Our first team to hit 20 wins. Like, we're talking cementing themselves at the top in such a dominant fashion.
Yeah, good call on that, 7. We've been waiting for Alpha7 to hit 20 wins. So over the past at least 3-4 days, they finally get it done. Talk to me about what a milestone that is for them to hit.
Massive milestone, confidence booster, even more for this squad. They're wanting to just secure more records. I mean, those grenades right there, they knew it was going to be just one last player standing. But something that I definitely want to point out, I mean, Alpha7, you're going to be able to continue to put up performances like this. It feels like whenever the zone is given to you, whenever teams don't want to end up fighting. And that's why throughout that match, especially towards the end, I was really hoping that Furia would want to take the unlikely fight with Alpha7, because as soon as they conceded, they just gave Alpha7 so much room to work with. On top of that, they go and end up fighting Influence Rage, and Alpha7 is able to take just full advantage of this. And when Alpha7 is in a final situation like this, they have the numbers, they have vehicles going their way. It's very unlikely for them not to win.
32 points. That is a huge game, to say the least. And, well, again, the big story on Influence Rage catching up. The good news is they get 10. It would have been a lot more severe if they were to have dropped the goose egg. But the reality is, Influence Rage has managed to cut down that lead, at least off the previous 2 games, down to like 40. Now it's back where they started. It's already back up to 60-plus points, and that's got to hurt. If they had double points, maybe today would have been different, but the reality is they just simply don't have that luxury. For AGG, for the longest time, we were waiting for them to break onto the top page. They missed their chance. However, they refused to give up. A second place with 5 eliminations, 11 points is great to see. 9Z, another roster that has performed very well today. They're on their bonus points. They're looking to just clear one more additional spot on the second page. If they can do that, they'll have to call it a GG. But for Twisted Minds, 2 points, just simply not going to do. Now here it is, Alpha7 once again leading the charge as they have been. The big 20 for the winner chicken dinners. More importantly though, that lead from them to Influence Rage to Twisted Minds looks like the start of the day, Tiff, and I don't know now if second or third place can get it done.
No, I think it's going to take a miracle. I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay still thinking there's a chance, but it's really not likely. Alpha7, with that win there for the match 3, pretty much did enough to cement themselves at the top. Now, the only thing that they can do is just work to be better than themselves. Maybe they go for 21 wins. Maybe they look to break 1150. I don't know, hit 600 eliminations. Have Revo get MVP. Like, just kind of add the bow to the top of your fall.
Hey, have Revo get MVP. Well, what's that looking like now? Since the stats are updated after game number 3 today, Revo is 5 eliminations away from catching up to Kogo.
Ooh.
But Guazal, he was still in the running, right? Well, the lead has gained because Twisted Minds haven't performed like they were performing yesterday. He is at 175. Meanwhile, Kogo is all the way at 186. So an 11-point lead for Kogo over Guazal. That is going to be a tough battle for Guazal to fight over the next 3 games, but hey, anything is possible. Our attention still is on Revo and Kogo. On the second page, nobody moves up or down. NRG might have a chance to catch up to AGG, albeit a great game since they're on double points, but the reality is nothing is truly going to change in that top 7 race. There it is, 7. 3 games down, 3 more to go, and the race for first place seems a bit out of reach at the moment, but at least 2nd through 7th can change up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go back to Twisted Minds. If they do end up having the opportunity where Alpha7 does go out early, they're going to have a pop-up performance, and they're going to have, in between these next matches, I'm hoping that Twisted Minds just goes up to the players of X Factors and just looks at them and says, oh, what are you doing? Why are you guys hunting us down? Back-to-back matches? Are you guys just trying to be party poopers for us? We're trying to go for first place. Stop it.
Hey, but remember, X Factor Alpha7, they have history in the fall season. It was X Factor who pushed Alpha7 off their Lipovka landing spot. That was their second. They had 2. They had to then default over towards Georgia Pole because they could not beat X Factor off of that initial drop. So they've got history, and it continues on until the final day. Well, 3 more games to go, and map number 4 brings Sandhawk, and it's a sad time because it's the final time we potentially get our Ruins fight, something we focus on each and every day, but will it happen? It didn't happen yesterday, but regardless, Sandhawk is always fun to watch. As we do head into break, waiting for map number 4, we had a chance to see Sarpatch catch up with Team Liquid's Chief after their game 2 winner chicken dinner.
Winner chicken dinner for Team Liquid. Here we are with Chief. Congratulations on the match. Tell me about the match. It was a tense fight right there at the end. Almost escaped. Ficou perto, né, de perder essa briga aí no final. Fala para mim dessa última parte.
Os caras ficou sem bala. O carro dos garantiu no X1 e é isso.
Quem ficou sem bala?
Ayala.
Ayala was out of bullets, and Cardosin had to, secure the win. Good thing on Cardosin. He's normally not the one that's doing all the kills, but he still got it. Cara, assim, normalmente não é o cara que faz todas essas skills, ele é o AGL, então, mas aí, além disso, fez a boa e ganhou a queda, né?
É, quando é X1 assim, ele sempre garante.
When it's a 1v1, he always secures it. Papa, parabéns, boa sorte. Let's go.
Ruxa, pega o da direita. Bora. Pega o da direita. Caiu, velho. Desculpa, já chega. Chega disso, This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last day of the 2024 PMSL Americas fall season. 3 more games to go. And with Alpha7 taking a big victory, it looks as if it might be improbable for them to drop down to any other place outside of first. I think they've got it locked in. However, anything can happen. We know that across traditional sports, esports, and PUBG Mobile. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, bringing in our casters of 7 and Spider Tiff. Things are about to get weird as we move into Sandhawk 7. I'm excited, but what do we need to happen to make things even more interesting into the next 3 maps?
An Inco win.
Twisted Minds win.
See, I like the Twisted Minds, but Inco? Huh? Why Inco?
So I'm still on it, man. I want them to win. This is a team that's going to represent us at PMGC. Okay, Taylor, you don't understand. I'm going to get bullied.
You need help? I'll come out there and be your bodyguard, even though you're probably bigger than me. I'll try to be your
I think you're taller.
Am I tall? Okay, maybe I'm taller. But
I say we all stand up. Let's all stand up. It's fine, right?
Well,
I can't stand up right now.
he literally has no body below what you see on camera. That's it. That's all.
Is that what it is?
I only wear a shirt, all right? I'm not required for this show.
Hey, we're doing the broadcast. He's got shorts underneath, all right? There's me, I'm wearing full slacks with you know, like the loafers, and I'm weird. So
what watch is on today? Hold on. What watch is on today? This is
Flex
a
the
fun
watch.
question.
Am I allowed to say it on? Am I allowed to say the brand?
No, just show it.
Just show it.
Oh, just show it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just show it.
Hey, you wanted to get all technical.
It's clean.
Serial number 0117.
I did the worst.
Nice.
Look, you can tell I'm not a hand model. Okay, I don't do this.
You literally could have just went like this. Like you
Ow!
literally.
I didn't even think of. I'm like so awkward.
You're like, wait a second. It's like over here. No.
You can tell.
Man
I'm
went full
glad.
on chicken wing.
I mean, yo, that was my nickname growing up. I'm so happy that we don't have a watch sponsor, because that would have been the worst showcase. From what I'm hearing, we do have Twisted Minds versus Alpha7 head-to-head today, which is pretty fun because these are the two teams going at it. 7, walk me through it. What do we see?
Okay. Average placement, Twisted Minds is being able to beat Alpha7, considering Alpha7, the first 2 games, they were just absolutely awful. But that's the thing, man. Alpha7, whenever they do need to back themselves up, whenever they do need to respond, they were able to do it. And they were able to do it, I mean, the last match, you can see 36 points earned today compared to 32. Twisted Minds, I mean, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. If you want to be able to even challenge for that second place and that first place, you have to take advantage. If Influence Rage goes out and on top of it, Alpha7 goes out, you need to have a big game. I cannot see them being able to get a win, and anything less than 40 points, that's just not going to be enough.
Less than 40 points. Oh, man. It's heartbreaking that they got deleted by X Factor. I mean, absolutely heartbreaking. They could have got 50 points that game, and it's just, that's going to haunt them. It's going to haunt me, right, for at least the next, like, day and a half, without question, because I'm thinking to myself, oh, what if that would have happened? But hey, Alpha7, they're still in first place. I know the fans are happy for that one, and Sanhok is coming up. This is going to be a fun map. I cannot wait to see how this is going to unfold. Do we get a Ruins fight for the final time, for the final? One time for the one time. I hope we do. I really do, because Inco X Factor, they've got it to settle. We need to know who the final winner is. Who truly dominates Ruins, at least until the next season, because this was something that was happening in the spring season too. It happened in the fall season. It's going to continue to happen over and over and over again. But I'm excited for this one because I get to cast with Spider Tiff. It's been a long time. I think literally well over a year. So Tiff, let's get it going into map number 4.
Oh, let's do it, Reflections. I'm so happy. It's been a minute since we got to commentate together, and what better way to do it on the chaos, the fast-paced Sanhok that we just hope everyone ints everyone. And I know that sounds a little dramatic, but it's the final day. What do you really have to lose? Just kind of ego chow every and all fight.
That's it, ego chow. Go for it. Okay, what's a couple $1,000 from, I don't know, 3rd place to 2nd place? It doesn't matter. Just ego chow everything and do it for the camera. Do it for the spectators at home. We're on board with Alpha7 off the rip. They're going to be on the right side of the map pretty much by themselves. They do have a bit of a split, but you know what? I'm okay with that because, again, they know their position. They know nobody really chooses to challenge them over here, so they've got a lot of time to loot up and examine where the next zone, or at least the initial zone, is going to be. Now, as far as Ruins goes, Tiff, I'm so sad. X Factor, unfortunately, would be the only team there for Inco. Where'd they go? Actually, Inco goes up north. We don't see them land up north like this pretty much ever. It seems like the final day, they decide to break the mold and change everything.
I can't remember, but I honestly think they did this on Friday. And I want to say it was because they initially grabbed a knock onto Team Queso and took one of them down originally. But X Factor, who quite frankly has just been a nuisance to Twisted Minds in general, they're gonna be here in Ruins by themselves. Instead, you've got Twisted Minds on the opposite side of Sanhok, where they need to stay, with that initial play zone pulling relatively the entirety of Sanhok. But that just means everyone's going to be able to rotate just fine and get into the action early on.
Get into the action early on. Excited for X Factors, though. The longevity is here. Normally, they're finished off relatively quickly, or they lose a player during the Ruins fight against Inco. So with them being a team that has had pretty decent success today, or at least in some fights, right? Alpha7's Boogeyman, it's going to be nice to see how far they can go on map number 4. You know, continue to make that effort. X Factor was a team that was in contention to catch up to Inco on PMGC points a couple of days ago on their bonus points. They unfortunately didn't reach that mark, but I love that X Factor continues to fight each and every map all the way to the very end. That just shows North America, Tiff, we're resilient.
Ooh, I love that. Okay, that's a nice word for North America, but you know what? You're going to need to be resilient at the further stages. I'm talking PMGC and I'm talking Inco Gaming. I want to see that resilience later down the line. But Team Liquid, they got a win today. That's resilient.
I think so. And look, they're center zone at the moment as well. You know, I'm excited for Team Liquid to finish strong. I've been waiting for them to heat up in week number 3. They're not looking like the Team Liquid of spring season. You know, they're the champions going into the fall season. They will not, without a doubt, unquestionably, they will not be the champions this time around. That torch will be passed most likely over to Alpha7, potentially influence Ranger Twisted Minds. But for Team Liquid, keep hammering home that you are a great roster, or at least you're willing to try and evolve. Men was the split drops. They started split dropping quite a bit, which was unusual for Team Liquid from the spring season into the fall season. And along the line, they lost their confidence. They started making excuses, and it was quite unfortunate. But we've got an engagement potentially about to go down, and that's between Twisted Minds and VIP, and maybe even Alpha7 on the Twisted Minds. I'm not liking where Twisted Minds is currently at. If they've got Alpha7 on one end and they got VIP on the other, one's weaker than one, but I would not want to challenge Alpha7 this earlier, would I? I mean, come on, it is, after all, first place going against second place. You take Alpha7 down this early, Tiff, put you in a great spot potentially.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. We talked about it, right? Aaron Gale, match number 1. Alpha7 goes out in 16th place, and they had 1 elimination. They go out in that first Miramar in 11th with 1 elimination. These are the moments where you should have maximized your potential to carve back on that, because you, Twisted Minds, are in double points alongside Alpha7. Then that initial second Aaron Gale hits just last match, and you're like, oh no, everything's starting to slip away from me. Okay, well, maybe go hunt down Alpha7 yourself. Take it amongst yourself, this Sandhawk, to create havoc, knowing that they are just towards the south of you. It only takes you taking 1 member down to shift yourself into that player advantage and force this fight. Do it.
Ooh, hold up a second. It looks like Loops and Inco might be fighting relatively soon. And the reason why I'm interested in that fight particularly is because we know how much 7 wants an Inco win, okay? He wants an Inco win so they can match the energy of Navy Seals, who's currently all the way in last place. And it might happen. It might, but they've got to make sure that they beat Loops in a potential fight. And here we are. Nino pushing up, and he's been spotted by Inco. But Inco, the trigger discipline. They don't want to fire just yet. They want to wait for the perfect opportunity. And Inabete was there, and there's the first drop as Wancho will take down a Loops member.
Oh, okay. That's a good way to kick things off, especially with Neil Zada being down and out, that first Loops member that you mentioned. So what are you going to do to counteract that essential pickup? Because you don't want to go into the end of this match and have, 2 to 3 players standing, because we know when someone walks into the end of a Sandhawk with 4, they're likely going to be the ones that convert towards this victory. But this angle is interesting.
Yeah, it is. Rafina can see quite a bit. Oh, I don't know if he actually meant to drop down, so now he's got to work his way back up. That's all right. He's not getting pressured at the meantime, Tiff, so he'll be fine. Meanwhile, this fight will sort of, take its time. There's no reason to rush this, especially from Loop's perspective. You lost a teammate. That's got to hurt. Now you've got to go the remainder of this game with just 3, and it might get worse depending on what ends up unfolding in just a little bit. But for Loop's at least sake, the good news is, Tiff, they're a great Sandhawk team. They really are. They've had great success on this map, specifically when they are able to lock in Paradise. They left that a little bit earlier this time around because they knew it wasn't going to be beneficial in the second or third stage. So they went ahead and just left it. That's why they want to fight Inco, but they ran into some issues. So now they backed away, and unfortunately, Rafina's separated from his roster. Intense Game is just behind that of Loops. That's going to be a tricky scenario. But for Team Queso, what do we got going on in the meantime?
Oh, we got a lot of zeros on the board right now with the Navy SEALs up ahead. And if I'm Colgoat, I'm hungry for more eliminations, knowing that I still have 5 separating between me and Revo. And so all I see are money signs.
Do you? For who? For Team Queso, maybe. I don't know if Navy SEALs can be making any money, but they can at least win this fight. But Kogo better pump the brakes a bit. He gets tagged up with the nade, but for Navy SEALs, this is where you hit the gas. This is where you push in. You got the initial ticks, but why aren't you trying to capitalize?
Well, that's unfortunate, but that's okay.
They're dipping! What are we doing here?
You can't leave Colgoat. It's all fine and dandy. The Navy SEALs peacock away here on Sandhawk, and it's, you know what? Go ahead, walk away from Colgoat. We saw the solo shenanigans that we've been witnessing throughout the first couple matches in our series today, the final ones, but now you're just gonna run, get your fists out, knees to chest. We want to get back with the team. Maybe the Navy SEALs are too much for us right now.
I feel like I'm back in gym class with Tiff screaming knees to chest, man. Hey, that was a real thing to get you going. So this is interesting for Navy SEALs' perspective. You know, they back away despite them getting the initial damage, and it seems as if they wanted to go into zone, because you notice Team Queso is currently in Papa Blue, but so is some members of Navy SEALs. I thought they were going to play the gatekeeper. That would have been halfway intelligent. But instead, now they're chasing Team Queso to the shoreline after they got the initial damage. Now they're taking damage themselves. It just seems like they're at this weird standstill, and this could be why Navy SEALs have struggled all season long. Do they not have an IGO guiding them and saying, look, this is what we need to do? Because clearly it seems as if right now they are completely lost. But as we switch over towards Twisted Minds, once again in an engagement, they do have Remix just in front. He's a solo. Twisted Minds can take advantage of this.
All right, let's see if he can do it, especially Guizao. I see that full right there. It's not your elimination, though. It was Rata Boys, which is cool. Everyone else can have them, but not you. Pop into the vehicle, and we'll see what's going on here. I want to see them get hyper aggro. I don't know why, but I look towards Alpha7, who were initially kind of just ahead of Twisted Minds in the south, right? Alpha7 decided to go rotate straight towards the dead center of where we're pulling towards on Sandhawk. So Twisted Minds is going to be on the outskirts, and okay, this is an interesting rotation here for Team K. So get in, Milos. We're going fragging.
You know what I've learned from listening to Hot Jukes and everybody else? The boat tape. This is what we got going on. This is the only thing in PUBG Mobile. It's so unique. They call it a boat tape. I love it. So for Team K, so they're chilling. They found a way out of that awkward spot that they were in with Navy SEALs, and they've got some longevity within them. They've got time, but I do see Navy SEALs kind of encroaching on their land. There could still be a time where we see these two rosters face off once again.
Oh, okay. I mean, they're going to make it to shore, which is good. And I don't know why that just made me like want to laugh so bad when you said botate, and now that's all I can think, because botate kind of rhymes with potate, and then I think of potatoes, and I really like potatoes. Okay, that's where my mind goes on a Sunday night. I don't know. Potatoes, okay?
You need to go eat some food, too.
Nah, I'm not even hungry, but the Navy SEALs.
Oh, no!
Colgoat has been lying and waiting for this rotation out of you. This patience that he was able to actually exercise by not taking that initial push up the hill, by getting back with this team and forming this death ball that just wreaks havoc on the Navy SEALs.
From botate to decimate, Team Queso mow down the Navy SEALs. And you go back just a couple of minutes ago, when Navy SEALs had that initial ticks, the initial damage with the nades, why did they not capitalize on it? Now they're getting punished. You've got two players in the blue zone. Navy SEALs, I hate to keep harping on it, but come on. That was a terrible play. And honestly, the position you're currently in is well-deserved. But meanwhile, for Team Queso, they're happy with it. They got their elims, and they're chilling. But that zone is starting to get smaller. Therefore, the team's proximity to each other starting to get tighter. And Tiff, one thing we know about Sandhawk is these engagements, they start to happen relatively fast. So things are going to start speeding up once we get closer to stage 5.
Look, give me all the quickness on Sandhawk, but do not give me Colgoat down on the side here. But that's okay. You just pop down into the water. It's a flesh wound. Big Milo's over there ready to pick me back on up, with Papi Portro kind of holding down the fort against Furia here.
He's got the angles, he's got the distance. Meanwhile, for Furia, another roster that has been holding on to top 7 for as long as they possibly can. They'll choose to distance themselves from Team Queso. Not a bad play. I wouldn't want to fight them either, especially when we're all a little bit weak. We're not full strength. I will say, this is pretty unique for stage 3 for every roster to still be up. Granted, some members are hurting, like Navy SEALs. They've lost 2 players. Loops have lost 2 players. And, well, Team Queso might be on their way to losing 2 themselves, but there's still 16 teams available to hunt down, which is pretty cool, and also great for teams like Alpha7, Influence, Rage, or Twisted Minds, who, well, more specifically, number 2nd and number 3rd, Influence, Rage, and Twisted Minds, who need to catch up. There's still plenty of opportunities to drop a big number game here.
Should I be worried about that Furia kamikaze into the water?
Not
Like,
at all.
I know they're just a bit downstream from Team Queso, but they're going to swim their way to shore. But I'm going to need Team Queso to waltz it on in. Inco Gaming is still up there in the north, which could also be a big threat. Then you got the remnants of Navy SEALs on your screen that have to find a way out of blue some way. Are you going to kind of hail on over to AGG, or are you going to mirror Team Queso?
Twisted Minds, AGG, it's about to go down. And Obscure might be the tip of the spear for the... Oh, hold up, though. Is that a player from AGG off to the right? Obscure, you've got to sniff this out, or you got to get aggressive here. Staying put is not the play. You're going to get that off-angled player from AGG to take you down. So if I'm Obscure, I got to play this appropriately, but I want to try and get it down as quickly as possible. Now, meanwhile, for Gazelle... He's looking to make a move himself. This is a big fight for Twisted Minds. They cannot afford to lose this. And Rattleboy, he's going full send.
All right, let's get it. Rattaboy here, Rivas. We peeked this boulder. No, Rivas with the smoke and the disengage. Rattaboy, this is where you take advantage of it. You take that and you completely eliminate him. I know that you got Melgar from the back trying to hold the cross. You take some damage there, but it's Guizao that needs to be on the front line for Twisted Minds. In terms of that MVP race, we're letting it start to slip away. But with this match on Sandhawk and 2 more to go, you are going to be able to take down that 11 elimination gap. I can feel it.
All right, but you got to get to work here, and you can't afford to lose anybody. Twisted Mind still has 4 up. That's great news for them, but the longer they stay here, the more they risk of being third-partied. And I do look at Navy SEALs. I look at Intense Games. Speaking of which, Navy SEALs were on this car rotate, and they are now done and dusted. They will be our first team to be eliminated from start to finish. What a poor effort. They should have capitalized on Team K, so they pushed themselves back into Blue Zone. Then they never found a way to get out of it. And for Poppy Potro, somehow also eliminated 2, and Team Queso's out.
Oh, no. Don't say that. What'd you just... That's a real thing. That's a real statement.
Real
Reflections,
thing.
You're not lying to me right now?
Not at all. Not at all. Team Cheese are melted.
Dang. Well, okay. Colgo got 1 eliminations in the Vicious. Let's do it. Let's see what you got against Furia, because it's Demeanor right here with a 3-man team, knowing that 1 is still on down. And look at the onslaught of frag grenades that we've just got to hit the dodge, the dip, the dive, all of it until we can get behind the rock.
All right. Well, the Vicious, I've been waiting for them to wake up all day long. And unfortunately, they simply have not awakened from their slumber. But is this the turnaround point? It's a little bit too late to catch up to Furia, but if there's a team that you do want to fight and eliminate early on, it would be Furia. But for Inco, it seems like they're going to be their boogeyman, as 1 will fall. Vicious, though, will take down Archison. Vitali will be finished off. The Playzone will take down another member of Furia. Furia are collapsing. If you're a fan of them, send in your energy, because Augustus, he's the last one alive.
And we've just got to hide within the shrubbery on Sandhawk. We're taking angles. We're being sighted. But the fact that we're able to turn that into a knock is going to do substantial things from us. But we got to get out of this blue. And yikes, the fall apart is real here for Furia. Down and out. And all sights set to AGG, where Twisted Minds is looking to get hyper aggro. I think they heard you when you wanted that big game. And let's see if they can do it. They're already on 3 eliminations, but Obscure ripped apart Federal just like it. And I'm going to stop talking now, because this is shambles.
Oh, Rattle, no! He hits some great shots. I'm thinking there's a sliver of hope, but it's shut down in just a blink of an eye. And now it's up to Guizao. Guizao holding on to the hopes and dreams of Twisted Minds for game number 4. You cannot afford to let any of these games go to the wayside. Oh, it's just getting heartbreaking. Meanwhile, up close and personal is going to be NRG on their double point stay, trying to do everything for North America. The shots are fired, but nothing's connecting. 24K has to reload, and that's going to be the death of them. NRG are now out.
Oh, no. Oh, no. This is the chaos that we were asking for at the start of things. If you've got 2 members of Vicious down to a duo and everyone's falling apart, you look towards that initial play zone shift, and it's Alpha7 from the south, Inco the north, and we're looking for a hard rotate with Alpha7 kind of split pulling their weight over there. Mafioso still down in the south. That could definitely mess some teams up.
It absolutely could. Alpha7 still 4 up. They're coming fresh off a big win on map number 3 on Erangel with 6 eliminations. They're looking to solidify their first place spot. If they didn't do it already after 3 maps, they're looking to do it for sure after 4. And the good news for them is Twisted Minds are out, right? The only team that can truly challenge them is going to be Influence Rage, but wait a second, they're out as well. So that means Alpha7 are free and clear to go to the finish line to earn the trophy right here, right now. There's nobody that can really stop them, but for some heavy hitters that are still left in the lobby outside of Alpha7, well, the Vicious, again, have a chance to potentially have a relatively decent game. They needed to break into top 7. They're so far away, but with only 2 members, they might also be in trouble. Now, Inco, the dream is still alive, Tiff. The dream is still alive for Inco to potentially get a win and make 7 happy.
Yeah, I mean, it would make you happy too, so don't even say that it wouldn't. You're the one asking them to get 3 to match the Navy SEALs, so AGG down and out, no real threats from the north, so it could happen here, especially. You just really have to keep your eyes on X Factor. They've kind of been the thorn in everyone's side here today, that have just had these pop-off moments. They're currently tied with 5 eliminations that are the leading of this lobby alongside Inco Gaming, but Inco has less players standing on Sandhawk.
Well, Alpha7 has found their way into the middle of zone. That is huge. You would think, oh, it's bad, right? Because they're surrounded. No, they're the ones now who can play the gatekeeper from their current position. They've set themselves up for success. Will they have it? Well, obviously, that's up to them. But if any team could do it, it's them. But Revo, as soon as we set it up, the caster curse, Revo will fall. He's not down just yet, but their pressure is on. X Factor has spotted them. And what I thought was great for Alpha7 might be their end.
Okay. Havlik, I'm telling you, big spoiler today. Carrillo trying to take those angles if we can and put that pressure on the X Factor and hold down, but that is not going to happen because Nene Bete shows up from the north, giving them 8 eliminations.
8 eliminations. This is insane for Inco. X Factor as well. Are we looking at North America all of a sudden want to step it up on Sandhawk? Does that just mean we're the most aggressive region out there? Maybe. We like our aggressive maps. We like to get scrappy. Maybe that's why we don't do well necessarily on Miramar and Erangel. We want to get in your face. We want to fight. We love the chaos. And for Inco, they are thriving in that chaos.
They are, but they need to stay healthy here. You're letting that health get a little too low, so invest those frag grenades. Find that time to kind of get your numbers back on up. It's inactive that's riding the blue, trying to find that cover, but you have to think, we do have one member of the Vicious out towards their initial way on one side, and you've got 2 from Intense Game out ahead of them. So I'm a little worried on how we're going to split tackle this, but you do have that player advantage. But what's going to happen is you can potentially get your numbers dwindled before you meet the final bosses of this entire game, and that's X Factor.
They're the final bosses. Okay, so
they got all 4 up. They're scary.
Got all 4 up. But Inco has the 9, right? But you're right. The 4 is definitely something to watch out for. Oh, hold up. Oh, yo, before it even got started, it was shut down. Inco isn't playing around. That puts them up to 10, and they're going to town, baby. VIP Cunha, we'll see you later, because as you said, the final bosses, X Factor, they're here to play, and they want to be the Grim Reapers to VIP.
What they're going to do here is they're definitely going to pick up VIP Esports, and they're likely going to grab David from the Vicious. So you get down into the final 3, but the real 2 fights is going to be this Inco and X Factor, and you already see Inco grabbing a knock onto X Factor. So if you can take it to a 3v3, but the trade comes through, Caprice gets picked up from the blue zone because he runs out of space. Can we hit that res onto inactive before the final battle?
Vicious is out. Now we're down to our top 2. X Factor and Inco. Either way, North America is going to get a win, but will it be the team going to PMGC, or will it be the other just trying to better their position on the standings as best as they can for the remainder of the fall season? For Inco, I love their positioning. I really do. I think they're in a great spot. Unfortunately, they do have to move in a little bit. X Factor is waiting to capitalize on that. Now, as far as utility goes, I think both are relatively equal. So at this point, you've got one team on one end, one team on the other. One team, or both, I should say, have 11 eliminations apiece. But who's going to get the first drop on the other?
I mean, X Factor's got a care package weapon on the other side. I'm a little nervous about that one, so we'll keep tabs on it. Inactive, if we could have connected some of these Molotovs, things might look a little more good for y'all, but it is a true 3v3. Health on the side of Inco Gaming has recovered a bit, but this knock on to Baton changes things, brings it to a 3v2, and now Havlik, FSS, they have to clutch on up, but you can't when you're losing space, and just like that, we are one elim away from Inco's third victory of the entire America's Fall, and reflections, it happened.
Look at Wancho throwing that headset off. Job is not done yet, but hey, the job at least now is good. And the guy on the end, man, he's popping away. He's happy. Wancho's waving to the crowd. He said, hi, Mom out there. I got the victory for you. Well done, Inco, seriously. And NA doesn't choke the final zone. That is incredible. And 7 brings out the cake because it's North America's birthday.
Hear me out. It totally doesn't say birthday with the part that I'm covering, okay? It says, happy win, Inco. Good job, NA. Yes, now we just great start. We just need one more.
Hey, all Inco needed, 7, was for you to hop off the cast, and they got the job done, okay?
Oh, so you're doing the next one too? We got this.
14 eliminations, that's big for them. But Tiff, let's go back to the very start. Navy SEALs, what was going on with that roster, man? They were trying to rotate in. They found themselves into a bit of a fight, and just they could not get the job done on Team Queso. And ironically, Team Queso's the team that takes them down, right? I really feel Navy SEALs could have got the job done.
Maybe. I mean, we've seen some definite highlight moments out of them over the past couple of days, but it definitely wasn't this. And that's all right, because when Colga walks away with MVP at the end of this, you know, if we can last 2 more maps, so you can be like, hey, thanks, Navy SEALs, or you got your participation eliminations in there, and I thank you.
That's right. I like this fight for NRG. They got aggressive, they got mixy, but Influence Rage was able to hold it down. Good on them. Now, they will eventually finish off in 9th place with 4 eliminations, but as the game starts to develop, let's talk about Alpha7. They get into this position center zone. 7, we're thinking it's great, but it ends up being their undoing.
Yeah, I think they were wanting to be a little bit too aggressive with this area of this zone. They were great push, by the way. I'm even surprised they were able to get within that area. I think I was typing it in our chat saying, how the heck did they finesse their way into this into the center of the circle? But yeah, it was just a little bit too much. I think they needed to be a little bit more patient. They needed to be a little bit more passive, and it just goes to show they're just not used to sometimes to having to play from the center of the circle. They're used to just having to fight their way into the circle and having fights everywhere with anybody.
Well, Inco, big game for them. 24 points, 14 eliminations. A good indication of what they could be bringing to PMGC. We've seen these maps of brilliance from Inco Gaming. It's few and far between, but when we get it, it's truly something to behold.
Yeah, it's really cool to watch that. I mean, it was kind of like they just held that Sandhawk in their grasp the entire time. And I like that you talked about that Alpha7 rotate straight towards the dead center, which is inevitably their downfall. But with Inco Gaming holding up the northern side and just picking these really smart engagements, to watch them walk away with 14 eliminations after that and the win, that's pretty impressive. And I would just like to see more of that for them.
7, Twisted Minds, man, we've been waiting for them on the double points to truly catch up to Alpha7, and I fear now it might be a little bit too late. I was very disappointed to see them finish off in 12th place with only 3 eliminations. They get caught up into a fight and against AGG, and they just couldn't make their way out of it.
Yeah, I think Alpha7 in first place might be a little bit too far away from that team. The biggest question mark, honestly, with 2 games left on today is, can Twisted Minds, even on their bonus point, they pass Influence Rage?
Yeah.
For that second place? That is going to be a massive jump up, and I got to go back to the money because that's what's at stake right now for this team. They know they're already going to PMGC, just with how much more money in your pockets. Well, guess what? Third place right now gets $18.5 thousand. Second place, that's solid $30.8 thousand. I mean, that's a big difference. All right, Twisted Minds, you have bonus points going your way. Please stop choking and actually go after that second place.
Well, the good news is we know they're capable of it, right? But it's a matter of, can they do it? Influence Rage has been highly consistent. You've got to give them credit, Tiff. The fact that they've held on to second place this long without double points is truly impressive.
Yeah, I think it's really great. But one pop off from Twisted Minds of the next 2 matches could easily change this. But I will say with Influence Rage grabbing 2 second place finishes with 8 eliminations on the first matches of the day, it's like they came here to fight. And they're still putting down even more elims if they're not finishing near the top. So they're trying to just hold off with enough. But it's really scary because I feel like Twisted Minds is a team that can do what Alpha7 did and have a pop-off game that could be enough to kind of thrust them into second place.
Oh, Inco able to jump up over VIP. Good on them. That was a big game for them to have. Only 9 points separate them, so VIP fans, don't worry. You can still jump up to 13th place, but for now, Inco owns it. As for 9Z, though, I don't see Inco catching up, so 13th place is probably going to be the max. Now, as far as the MVP race goes, though, here's a little updates for you. Kogo, no surprise, still in first place. Revo, 5 eliminations behind. It seems like 7. He's been 5 eliminations for the entirety of the day.
Yeah, every single time whether Team Queso gets off eliminated early, then Rev was just not able to put up the elims, or whatever the case might be. If Alpha7 at the start of the day, if they were eliminated early, at least Kogo would be able to just keep that distance going.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll see if Kogo can hold on. Hey, do not put it past Revo. He can absolutely clear 5 in just 1 game, but he's got 2 games to get it done. But for Alpha7, I don't know if they can be caught up to. Twisted Minds are going to need 2 historic games in order to do so, but can they at least set their sights on second place like 7 said? I think it's possible, but of course it's up to them to decide if it truly is. 2 more maps to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Miramar, map number 5, coming your way. Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of PMSL America's fall season. Alpha7, off the back of that map number 4, pretty much all but solidified their first place, albeit a miracle run from Twisted Minds off the back of these next 2 games. We'll see if it can happen, or will it even unfold. Of course, let's bring in our casters 7 and Spider Tiff to break down some more things going into it. Twisted Minds, Influence Rage, now second and third place 7, neck and neck. What are they looking like?
They're looking like Twisted Minds needs to stop choking and just actually go for it and try to take over that second place, because I mean, right now, Influence Rage, they're not even on their bonus day. Reflections and Spider Tiff, and they're being able to outpoint Twisted Minds. That's how well Influence Rage has done today.
19 points.
19.
That's it. That's it. 2 maps to do it in. 19 points, and Twisted Minds is on their double points day. Like, I'm not asking for much, but I'm asking for an 8 elimination win.
From Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
That's doable.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, hey,
They
come
got
on.
what?
I think
2 out of
any
14?
team who can do it, it could be Twisted Minds.
I'm
But then
just
again,
saying.
they haven't done it yet, which is mind-blowing to me, but that's just how bonus points go. It's kind of crazy to say the least. Twisted Minds, they can catch up, but they've got to do it, and they've got to do it over the next 2. I mean, look at that. Just, I'm not going to, 19, there we go. It's 19 points between the 2, all right?
Is it?
I mean, it
Yeah,
is. I
I
trust
was like
your
looking
judgment.
at it. I was like, why does that look bigger than it is? No, I'm pretty sure it's 19. All right. Yeah.
It's just 19.
The other numbers.
It's possible.
When you-
What's that?
I'm like, when you throw this entire screen up and all the numbers just start to connect with each other, and I'm like, that's when you know it's getting late on the East Coast. You're like, the numbers, what do they mean?
I know what you're thinking. You're just thinking about potatoes, okay? You're
Maybe.
thinking about those potatoes, Steph. And I don't blame you. I'd like me some nice cheesy mashed potatoes, throw some butter on it with some salt and pepper, okay? Add in a chicken fried steak in there. All right, I think we'll be okay. Nice little Southern meal, maybe even a little chicken dinner for the winner, okay, baby? Let's hop into it. We're going into map 5 on Miramar, and I'm going to stick around for just a little bit longer. 7, you're stuck with me.
I'm hungry now. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. The only potato I'm used to seeing is the potato aim that I get in game, because I've been missing shots left and right. But for this one, reflections, let's be honest here. What do we need out of Twisted Minds in this game? You heard it. Spider Tiff said 8 eliminations with the win. What are you thinking?
Dude, even 5 with the win, right? 5 with the win would be 30 points. That would be huge, and that would be enough. I think that's totally good. And I think if you can get above Influence Rage going into the final game, you ever been in a race before? I know we're not the most athletic specimens. I can't speak for yourself, but have you ever raced anybody before?
Hear me out. Remember earlier how we were talking about height and stuff? I got tiny legs, brother.
Well, okay, so maybe you'll understand this more than I will then. So you're in a sprint, you're in a race, right? And you're killing it. You're just sprinting away. But then you're in the lead up until the very end, and someone passes you and you lose all your gas. You're done for.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
that's what could happen with Influence Rage. They've had the lead. They're holding on tight, right? But if we see a 30-point game or whatever for Twisted Minds, they pass them up. I think that just deflates Influence Rage. They'll settle for 3rd, and they'll call it a day.
Or hear me out, maybe Influence Rage can pop something out of magic and end up getting a win with 12 eliminations, which they have done this week. It's possible, and with the way that team is currently playing, and with the circle that we're getting, anything is possible for Twisted Minds, because they are going to be already within that circle. And I think you guys were saying 8, you were saying 5. I want to see between 10 and 14. I want to see them actually win. I don't want to see a quiet win out of this team. I'm just so behind this team, and with the potential they currently have, I think they got it. But right now, Furia is looking to just stop the Vicious from even getting closer to them on that leaderboard, as they're wanting to make sure they eliminate them.
Yeah, I think Furia has already shut down the Vicious from catching up, but if they haven't done it yet, they want to do it now. In game number 5, final nail in the coffin, and Reyes has fallen. So Furia continue to do well, but watch out, a sneak attack will drop Silence, and another member from Furia will push up. But make no mistake, Demonor is going for it, but until then, he is shut down, and the Vicious will have to fight with limited numbers. In fact, only 2, but it doesn't mean that they're down and out. They continue to fight tooth and nail, and they're taking it to Furia, and Furia has now, or excuse me, Furia and Vicious have now cannibalized each other. There's only 2 members on both sides. Whoever wins this, it doesn't matter. This game is pretty much chalked.
And it is going to be a 2v2. David and Kayovsky, they're getting really close. We're wondering, what is it going to be? Is it going to be a shotgun? Is it going to be an MP5? Well, we're about to find out because these 2 players have both guns. And David actually being able to find Kayovsky, finds a beautiful headshot and absolutely destroys him. Furia now only has 1 player left in Agustazi. And with this right now, with the way the Vicious is playing, it is going to be a tough one. But you can see Gustasi just trying to find anybody with those names. Berdoza, meanwhile, playing it patient. He knows that he currently doesn't have a helmet to his advantage, so he doesn't even want to try to peek.
This is such a collapse on Furia's part. Remember, they got the first down 7. They were the ones with the 4v3 advantage, but slowly but surely, Vicious was able to take it back and take control, and now they have a 2v1. Whatever happens from this point, it's not going to be pretty, right? Because you have 2 members versus everybody else in a lobby. You know, your worst case scenario is going to be a 4v2 in every engagement that you take, not accounting for the third parties. But the most important thing is to just win this location, win the drop, right? Because this is the final Miramar of the fall season. I'm sad to say, but also for the Vicious and Furia, whoever wins this, they're free and clear to loot up. There's nobody around them. There's no third party coming in, so they can take their time and finish it off.
That's absolutely right. And I mean, with this team, that's exactly what they're doing. I feel like the Vicious is just being a little bit worried of what's going to happen here. They know it's just going to be just 1 player left there from Furia. They're wanting to take the time. They're wanting to make sure that they end up executing the plan perfectly here and get those extra points. You mentioned it earlier. I think the gap between the 2 is just too big at the moment for Vicious. Even if they wanted to climb up, they're not going to be able to catch him. But you can't close it. You can't make it look nicer at the end of the day. It doesn't have to be the big gap that it currently is, which is, I'm not even going to try to do math. Tiff is not here right now, so I'm just going to stop myself. And Reflections is next to me. We're both bad at math. Sorry, Reflections, but it's happened. We've done it before and it didn't end up working out. My dad's an accountant, and I'm not about to embarrass him all my life.
I'm embarrassed the lineage, man. My son, why couldn't he follow in my footsteps? Why is he not good at math? No, dude, we know our strengths. We know our weaknesses. And math is just not a strength. Just the way it is. Augustus he's playing this smart. He's playing this slow. And the Vicious, I wonder, do they disengage? Do they leave this fight? Is there any benefit for them leaving this fight outside of course, they've got to get to the next zone?
Yeah, I think for... honestly, you have 2 players left. Just conclude the fight. Just make it happen. Just go for it. You're still close enough to the zone that you should be able to get in. And I mean, your game's already kind of messed up because you're gonna have to just fight it out with just 2 players. So get the bragging rights. Be able to knock out Furia. Say you were able to do it. But then I honestly think they're just a little bit worried that last Furia player might be able to clutch it.
Dude, at this rate, I think I would be too. They've got neck and neck, tit for tat. You know, despite Fury getting that initial knock, Vicious fought back, but it doesn't mean that it was a clean fight. You're now down to just half your team, which is obviously not a good feeling. So I think they're going to leave. They're in the car. And for Augustus, I hope he can realize that and recognize it, and he can get out himself. And he does. Oh no, Cunha! Cunha, it's getting a bit too lackadaisical. Hops into the buggy, and he'll pay for it. He's not down and out just yet, but he is down. Team Queso now, they're on the hunt. They're like sharks, blood in the water, brother, and they're on the hunt.
You could tell he was trying to figure out where he wanted to go in that buggy, and then he got absolutely surprised. Team Queso is going to be the first one to strike here against VIP. And now for Team Queso, I mean, they are currently a little bit split. They need to be careful because they have none other than Loops trying to get up close to them. Papi Potro going to be surrounded here by Loops Esports players, and he's going to end up getting knocked. That's going to be an easy pickup. Meanwhile, Colgoat trying to get some shots there on that Loops Esports player. He's the one that's currently leading the MVP race, and it's looking like he might not be able to add. Yep, it's not going to be able to add any more numbers towards that elimination counter because he just got eliminated.
This is a huge fight for Loops. They've still got all 4 members up and now 2 left for Team Queso. If they can win this fight cleanly, they can have a chance to pass up Team Queso and take an additional spot. Now, meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, Cinetexa will take down Inco. They're currently in a fight 9Z versus Inco, and it looks like Inco is going to be losing. But back on board with this Team Queso Loops fight. Again, for Team Queso and Loops, they are just mere less than 20 points away from each other, and Loops is fighting tooth and nail to try and pass them up. Milos does everything in his power to stay up. He can't do it, and Loops will win a clean fight, but they've got to reset and get healed back up because VIP might be on the attack. But luckily, it seems as if they're going to have a little bit more time to rest and recover. VIP didn't want the smoke.
Yeah, VIP teased it. They were like, okay, you know what? Let's not even try to go for this right now. Let's try to focus on something else. As on the elimination feed, we're seeing NRG and Alpha7 currently taking out each other. Here we go with the circle. What circle are we going to end up getting as Alpha7 is currently trying to see if they can pick up that player that's currently down? I believe, I can't see it off the top of my head. You probably know this one. Reflections, who's currently the player that's not alive in Alpha7? You know what? Hold on that top because it might be more than one as they were pushing. NRG making this push for Alpha7. Carrillo's currently knocked. McGrellin is knocked. And it's now just to that player, the anchor player, Mafioso, the last alive for Alpha7.
Last alive. Heartbreaking, it truly is. And I was going to tell you it was McGrellin, man, but well, now there's 2 more who joined in the mix. And I'll let you know, Mafioso last alive, right? So
yeah.
We get our answer, but not in the way we wanted. Now, the good news is for Alpha7, they had 2 great games in a row, okay? So that means they're still in a great spot in first place. You look at Twisted Minds, though. That's where our attention has to focus. They need a historic, heroic 2 games in a row to catch Alpha7, but more importantly, you set the stage. Their goal is to catch up to Influence Rage. But Influence Rage already has 1 elimination. Plus, they've got 4 members up, and Twisted Minds are taking shots as they rotate. And in fact, they're going straight at AGG.
Who'll send it, Twisted Minds? All right, there's still the world where Twisted Minds could actually pass up Alpha7. They just need to get back-to-back chicken dinners with 50 eliminations apiece. I know I said 10 to 14 earlier. It has gone up. Twisted Minds. All right, you got to adjust with the inflation here that's happening within the points. I need 25 points out of you, plus the bonus point. That's going to be 50. You need 100 points, and then they'll be able to pass them. All right, see? Oh, my goodness. I can actually do math sometimes.
Inflation? Was that an accounting term? Look at you, man. You're making your dad proud, dude.
He texted
The
me.
accounting genes, they did rub off a little bit, all right? Clip it, ship it, and let them know, look, you did learn a little bit growing up. Hey, Twisted Minds, guess the number's gone up. 7 says it's so, and if 7 says it, that's the law. So can they reach those big numbers? Well, with Team Liquid around, right? I don't know. It's going to be tough. AGG also threatening. For X Factor 9C, they've been in this fight for a long time, 7. It took a while, but X Factor finally gets the job done, albeit they had to take some heavy losses. They lost 2 of their members, and now for the remainder of the game, they only have 2 up.
And in the last game, too, I mean, something that we saw Juancho waving by. He was more than likely just waving by there to the X Factor players. Remember, these were the 2 teams that were just engaged in a fun hot drop at the start of the tournament, and then it just stopped being fun because they just kept hurting each other's progress throughout the PMSL. But you know what? At least Inco was able to win that finish there in the previous match. AGG, I know Enigma's currently watching. He's crying a little bit. He was hoping that AGG was going to be able to push up the leaderboard, try to catch up the Vicious, but with the gap that they currently have, it's not going to end up happening, especially because AGG just hasn't had one of the best performances, at least coming into today. So, Enigma, if you're still listening, I'm waiting for that crying picture so we can show it on broadcast.
Well, I think his tears might be dried up just a little bit if they are able to win a good fight against Twisted Minds. That's a heavy-hitting team. They know that they're opposite of them in just the other compound. That would be a massive win as far as I'm concerned. It is interesting they do split up, but with the 2 inside the church, they understand, okay, well, we know where Twisted Minds are at. If they do push, the other 2 can reconvene. They can gang up on them 4v3. And I don't think there's going to be anything popping off here for a while. I really don't. There's no reason for AGG to push Twisted Minds, and the same goes for Twisted Minds onto AGG. So I think where a lot of the other engagements are going to happen is going to be on the outskirts, right? Those gatekeeper teams who are trying to work their way in. For example, maybe here, Augustus onto X Factor. I mean, he's on hot pursuit. I don't know what he wants to accomplish, but he wants revenge.
I think he thinks it just might be one. Okay, there you go. Wait, hold on. Let's see. You're gonna think, he teased me. He faked me out. I thought he was actually gonna go for it, but he decided not to. Instead, he's gonna go into this shack, which if I'm X Factor, I'm gonna keep an eye on that, and I'm gonna think about possibly making that push, but they'll just need to be careful because some teams are close by. So if that decision is gonna be made by X Factor, it would have to be quick. As Team Liquid, you can see it there on your screen on the horizon, waiting patiently to see what's gonna happen with X Factor and some of the other teams. I mean, Team Liquid, man, this has been honestly, I can honestly say the biggest surprise out of PMSL Americas for me. I was expecting them to continue to dominate how they were able to do in week 1, in week 2, and then week 3 came around, and boy, a completely different story for this team. I don't even know this team anymore, honestly. If you were to tell me, if you were to do like a blind test on Team Liquid week 1, week 2 to Team Liquid week 3, week 4, I would say that's not the same team.
It's shocking. It really is. It's shocking and it's disappointing. My love for Team Liquid is still there, but I would be remiss if I didn't say I was disappointed. I really am. Like you said, they started off so strong, and then week 3 something happened. I don't know what, and they haven't told us. We've had interviews with them. They mentioned their coach, okay, but like, where is Team Liquid? Where is that old Team Liquid that was so dominant? It really feels like there was just a massive shift, and maybe there's something going on internally with the roster. I don't know. I'm not here to speculate, and I'm not going to speculate, but something happened to where this roster just started underperforming, and I do hope, sincerely, as they transition from PMSL Americas into PMGC, that they resolve those issues, the coach gets on board in person, whatever it takes to have TL as a dominant force, because when I think of Americas, I think Alpha7. I think Team Liquid. Those are my two go-to teams. But now I don't know if I can confidently say Team Liquid is a true go-to team. Now I'm looking towards other rosters like, Twisted Minds, right? Influence Rage, who have been hugely consistent.
Yeah, and I feel like they have shown, especially in week 3 and week 4, why so many viewers in the past have doubted them when we go to international events. And in a way, I'm actually kind of happy that Team Liquid has had these struggles in week 3 and in week 4 here in PMSL Americas, because sometimes you can learn a lot more when you're not doing bad, when you're losing, than when you are winning, when you are having those highs, when you do have that advantage. So I do hope, I mean, this team is going to PMGC League stage. The top 7, I feel like at this point, it's set. They are going to be going to PMGC League stage. They have to go VOD review. They have to go and figure out what mistakes were made, what happened, as Mafioso is going to be able to at least get an elimination here for Alpha7. But try to learn from this experience going into PMGC, because PMGC is going to be tougher, man. Not only are you not going to be in Brazil, they're going to be far away from their families, and their mental state might be a little bit weaker if they do end up playing the way they've been able to play. For Team Liquid, I mean, I'll say it again, they just need to go back to the drawing board. They need to be able to adjust a little bit more to what the circles end up giving them. And the big difference for me for this team, at least from week 3 and week 4, was their aggressiveness. That team just wasn't there. They weren't really getting the eliminations that we were so used to. I mean, if we go back to week 2, remember the amount of eliminations that they had over everybody else? We kept talking about it. Reflections, we were saying, okay, there's no way anybody's catching up this team. It's just nothing like what we were able to see in the past.
Nothing at all, man. Nothing at all. The thing is, they're either, as you said, going to get better, or they're going to implode. And I hope they don't implode, because you have to have a resilient mind. I know I've been using that word quite a bit, right, for North America. But really, for Team Liquid, they need to be resilient, and they need to be ironclad in their mentality. When they go into PMGC, they need to understand that Team Liquid from weeks 1 and week 2 is still there. But they have to recover it, and maybe they come out on even better from that perspective. And Loops, another roster that I'm excited to see up there in the top 7, man. They've been absolutely stellar. They're hugely consistent, even though they're towards the bottom of our qualifying teams for PMSL Americas. I still view them as a very talented and strong roster going into PMGC, and they're one that I'm going to continue to support.
Yeah, I mean, for Loops, they're so promising, right? I feel like that's the main thing that we've been sticking on with Loops. They have potential. They are going to be going to PMGC. Now, when they get to that kind of stage, what Loops are we going to end up getting? I got to go back a little bit here to, you know what? Let's talk about this fight right now between Intense Game and Loops Esports before I go in on even more of a tangent for Team Liquid, because I really do believe in that team. But Intense Game, we see them be a little bit more aggressive. Nothing to lose for this team. Poppy Sour, I have seen him on his live streams. He's got that swagger. He's wanting to get some clips added to his highlight reel. And then if you can get some clips on a team that's going to be going to PMGC League stage, I mean, why not? Just go for it. As IG currently have all their 4 players alive, Loops Esports just circling around, trying to see how this fight is going to end up happening. Who's going to be getting the first knock? As soon as we see that first knock, it's going to become a fight.
I love that Nilzada. He's that linchpin. He's keeping Remix distracted from the 2 players of Loops in front of him. The more he drives around and avoids those shots, the more IG has to really think, how do we want to take this fight? You know, is it worth it to disengage? Do we want to even take a page out of their playbook? And Remix looks to do the same. Nilzada, if you want to be in a buggy, so can I. We can play this tit for tat, that's fine. But into a car, Loops goes, and now it seems as if maybe we're going for the car meta. Are we going to get a run over for Intense Game? They've got to be careful. The drive-by seems to at least do quite a bit of damage on Ayuya. And Vitten is going to go ahead and back away. And now we're going to have a bit of a reset as the teams will take up cover in hard cover. And for Intense Game, they're going to have to do it with 1 less member. A tough break, but that's going to be okay. They still have 3 strong. For Loops, they've got to play this appropriately. This could be a big game if they do it right. Nilzada needs to be rescued, but Nino's going to fall. And they're in trouble. Oh no, Loops is gonna turn the tides, and now it's like it's anybody's ball game. Intense Game, Loops, who's gonna win it? Guapo on the attack. Guapo will fall because Rafina is on the high ground, and Loops will barely skate by the skin of their teeth with all 4 members up. But I tell you what, 7, it got really dicey there, but now Loops with 9 eliminations are set up for a meteoric game.
It got super, super close between these 2 teams. But what I really enjoyed out of Loop's play right there is that they made sure Rafinha was able to pull up on them. Rafinha was so far away from them when the fight first started that little amount of time that they allowed themselves to kind of reset allowed him to pull up, and ultimately that was the winning play, at least for that engagement. Right now they currently have all players up, and that's what you want to have. I mean, especially in Miramar, you don't want to end up losing any players. As you see now, Influence Rage, they want to be able to keep that second place. They're trying to take on fights, they're trying to add more points to their tally, and they're doing just that by being able to third-party fight.
Bodies are dropping, teams are falling. We're now down to our top 8. And everybody's relatively healthy. The only teams that are kind of hurting are NRG with just 2, and Latin Kings X Navy Seals. They just have 1 member remaining. AGG still in that hard cover. We saw them opposite of Twisted Minds a while ago. That fight to stagnated. Nothing has really popped off. Loops might be the team to finally get Twisted Minds to fight it out. Of course, with the solo of Navy Seals as well. In the meantime, though, Loops, they're going to kind of be roaming around. I think things are about to slow down considerably as everybody waits to see where the next zone is going to bring. The big one, though, is going to be Melina from Navy Seals onto the remaining members of Loops. But Loops is smart. They're not going to ego child this. Melina, he can be by himself. Loops will take their time and eventually finish him off.
Yeah, and looking at the way Twisted Minds, you were mentioning them earlier, the way that they've been playing throughout this whole game, I think they have conceded the thought of possibly trying to challenge for that first place. And now they are playing for that second place. They are trying to secure themselves at least a top 5 situation by being inside this building, by not being too over aggressive, and just letting the eliminations and letting the game just play out and see what they can do at the end with at least 3 players alive. Loops Esports is going to be able to find the player here from Latin Kings. Latin Kings, he has been able to put up good performances in the past. Can he clutch up this 1v1? He's going to be able to spot the player there from Loops. And is he going to be able to knock him? No, Nino is a little bit just too much there for Latin Kings as Twisted Minds, Team Liquid, and Influence Rage get the next circle.
All right, they get the next circle. They're happy for that. Influence Rage still has 2 members onto the outskirts. I think maybe trying to gatekeep that of VIP. You've got VIP who are still holding on to their backside when it comes to the blue zone. Also, NRG, the 2 remaining members from NRG are still on the outskirts too. And they've kind of just been holding on. I think for them, they're more so going for placement points. They don't really want to engage. They don't want to get spicy. I don't blame them. For Influence Rage, though, onto this VIP team, you know, how do they go about this? I guess just try to fire and see if you can get enough connections to drop one. But you can't really push that. VIP are free to rotate out of this whenever they decide.
Yeah, I think they will, and it's going to be a little bit tougher whenever they do end up getting within the circle. I mean, they're going to have Team Liquid close by. Team Liquid has heard the commotion going on. But due to the terrain of Miramar, he's going to allow VIP to at least get a little bit closer within the circle, scout a little bit more, and see what's going to end up happening. But you can see right there, that was the biggest worry, at least for me, for VIP, was Team Liquid. Team Liquid was just all eyes on this fight, trying to see if they could get into it. And this is the Team Liquid that I like seeing. I don't like them being shy when they're holding the compound, especially if they have the high ground. I like them doing exactly what they're doing right now, trying to keep an eye on everybody else, making sure they make people back off, and don't let them get too close, because if they get too close, it's going to make it a lot harder for you, especially with some of the other teams that might be nearby or might be able to get an angle on you. But now you're going to have Influence Rage as well pushing on to this fight. How is Team Liquid going to be able to focus on this? Who do you want to focus on, Team Liquid? Do you want to focus on VIP, or do you want to focus on Influence Rage? Because Influence Rage right now is having at least a 2-2 split.
Ooh, I think they want VIP. They're setting up for it anyways. Honestly, I'm worried for VIP in the moment, 7, because they've got Influence Rage behind them. They've got Team Liquid in front of them, and both are looking to collapse in on each other. So VIP's kind of that middleman team. Meanwhile, once they're finished off, then Team Liquid and Influence Rage can focus on each other. And I think that's how this is going to end up unfolding. But I do like that Team Liquid are using utility, using the nades. They know they can't really push on the VIP at the moment. Not because they can't take them out, but because they understand Influence Rage is just up ahead. Who knows the damage VIP could do to either roster, whether it's Influence Rage or Team Liquid. Once that fight concludes, you know the other one's going to be pushing into you. So you've got to play this accordingly, keep your distance, and hopefully your utility is enough to get some knocks.
That, and on top of that, the high ground, sometimes people think it might be to their advantage, but in this situation, it's not going to be to their advantage. And Influence Rage was able to showcase it right there perfectly with the terrain of Miramar. They're going to be able to use those reaches just to pick up a little bit more, being able to spot those players from VIP and start knocking them. And with Team Liquid, if they do get a little bit too aggressive, especially Chief, we saw them get some shots earlier, he might end up getting knocked by just exposing himself a little bit too much. He needs to slow it down. He needs to go back to his team and realize that he's not going to be able to do anything in regards to that fight.
So Team Liquid will take down VIP. They're gone, and Influence Rage will create some distance. They now want to start setting themselves up for the next zone, which is going to be showing itself in just a couple of seconds. And then that's where they'll decide where they want to go. Or maybe they're already going to be set up, and they actually will be. Now it's up to Team Liquid to leave that hard cover, which is not going to be it's not going to be comfortable for them. They've been here for a long time, 7. This is where they were like towards stage 2, right? So now they finally have to leave. And one critical thing we've mentioned about Team Liquid in the past is them creating opportunities when they don't, or when they aren't giving them, okay? So now that the zone doesn't benefit them, how well are they going to do in the final end zones? We'll have to find all that out and more. But meanwhile, we focus on Loops versus Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds still alive, no eliminations. Loops at 12. I've got to benefit Loops here.
I think so too. Loops is currently looking hot. I mean, they have 12 eliminations to their name. Also, to answer a little bit more what you were talking about earlier in regards to Team Liquid, they did end up losing Ayala to Loops Esports whenever they were trying to third party that fight. So that's what's my biggest worry for that team. Them being able to have a little bit more, too much aggression and exposing themselves. Meanwhile, Loops is just raining nades, not fully being able to connect there with anybody from Twisted Minds, as Twisted Minds is going to start making that push. And the only problem there for the Loops player is that he wasn't able to really see the full push from this squad. There you go. That's one player. He's out in the squad, starting to push up. There's going to be one left player standing here for Loops Esports. You can see Cardozo in the background trying to push up on this team. And that is it for Loops Esports. Twisted Mind taking full control all of this. But they need to be careful. Cardozo is close by.
It's not over yet. Like you said, Cardozo's close by, and he can make a big impact here. He was wanting Twisted Minds to get aggressive and push up, maybe to get some more positioning into the zone. And they might still do that for Cardozo. Has he been spotted? I don't think he has. So Team Liquid are set up with a big split. But the good thing is Cardozo, he's got a car. He can double back, and he can rejoin his roster. After all, there's only 2 of them, Chief and Cardozo, so they've got to make some great plays. Positioning is critical. And Obscure, he is down. Can Team Liquid, with just 2 members, take out the roster of Twisted Minds?
We've seen it happen before. It's going to come down to their strategy and also making sure that they don't end up getting caught off guard. You're going to have Influence Rage behind you. On top of that, you might end up getting AGG. AGG currently taking on fights there with NRG. And this is going to be the biggest factor for me, at least. It's going to be this next circle. Where does it going to go? Is it gonna? Oh my goodness! It does end up benefiting Influence Rage. Twisted Minds, I know you're trying to hunt them down. You currently have done so well this match, but you're gonna have to go through Team Liquid, and on top of that, you're gonna have to hope that AGG is able to take care of Influence Rage, and AGG knows that they're here. That bounce of the grenade almost ends up knocking Diego.
Oh, Diego's in hot water. It's going to be so hard to make it out of this. He really just is going to stay put and wait for AGG to, kind of come up on him. He's going to take the shots. Oh, and he dies! Are you kidding me? He had the first shots, but he was just a little bit too weak, and he will fall. Now it's up to Lil Boy. Lil Boy by himself with a full roster of AGG breathing down his neck. The good thing is he's got the off angle. 3 members in front of him. The shots are going to be fired. One's going to drop. He's got the smoke for cover, but the flames, along with the shots, will take him down, and we're now to our top 3.
And on top of that, you got to be switching over to Twisted Minds versus Team Liquid. There's still 2 players standing. You can see Twisted Minds there with an anchor player on the back. They're just teasing. They're making sure that Chief just overextends a little bit more. But AGG wanted to get into the action. The last one.
Do it, Chief!
Chief, he's going to have to push out because of the zone, and he's going to be able to get the knock. AGG helping out in this fight as Chief and Cardozan are still going to be alive. And now it's just going to come down to Federal, the last player standing there for Twisted Minds.
Team Liquid, they're making some magic happen, but as Cardozan falls, Chief has to make a decision. Go at it alone or go back for the res. I don't think the res is possible, so Chief, he is in some bad straits at the moment. He's got to sprint. Does he have smoke for cover? He doesn't, so he's got to utilize his bullets on the Federal. Great shots, but not enough. We're down to our top 2, and Twisted Minds only has Federal remaining. He's got a health pack, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The blue touches him, but just the toes. He's still alive, but AGG are still a full force.
We've been talking about miracles happening. Well, guess what? We might end up seeing one happen here at the end of the final Miramar in PMSL America's Fall Split, as Federal is going to end up getting pushed, but it's just too much. AGG had the numbers advantage. Federal tried his best. He's going to be able to secure that second place as AGG Enigma. Hide those tears. Wipe them off your face because they just got that win for you.
Hey, they absolutely did, and they did it in a clean way, 7, with all 4 players remaining at the very end. I love it. AGG, they've yet to break onto the top page. They're not going to break into the top page, but they're going to get a victory today on the final day, and that's what matters, Tiff.
It really does, and that was super exciting. I was just sitting back and I was like, wow, this is really nice. Just kind of take it all in, the final Miramar, and for the chaos to happen, right? Because we were asking for that initial, I don't know which one of you said, I'm okay with just a 5 elimination win from Twisted Minds. That could have potentially been the case, but I was really close with the 8 or the 9, because let me tell you, if they could have turned it around somehow, not lost too many players on that crossfire with that initial bout with Team Liquid, it could have happened.
Could have, but let's also talk about a team that did make it happen despite their placing being relatively low, and that was Loops. Loops had an absolutely great game. They went on a terror, and they tore it up. 12 eliminations is massive for them. They're a roster that is exciting going into PMGC. They're a roster that I cannot wait to see how well they do. Rest in peace, Cunha from VIP. But 7, Loops on fire, and they took down some Titans like Team Queso.
They did. I mean, this fight, the team that you're truly hunting down on the overall leaderboard, for them to be able to do that, it's going to be a confidence booster going into the last match. I don't know how long or how big the difference is going to be going into the last match. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in the overalls. But Loops, I mean, they're looking good, and I'm right with you there, brother. I'm excited to see that team at PMGC. I'm just hoping that their hopes and dreams don't crumble when they feel that pressure of PMGC on their shoulders.
Ooh,
and the pressure is real. This Shaq ended up being the death of Furia. Well, hold up, he actually got an elimination. We didn't catch that tip. That's crazy. He blasts through the door and gets it. Furia was on their last leg since the Vicious fight. It's a long time ago, but we get towards the tail end of things, right? And now we start seeing some real heroic efforts, and more importantly, it was Team Liquid. Few members left, but enough to get the job done, at least for a good finish.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it came down to all of this, and before even Loops fell out in 6th place, this is right about where they're going to fall. 12 eliminations. Like, that is such a substantial amount considering where they were standing on the overall standings. We know they're fine there in 6th place, but they could potentially take down Team Queso and seat themselves just a bit higher in terms of that prizing, because Team Queso went out in 15th place. not necessarily a good game for them when we're all talking like minimal amounts of numbers on the board.
Yeah, minimum indeed, which is not where you need to be. I love that zoom in on AGG. That's going to make Enigma happy, right? Seven has been the guy that he's been highlighting for the longest time, and Seven will be the one to hit the final shots. Twisted Minds finally put some points on the board with 22, and that's great news for them. Alpha7, they don't get any placement points, but they get 4 total points, at least for this game. Still miles away from catching up, still unattainable. But the question is, was it enough to catch up to Influence Rage 7? I don't think it was, but they're within striking distance.
They are going to be with the striking distance. It's going to cut. Hey, we wanted a first place push from some of these teams. It's not going to happen. Alpha7, doing Alpha7 things. But at least we're going to have a push for that second place finish. And the thing is that I honestly have to give so much props to Influence Rage to continue to hold that second place. If they are still within there this long, considering that Twisted Minds has been on their bonus day, they've been able to just perform so well. They've been able to respond well and keep it consistent too throughout the whole day.
Very consistent. Influence Rage is a talented roster. They've held on tight to what they got. And look, Tiff, the reality is it's not a guarantee. Twisted Minds is right there, but they haven't accomplished it just yet.
I mean, it's within striking distance, and we only have one more game. If they take it last game, I mean, that's a way to show up. That's a way to show up.
I think they will with the way they've been playing. I mean, I kind of try to point it out there on that last match. You could see just a completely different mind shift switch from that team, where they could have been a little bit more aggressive in the earlier day, where they wanted to push for that first place. They went for it. In this one, they were like, you know what? We just want to make sure we at least get to the top 5 and then start letting the eliminations come to us. And that's exactly what happened. And I feel like, honestly, that's more than likely what's going to happen here in this last match, which opens up the question to Influence Rage. How bad do you want those $30,000 in your pocket? Are you willing not to hot drop Twisted Minds, but to maybe make their life a little bit harder here in the upcoming Erangel?
Not hot drop, but just be neighbors to them, right? On the final Erangel. Just for once, change it up and maybe cut them off, shut them down. Look, for Twisted Minds, by the way, if you were to get a squad wipe on Influence Rage, that'd be enough to pass them up. They'd be done. You keep them at 0, job's done. Second place accomplished. Nobody's catching up. Maybe that's what I would do if I was a team. It's high risk, high reward. Influence Rage, there are no slouches. They've been consistent. So, trying to challenge them off the rip Tiff would be risky, but it's possible. Now, as we look at the second page, nothing changes, but NRG, a good 10th place. I tell you what, I'm honestly happy with that, Tiff. I'm happy with that.
I'm okay with it, right? That second page has been really tough in terms of everyone kind of being solidified in their own positions. We haven't really seen too much changes going on throughout it, but it is just the final game about to occur, Reflections. And you asked for a lot of chaotic things to happen, and honestly, I'm just gonna go light a manifestation candle over break.
Okay, we get the candle over break. I might light mine too. I'll replace the pumpkin with the candle and we'll just have a chaotic end game. Do want to shout out, now that the stats are updated, by the way, Loops Vitten has overtaken Guizal's spot for week 4 performance in most eliminations. Shout out to him. Seriously, shout out to him. And Kogoat, at the moment, by the way, is currently still in first place with 5 over Revo. It's been 5 all day. Will it continue to stay 5? Well, there it is. 5 games down, 1 more to go. How will the season end? We're about to find out. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, obviously, Map 6 coming your way. But as we do head into break, by the way, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Inco's Wancho after their win on Sandhawk.
Winner with a chicken dinner for Inco Gaming. The last nail to the coffin, I guess. I don't know. What did Nenebete say there at the end?
Something in Portuguese that's probably better not to translate.
Okay, that's fine, yeah. But in the end, I think this is just the end, the final strawberry on the cake. Only 2 more matches to go. They're still far away, so can you say it now? I'm going to Malaysia.
You never know. If we die next games early and NRG wins the rest of the 3 games, with killing the whole lobby, you never know. Even though they're also bad, but, even bad players get lucky.
Hey, watch it, bro. Congratulations anyway. It was a good match. I'll watch you from home in Malaysia. 2. Okay, so congratulations, right?
We'll see.
We'll see. Let's go.
It's time for your sacrifice.
Everybody to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day 20. The players are out of time. This is the final game, the final opportunity to do something in the fall season for Alpha7. Their last hurrah to prove that they're the best. Finish on a high note. Finish with 21, lucky 21 wins. Can they get the job done? But also, for Twisted Minds, can they catch up to Influence Rage? A lot to happen here, so let's get into it for the final time, for the final airing gale of the fall season. 7, Spider Tip, take it away.
21 sounds so much better than 20, and I'm hoping Alpha7 is going to be able to close this out with the cherry on top with that win. Yes, I know, for everybody watching, you guys already know I'm an Alpha7 fan, but I also got another Alpha7 fan next to me in Tiff. And Tiff, do you think they're going to be able to clutch it up here with a win?
I mean, maybe. I guess that's the way to end things out on the highest notes for PMSL America's Fall. But you got to think about going forward. And if there are teams that are looking to just kind of end this on a high note and focus forward, what does that look like for them? This is your last chance to prove yourself on this stage there in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to just kind of let everything go and just focus on the task ahead.
Yeah, teams are going to be watching from other regions. They know they're going to be keeping track. All right, Alpha7, you were able to win your region. Some people were expecting that. Some people were expecting Team Liquid to do that. But I know there's other teams right now just waiting for this squad to get to PMGC League stage. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. But let me not get ahead of myself, okay? Let's see what's gonna happen this game. They do end up getting the circle, so that's good to see out of that team. Team Liquid once again forced to go the opposite on their second drop spot, which is gonna be on the location west of Lipovka. And then I'm looking for some NA teams as well. You know what, NA, we haven't had the best showing here at PMSL Americas. Earlier, we got a chance to see a win out of Inco. I wouldn't be mad if we possibly get another win out of Inco or NRG.
Could be kind of crazy, honestly. And then you got Alpha7 up there in the north, but you really just got to kind of figure things out. Right now, we're just laying low, the final Aaron Gale, but Influence Rage looking down the sights at Twisted Minds. You know, if this was X Factor in Twisted Minds, I would say something completely different, but this could be a fair fight.
I was hoping for it. I was calling for it. And Hot Jukes, if you're watching, I know you're screaming from your chair. You're saying, yes, take your destiny into your own hands. Make it happen. It's not really a hot drop, but at least they're setting the trap. Twisted Minds know that it is, you know what? This is a hot drop, even though nobody has been out, because I didn't realize that they were that close. I do enjoy this out of Influence Rage. Even if you don't end up winning this fight, you're for sure. No, okay, you'll give them 4 points, actually 8 points, but you will hinder their performance. If they can actually get some eliminations as well, it'll make it even tougher. You can see Influence Rage is just wanting to make sure that they don't end up losing that second place. Currently, only 5 points separate them. And there's just so much at stake. I could wish I could see the players' faces right now just thinking about this fight.
Like, how close are they actually sitting next to each other on the stage? Like, are we talking they're like a couple teams away, or could they stand up and be like, yeah, we just did that? But I like that Influence Rage kind of does that initial hot drop and looks for potential picks on Twisted Minds, and then is like, all right, look, if we're not going to get it here, let's not force something that seems like we're going to fall down early, because if that happens, then you got to think that that gap that Twisted Minds has to overcome to take second place really isn't that much. So I like that little boy still invested here in this location, but that's just a stalemate. Like, I don't think anything's gonna come from this, and I don't think it's smart if little boy falls and leaves Influence Rage as a 3.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just trying to use him as bait in a way, or just they make it seem like they decided to drive off. They make it seem like they don't really want to engage on a fight. Or maybe what's going on is that Influence Rage is wanting to get a little bit better equipment here. They're not going to be able to do it from this position. There is a compound that's going to be a little bit more towards the northeast, so northwest. So they might be going for that, getting more, whatever the case might be, whether it's armor or whatever else might be, better weapons. Whoever knows, more utilities. They're wanting to continue on this fight because you can see them just rotating around. They're not wanting to concede on it just yet. Rado Boy is aware of it, and now Twisted Minds is wanting to see if they can maybe push the action a little bit more to that last player, which is going to be none other than Little Boy.
Oh, Little Boy, shotty in hand. Let's hope we can make something happen, because all they have to do is use their number advantage. I mean, look, Guizao, Obscure, they're going to sit right next to each other. They're going to clear every angle, even Federal going across the way. Looking for some off angles, maybe, if he can grab that, which I think is exactly what they need. A well-oiled push here.
And that could be a push that could net them just so much more money. Almost $12,000 more if Twisted Minds does end up passing Influence Rage in that second place spot. But they decided to back off. They weren't sure about it. They didn't hear anything, and they feel like it just might be a trap. And you can see on the horizon there, the Influence Rage players are starting to set themselves up behind them. They are going to try to squeeze them, as we're going to be having a fight here. Federal now starting to get pushed by one of the Influence Rage players, and it's going to be none other than Frozen. Federal being able to spot him. He's going to be making the push. Is he going to be able to connect? He's going to be able to connect first. The rest of the squad is going to be pushing up as well. Can this player, Federal, make up some mind? He's not. And Influence Rage being able to strike first and being able to get that first knock is massive.
That is actually chaotic. This is what we wanted from everything that we've been talking about. Your top 3 teams, right? Your second and third place squads fighting for a chance on the leaderboard. But Leaderboy, he's going to actually get ripped by Radaboy. And now Guizao coming in for the full. If they could get this and deny any chance of hitting a reset. Diego, though, very patient, trying to make sure he can get Lorenzen back up on their feet. At what cost, though? At what cost?
They're currently 1-on-1, but remember, Twisted Minds is currently on those bonus points. I do like this fight. I know some people might hate it, but boy, oh boy, this is usually where Twisted Minds ends up dropping. And the fact that Influence Rage is just committing to this, they know what's at stake. They know that Twisted Minds has those bonus points. So all they need to do is just get a little bit more eliminations than them. For them to just take this risk, I really gotta nod it here in my head, like tip of the hat. You know what? I appreciate that Influence Rage, but let's see what's gonna happen, because now they're gonna be a 3 apiece. And the good thing for all these teams is that with Team Liquid not dropping military base, they're not going to have to really worry about anybody pushing from the south from military base. This is going to be a fight that's going to take a little bit longer, and who's going to end up winning it?
I mean, look, we got casualties on both sides at this rate, and I'm just like, we just smile and wave, because you don't really know. But we have to stay here. This is the story. This is the final match. And I'm curious, though, because if you sit here in this, like in a stalemate kind of thing, out here in the blue, something has to give. Someone has to move.
I mean, they will have to. You can currently see they don't really have that much heals. Right now, the zone's not really going to be doing that much damage, which is a benefit for both of their squad. But Twisted Minds realizing this is a fight that they actually don't have to take this fight. You can back off. You can worry about the zone. Go back to doing what you were able to do in the previous match, which just try to secure that top 5. The eliminations will end up coming your way. And Influence Rage is going to start recognizing that. They're going to have to just get out of this, try to find a vehicle, and then hope that Twisted Minds ends up getting eliminated as they try to push north inside the circle. Diego now starting to scout for a vehicle right here. 1-1 apiece. You can see on the leaderboard there just how close they are, and we do get the new circle. And you were talking about this circle earlier, and we might end up getting that island again of the north of Watertown.
That's wild, because you were like, oh, well, it's not going to happen this match, but we might see it happen in match number 6. And if that's how we're going to end things, they have just shaken things up for so many teams on their rotations. And you got Intense Game here on the screen that have moved over towards X Factor and Inco. So you've got a culmination of a couple squads that are just on that southeastern side of things, trying to make sure they've cemented themselves in that next play zone that is looking scary.
Yeah, and I know Influence Rage right now is just scratching their head. They're saying, man, if on our bonus day, we would have just started off hot as well, and not just the second half of the day, this would have been a completely different story. We wouldn't have to worry about any of this, as that grenade comes really close there to Inco, and it's going to be none other than IG. What a way to finish here, PMSL, in the last game. NA versus NA. Why not? We've been seeing this so many times, whether it's Inco versus NRG, Inco versus X Factor, whatever the case might be. The grenades are still coming down. Remix going to be able to eliminate Inco Gaming. The last player standing. Inco is going to be going towards PMGC League stage, but not how they wanted to finish off here PMSL Americas.
Oh, yikes. But that's okay, because we keep setting our sights forward to seeing what is happening. And Vicious looking for maybe one of their final fights here. You got 9Z across the way. Double points for them today, but haven't really been able to go the distance and put up some big numbers just yet. But we've seen good things out of them, but they're down to a duo, which will make things difficult, especially sandwiched between some squads.
And a team that we saw earlier being aggressive. We really haven't seen much out of them for the rest of the day, though. 9C right now, 2 players down. Sinatexa and Choco are the ones that are currently knocked and eliminated. And you have Team Liquid just waiting it out, seeing what's going to happen here, because you also have the Vicious close by. You don't want to end up pushing a little bit too much there on 9C. They, for some reason, maybe find something, eliminate you, and then the Vicious. Oh, well, that's their name for a reason. They can definitely Vicious. They can definitely end up pushing the action and try to third party that. And right now, they are wanting to push up the action. As this is what I was worried about. There you go. Aragod was able to find somebody. They're going to end up trading, and they will be able to reset this player for Team Liquid. Mythic does end up getting knocked. No worries. Relax, Team Liquid fans. He'll get picked up.
That's true, and we saw some other teams falling down elsewhere. X Factor being one of them, and Padrino trying to hit this last stand onto Vicious, but with the nades kind of being barricaded in through this warehouse structure, we're just trying to back on it, use these boxes for cover, cook that grenade, and maybe find a place to throw this onto David, but we are just taking way too much damage, and that is how it's going to end for them here on their final day.
9C was looking to close it out in a much better way than that, but the Vicious said, no. We got grenades for days for you guys. And something that I did just notice that happened was the Influence Rage, one of the Influence Rage players did end up getting eliminated to the play zone. Twisted Minds Influence Rage with that early fight, they weren't able to conclude it, so it is gonna hinder their performance throughout this next circle. And with the circle that we're currently seeing here, it is going to be a tough one to push in, as we might honestly end up getting that circle that you were hoping for and that I was hoping to see again.
Oh, okay. Play zone just kind of pulling up north. But if you saw that to the south briefly, that delayed engagement that we've been seeing since the start of match number 6 on Erangel between Twisted Minds and Influence Rage, it's still happening. They are just following each other all over the south side.
Yeah, and it could be happening outside of Pochinki, and they know what's going to be happening. So you know what, spectators, if you're currently observers, if you're currently listening to me, I know this fight is happening, but I want to see the other fight, even if they're not currently fighting. Show me how Twisted Minds is setting up to possibly take onto a fight with Influence Rage, because that is just a fight that has $12,000 at stake. $12,000, a big difference. All right, 30,000, 80,000. Anything can happen in Influence Rage right now, having to find a way around this building and getting off just in time as their vehicles are currently flaming. Their health is very, very low. Law and Diego, the only players left alive here for Influence Rage.
And Twisted Minds, they are circling. They know that if they can take these two out right now in a 3v2 situation, they should have enough eliminations to really hit that double, and it might tie them, right? Because you're still going up against the fact that Influence Rage has won. So it's like we need to take these elims and go just a bit further, grab some placement points, and next thing you know, it's a second place finish. But Obscure being very patient with this initial push down the staircase here, waiting to see if any nades are going to make that happen. But we're just scouting for that information, but we're so far out in the blue, but it's Guizao that opens things up, threads it on in straight to Diego in Law now. Keep your eyes on them because Influence Rage, you're out with one elimination. Twisted Minds could potentially unseat them for second place overall.
And they have. That's all they needed to do. That team ends up taking that second place from Influence Rage, and it's not going to be $18,000 anymore. It's now going to be a massive $30,000 there for Twisted Minds, taking destiny into their own hands. Once again, tip of the hat there to Influence Rage for even thinking about doing that. A lot of teams usually don't tend to do it, but they know what's at stake. They know it was going to be really hard, and they were able to at least take the fight towards that team. Now another fight currently going on here is going to be Team Liquid versus the Vicious. We saw them currently being able to stand off for a very, very long time. Chief does end up going down, but Mythic is able to kind of equalize it a little bit more, but getting a trade. And now you have some of the other players there from Team Liquid going around the building and securing that elimination, and that is all she wrote for the Vicious.
And that's such a massive win for them, because when you see that play zone shift, look at how things are shoring up. Team Liquid is now going to isolate themselves over onto the eastern side, where it gives them a bit of a land buffer. You've even got the water to work with for teams that are looking to rotate in from the north. You got the remnants of Intense Game, you've got NRG still trying to make a play, but you've got to be able to guard that eastern side. For the teams on the west, they're likely not going to mess with you for now.
Yeah, they're not going to be messing with you at all. We're looking at the map there. We saw where Loops was at. We saw where Furia was at as well. Alpha7 a little bit towards the northwest, too, waiting to see what's going to happen with the circle as we were wanting it, man. I'm so glad we got the mayhem. Absolute toxicity here on the last match of PMSL America's Fall Split. 7 from AGG. We saw what he was able to do earlier. He was able to clutch up a win for his squad. He's wanting to make sure he makes the life of Alpha7 a little bit harder. Make them think twice about the push that they might end up doing here, which they won't be pushing towards them, but they will be setting themselves up to gatekeep them on whatever the next circle ends up doing.
Ooh, all right. I mean, Intense Game now, they want to take some of this action to Team Liquid. We saw them using the same kind of tactics against the last team, and now you got to keep your eyes. Mythic, Ayala, but it's Remix and Poppy Sour here on the fence line, looking for these head peaks to see if they can put the pressure. They're relatively split, and if one goes down, the next thing you know, you're going to see them kind of descend upon him, considering it is an actual 4v3. They have the numbers for Intense Game. I'm needing Mythic to pick one up. At least they know they're on the fence line for now.
They're definitely going to be on the defense here. The grenade is going to be coming through Cardozo, safe where he was currently at. IG, the grenades are coming down. There you go. Mythic does end up getting knocked. IG is going to wait a little bit longer. With that grenade, they're going to end up securing that elimination. They don't realize that there was one more player, but quick reactions there from Guapo, and it ends up eliminating Condorcet, and now it's all down to Ayala. Can Ayala find a way to clutch this up? It's going to be a 1v4 against IG. There goes one. Make sure you eliminate him, and he does just that. Ayala, the player that was the MVP at one point of this PMSL, if I believe I'm right, he was the MVP for the spring split. He's wanting to show why he was the MVP, as now he's going to be a 3v1 versus IG, and IG starting to slow it down with all those grenades and all the mayhem that Ayala was throwing their way.
Oh, that is tough. And I know Mythic was a week 2 top fragger at one point from Team Liquid, but you got to think, Team Liquid back in the spring was the week 1 best performing team, the week 3 best performing team. So much awesomeness for them, but for now, we keep on moving forward with them. They know they've got to go to the next stage. They've locked in the top 5, and it wasn't at the top like last time, but still had some very nice moments.
Very nice moments indeed. Ayala now not having to just worry between the fight of IG and himself. He tried to make way, try to get out of the way too from all the shots that were raining down from the other side. NRG is very close to this fight, and it's just a third-party parade here on this compounds. Earlier, I mean, IG was trying to make sure that they got the Team Liquid after the fight that they had with the Vicious. Now it's the other way around. Now it's NRG wanting to get on the action as well. They need to make sure they don't end up getting knocked, because Fate just ends up eating a full-on grenade to his Fate. Hot potato going his way.
Oh, yikes. Well, I do love a good third party, and they're trying to do exactly what IG did to Team Liquid elsewhere. Rivo has fallen down and out for Alpha7. So does that lock up the MVP race? I don't know. We'll check in with that after the game, because it should be enough. We've got this res coming in from NRG, who need to focus on keeping all 4 numbers back up and figure out what IG did to lay siege to this compound here, because do you do the same thing? Do you leave Fate up here to bait? Because Team Queso, we're kind of in shambles right now.
We are in shambles. One of the MVP contenders, the main MVP contender out of this team, Colgoat, currently knocked down. We don't know if he has done enough. I mean, for the whole day, he did have that 5.5 elimination lead on Revo. But honestly, I don't want to call it just yet. Anything can happen here. But I think Colgoat is going to end up getting picked up, which means that he wants even more eliminations. He's currently up to 2, and this is something that I love out of this player, the consistency. Even when Team Queso wasn't really being able to perform that well, when the rest of his squad was just absolutely sucking, if I'm being completely honest, he was still able to put up numbers, and he was showing why he's currently the leader in the MVP race, at least going into this match. We're going to switch it over to Twisted Minds. I mean, Twisted Minds already secured that 2nd place. What do you want to do here, Twisted Minds? What is it? You already got the money in your pocket.
No, we just want to like really keep going further. Want to pick up more eliminations, not call it anything to chance, right? Maybe it's going to be a tie. Maybe they've done it by 1 point, but let's not be certain here. Let's just keep on making sure that we do the best that we can to make sure that no math amount can just come between them. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like it's still 1 away. Like, I don't know. It doesn't feel sold to me.
I like it. I like them being a little bit, you know what? Let's be certain. 100%. Spider Tip wants what is it, 10-point difference? We'll try to give it to you. Don't worry, as Alpha7 is wanting to be a little bit aggressive here, they're going to have to actually push the action a little bit more towards Team Queso, as the circle was starting to push them out. The new circle has popped. Alpha7 currently just 3 players. You were able to mention it earlier. Rebel did end up getting knocked. Colgo's still alive. Big Milo's still alive. He's going to be able to find Mafioso just out in the open, and head peeks him. Milos from the side is going to be able to get that knock as well. And Alpha7 now with just 2 players left. What I wanted to do, the cherry on top, for them to be able to win this last match, it's going to be looking really, really tough.
Maybe it's going to be Loops. Maybe it's a Loops, right? We had a massive elimination game last one for them, and they're sitting with 2 thus far, considering Intense Game just fell with 10 eliminations of their own. But Loops are getting active, and where this play zone is shifting, we're going right back to that island kind of that we were talking about. Does it pull away from the island inevitably, or do we just commit towards the island? Well, Alpha7 have retreated accordingly. Team Queso moves to that, but I think playing that bridge and looking for control of the South is going to give you the most amount of elimination. So if Twisted Minds can kind of walk in and take advantage of Furia in their positioning, that'd be really solid for them.
Honestly, I could see it happening. We have seen what that team's been able to do in the past with just 3 players, and right now they still have 3 players left alive too. Loops, though, they were trying to push on the action there to Furia. They were trying to find different angles. I know this is one team that we thought maybe they could end up getting the win. Got to make it a little bit tougher for them, as the team does end up getting eliminated. And now Loops Esports, even though they are currently within the compound, they got to keep an eye on just so much stuff. Not just what's ahead of them, on the sides as well, possibly behind them, because they're going to be just a focus point between all of these teams. And Twisted Minds, just keeping it quiet. They don't want to alert Furia yet that they're very close by. Anything can surprise us here. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if for some reason NRG, Fate, the last player alive, can somehow stay alive and end up winning this, because anything is possible at this moment.
I mean, I've seen some Fate clutches, so yeah. I'm down for it. I am 100% okay with that kind of scenario to end our final match of PMSL America's Fall. That's okay with me. But for now, you got the duo of Alpha7 out in the north, right? They've kind of made their way onto this bridge area, which is kind of nice. You've got the solo Rivas from AGG just down into the water, like the troll under the bridge. It's fine. He's got 8 smokes, and we're looking to not attract any attention from Alpha7 or Team Queso.
Rivas is like, you know what, guys? I'm just going to enjoy the water here. I know I'm not going to be going anywhere else. Doesn't matter if I end up winning or not. Just let me chill in the water right now. Don't pay the price for the toll yet. Grenades are being thrown his way. He's gonna have to swim back and forth, make sure he doesn't stay still, because Magrellan knows that he's currently there. Meanwhile, Magrellan also being able to spot one of the players there from Loose Esports. Shots do go his way, not being able to fully connect. And I gotta give some props to Carrillo too. Carrillo is one of the players that's currently still alive too. A player that has had the most assists overall. He's been able to put up good performances. I think going into this match, he's been able to put up 121. And of course, why not? Let me keep the curse alive, because as soon as I start talking about him, he ends up getting knocked.
Ooh, all right. Straight on to Team Queso. Look, you're not going to be able to make landfall over here. We talked about it. I loved the situation that we were seeing from Loops. They had all 4 members up, and that was just moments ago. Now we're down to 3, but this right here, if we could just take out Team Queso and just deny them a rotational effect, deciding where this play zone is going to shift to elsewhere. You got Twisted Minds still looking for more eliminations. You can see Obscure down just on the inside. We were thinking, okay, maybe this push onto Fury would be super easy, but it's proving difficult.
And Gizao, remember, that was one player that I know was trying to push towards just that MVP race. We don't know where he's currently at. We don't know what's the big difference. I know he hasn't put up the performances that we want to see out of him, but I mean, if he can put up a performance here and eliminate the last 2 players out of Furia, that could be massive for that player. As Furia tours and trying to find the shots there, the right angle to just eliminate that last player, but he's not going to be able to. He's out, meanwhile, playing it slower, allowing his teammate to start to rotate. And Furia a little bit on the defense here. Gizao, oh my goodness, no. Gustasi is able to spot him, and he stops whatever hope Gizao had left there for the MVP race.
Yeah, that's going to be really tough. I'm not going to lie. Every team in our lobby is pretty much in shambles. The only one that's got 3 up is going to be Loops and Team Queso, and they are just locked in this heated battle over here with one another. Big Milo focusing on getting that healing on up, and Colgo down in the water, peppered from afar, but it's Carrillo throughout this actually spots out the last member of AGG, who do fall with 3 eliminations, but you can see this push here with Carrillo under the water, looking for Milos, finds Colgo instead, and I'm a little worried. I don't feel like we need to do this wrap.
Big Milo with the grenade right there, being able to spot Carrillo and confirming that elimination right away. Now, Big Milo trying to make his way across and see if he can maybe connect to Magrellan as well. Rattle Boy being able to clutch up. Yeah, shoot that box a little bit more. Tell him we were able to secure that 2nd place finish, and we won even more points Team Queso ends up eliminating the last player there from Alpha7 in McGrellin, and now it's just Milos and Big Milo. Little Milo and Big Milo, as Hot Jukes like to call him. And on top of that, I mean, you still have Loops in the compound. Loops really hasn't had to do much. They did end up losing one player, but you were asking for a win out of that team. You might end up getting that win.
I'm okay with it. They got 3 eliminations thus far. They've got some nice positioning, and they do own the north to themselves now, thanks to Team Queso kind of hitting that ramp towards the bridge, who are now just down to a duo over there. They got the eliminations that they needed to, you know, just kind of secure some things, right? Like Colgo, he's probably okay. We'll see with that later. But for Rataboy, on this solo path, now has the attention of Team Queso. Can we catch them off on an angle?
That's what he's going to be looking to do. He's the last player alive, having to take grenades back and forth, and he needs to be careful not to stick his head out a little bit too long, because those grenades are currently cooking and they are going to be coming his way. There comes one more. They're going to be end up missing it a little bit, but Rataboy switches up to the shotgun. Is he going to be able to connect here? He's going to have to back up a little bit more. He's going to try to heal and see if somehow Loops Esports maybe wants to get involved in this fight. But if I'm Loops Esports, I'm just chilling, because the circle has just continued to circle down more and more and more right where they're currently at. And this is a win if I've ever seen one. Meanwhile, Rataboy versus Team Queso. Can he actually get the cheese? Can he actually eliminate Team Queso? I'm hoping he does.
I wish he had some nades here and not just the smokes, right?
Yeah.
Because like you see Team Queso just kind of investing them straight onto Rataboy, and they're connecting. So you have to dive on down, focus on the heals, look for a reposition, back up to the roof we go. And Milos is so low. Like, I'm talking, you could smack him with a wet napkin right now and he'd probably fall. But what are we going to do about this? Do we smoke out towards the right, make it look like you've already rotated, but that'll do it? Rafina from Loops is actually going to grab Rataboy instead.
Rafinha from Luz is absolutely right. And look what Team Queso is doing. They're saying, Loops, we're not even going to give you the chance to move up higher on the leaderboard. We're just going to eliminate ourselves. And now it's going to come down to Fate. Fate, you say you've seen some clutches. I seen some clutches out of this man. And I know he's short in stature, but he can be massive in the game. He's wanting to see if he can close this out. He has 3 grenades to his name. It's going to be a little bit tough, though, considering there is 3 players of Loops Esports. And on top of that, they have the car meta going their way too. They're just gonna start driving back and forth here within where he's currently at, and he finally gets spotted, and RG Fate gets eliminated, and it's none other than Loops Esports being able to out there PMSL America split with the win.
They take the win. 5 eliminations, a 15-point game for them here for the final match. Now, you got to think about their overall standings reflections, because that's what I want to get into. They were in 6th place coming into the final match of the day. They were pretty close to a top 5 situation. And you know, you said it, Seven. Team Queso, because denying them 2 more eliminations, was that enough for them to maintain their spot?
Was it enough? I don't know. That's the question. We'll have to wait and see. We do know at least a couple of things, right? Alpha7 should finish in 1st place. What a season it was from them. They absolutely tore it up. Love that intense game. Might have been quiet throughout the entirety of fall season, but they finish off loudly with 10 eliminations themselves, making an impact. But let's go back to the very start. I appreciate, without a doubt, Seven, watching Twisted Minds and Influence Rage land on each other. I understand that's not where it concludes, but the fact that they were willing to go that distance. In fact, Influence Rage was willing to land on Twisted Minds' landing drop, where they typically land, spoke volumes about what they were willing to risk for everything.
Yeah, they knew they had to risk it too. A team that's currently on bonus points, a team that honestly needed just 4 eliminations to be able to sort past them in the leaderboard. They had to go for it, and I'm with you. Just tip of the hat for Influence Rage to even trying to do that, knowing that what was at stake and knowing that they had to take that fight. And also a tip of the hat for Twisted Minds, because they didn't just give up on that fight. They kept just paralleling the whole way Influence Rage, even when they got to Pachinki, and ultimately that's where the fight ended up concluding. And then even here towards the end, Rataboy, he was able to get some eliminations as well. Overall, I mean, I feel like I got some answers. I know Alpha7 didn't end up getting that win. They were still able to put up good performances. We got the chance to see as well Team Queso there towards the end. And then our hope the one team that you especially been pushing for quite a minute, Reflections. Loops Esports closes it out with a win.
You know, so happy for that. And Tiff, the fact that Loops, right, heads into PMGC, they earned this spot. They fought hard to get to the top 7, and they were able to achieve that. And they finish off the fall season with a winner chicken dinner. This speaks volumes about this roster, their resilience, and their want to be at PMGC.
Yeah, it really was. And I was just curious to see if they even just got into the top 5 in general outside of that. But NRG Galaxy with those double points, grabbing that second place, 18 points on the board, and even the Twisted Minds gameplay from the beginning that we highlighted during the replays, again, a 20-point game for them. That's good. That's solid.
Yeah, no, it's what they needed, right? They don't get that 20-point game. They do not pass up Influence Rage, who will finish off with 1. But I want to say this. What a season it was for Influence Rage, right? 7. I mean, they held on for the longest time. They performed so very well. And even though they dropped down to 3rd place, Influence Rage is one hell of a team going into PMGC.
There really are. I think for this team, what we want to see out of, and don't worry, Influence Rage, you don't got to worry about bonus points or anything like that anymore. But I do want to see that consistency because, boy, going into PMGC, you're going to have a lot of teams that are consistent and a lot of teams. The one that comes to mind is going to be Falcons Force because that team absolutely sucked at PMWC. And I know they're looking to just, not do that this time around.
That's, I don't know, it sounds like a low bar. Hey, you just don't have to suck this time around. As long as you don't suck.
The thing is that team was favorite to win at PMWC and they didn't even make it to the finals.
That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, man. It's like even here, right? Team Liquid came in. They looked to be the team that was going to win this entire thing, right? You never know. The beautiful thing about the Americas region is we're constantly getting better. We're constantly improving, and that's what you want to see. And I love it. I really do. When I think about Alpha7 though, and their run throughout this season was just absolutely incredible. Tiff, we talk about Alpha7 at the beginning. They had their struggles. They said in an interview that they were wanting to knock the rust off, and they did exactly that. The fact is they finish off as champions. The 2nd place curse has been broken, Tiff. They are the greatest team in Americas.
I mean, they really are. The substantial performances that we saw kind of heat up week after week. And I think you were right to highlight that moment of the interview. When we hear from Alpha7 themselves, they're like, we are not playing like the team that we were when we won just recently, right? Like when we did it on that big stage, taking a lot of it. So knowing that they did exactly what they needed to do here in the PMSL Americas for the fall, it's nice to know.
All right, well, I think we're about to see who the champion is. We have a good inkling, right? We think it's Alpha7, but I'm ready to see them claim what is truly theirs. Claim the championship up to 2024 PMSL America's fall season. They worked hard to get to this point. They came in as the global champions. They broke the 2nd place curse, and they ended up becoming champions, and it feels so good, man. It really does. They are undeniably the greatest team in the world, undeniably the greatest team in the Americas region, and they are undeniably the champions, and they also managed to get 20 wins overall, which is just phenomenal to say the least. But even though Alpha7 are your champion 7, we gotta give respect to the top 7 teams who are going to PMGC.
I'm so excited, man. Let me get started. Alpha7, don't worry, I'll get a chance to talk about you later. Twisted Minds, this team, I was giving them props earlier in the day. I was being given them props pretty much since the whole season started because of the massive pickup that they had in Federal. They had those, they weren't sure if they were going to be using Federal, whatever the case might have been. But at the end of the day, this team was able to get riled up and ends up in that 2nd place finish. There's just so much potential for this team. Another team I got a chance to talk about earlier is Team Liquid. I'm really excited to see how this team is going to be able to bounce back, if they're even able to bounce back at PMGC League stage. The team is known for absolutely choking when we go into international events. Is it time to finally stop choking? And I'm glad, as I said earlier during the cast with you, Reflections, that this happened to them now and not when we get to PMGC.
Yep, I hope they don't implode. Now is the time to learn, and I think they learned quite a bit over the last 2 weeks, and they should go into PMGC with a brand new mindset, the mindset to be champions, the mindset to do better than top 4. But Tiff, let's round out the bottom 3. Team Queso, Loops, and Furia. 3 rosters that fought hard. Furia holding on to what they got over the Vicious, who was desperately trying to catch up.
They really were, and that Loops Esports Furia battle between 6th and 7th that entire time, but we saw that Loops did not actually jump over Team Queso. But when we move on to this page number 2, a lot of the same, right? Congrats to all those teams, but here you go, Reflections, the moment.
The moment they lift the trophy, Alpha7, you gotta give them respect. They fought hard to lift that very trophy before you, and they absolutely earned the moment.
The smiles, the hugs, this is what this team has been working for. Just so many doubters in regards to were they gonna be able to perform after finally getting that championship at PMWC. They've been known to get second places. They have been the champions of Americas in the past, but it has been quite a minute. And for a bit there, it looked like they weren't gonna be the winners because of the performances that Team Liquid was being able to put up. Now the big question mark is, what is this team gonna be able to do? Because everybody, I would be surprised if a lot of our viewers don't have them as favorite to win PMGC. This team is gonna show up in a big way. They're gonna have a lot of time to prepare, and I'm just so excited to see this Alpha7 just championship mentality.
Without a doubt, and I believe we might have an interview coming up. We'll listen in and see what Alpha7, the champions of the fall season, have to say.
Para garantir esse título que faltava, o único título que estava faltando para vocês aqui da PMSL Américas. Título mundial vocês já têm, mas agora vocês vão para a PMGC. E eu quero saber qual foi o diferencial, o grande diferencial de vocês para as outras equipes. Uma coisa que vocês se orgulham, que vocês sentem que faz muita diferença durante o campeonato, não só aqui, mas lá fora também.
Acho que o nosso diferencial é que a gente nunca perdeu a fé. A gente sabia que o que Deus prepara, ninguém tira. Então a gente manteve a fé, continuou treinando, se dedicando, e Deus deu esse título pra gente. E agora a gente vai pro PMGC, que é mais um sonho nosso.
Perfeitamente, eu queria saber o seguinte: o único título que de fato falta é PMGC. E vocês por 2 vezes já chegaram batendo na trave. PMWC foi incontestável, mas eu quero saber, vocês agora vindo de um título mundial e de Américas, vocês acham que estão muito mais fortalecidos para essa vez não cometer nenhum vacilo e trazer esse título para o Brasil e para vocês?
The 4 before you. I mean, their journey to be champions, you got to understand, going back to the spring season where they finished off in 2nd place, again, bringing up that curse. You know, they had to break that, and they finally did so on the global stage at the Esports World Cup. They became champions against all odds. Other regions, you know, just really coming up, and they were the talked about regions. They were the ones, Mongolia, China, right, saying like, okay, they were the ones who were going to win it all. But no one from Americas, they aren't serious. They're middle of the pack. Alpha7 broke that mold, and they said, we want to be champions. We want to represent our region, and we want to bring forward a new era in competitive PUBG Mobile. Love what I've seen from this roster, and 7, you yourself actually had a chance to see them on the global stage, to lift that global trophy. You now see them lift yet another one, a special moment.
It is a special moment for this team, and you can see the smiles on their face. I'm so glad you brought back that interview too, where they said they just didn't have enough time to prepare for the PMSL, and I felt like that's why they had just such a slow start. I was getting a little bit afraid because I've seen that in the past out of Alpha7 starting off slow, but they remind everybody why they were able to win that PMWC, the consistency that this team has been able to show up, and the consistency that kept on improving week in and week out. and the confidence that they're currently showcasing. Not only just Revo, not only just Mafioso, McGrellin, the big factor for this team, the veteran in this squad, Carrillo, to see him being able to put up big elimination numbers, to see him being able to be the leader in regards to just assists for the whole tournament, at least leading up to this match, it speaks volumes. You can see in Mafioso's face how much being a champion here of America it means, but I know that they're going to be switching their focus towards PMGC. I have seen them just fully choke at the end, not being able to secure that win. This team has a completely different mentality. I know Revo has been working hard for his mindset. If something doesn't go his way, he tries not to get into his mind that's something that has happened in the past. That's completely not a thing anymore. And Alpha7, honestly, they're looking like one of the favorites to win PMGC.
I love hearing that. I do. And I know, Tiff, you do as well. You have followed Alpha7 for a couple years now, whether it be, you know, obviously here during PMSL, you followed them throughout Titan Series. You've seen this roster develop from the Loops Esports roster over towards Alpha7. I know that journey has been very personal for you, and obviously seeing them become champions again, it's got to be a great feeling.
It really is a great feeling. It starts to kind of just show what kind of a dominating year for them is looking like. And yeah, they weren't happy with those initial first weeks, but they found their final form. They gapped the leaderboard. They set records. They got 20 wins throughout PMSL America's Fall. It's just a very strong performance that I hope that they can go forward and just keep on winning.
And that's what they're going to continue to do. I hope so anyway. Seven, you gassed them up. You said, look, they are looking like the favorites going into PMSL, and it's going to be a fun time. It really is. It's a hard work. It was a lot of effort. They absolutely worked hard to get to this point. And from the Americas region, we've seen a lot of other teams try to challenge them. None were able to dethrone them. But who are your top three teams, even if they don't correlate to the overall rankings going into PMSL? Who are you most looking forward to watching?
Alpha7, just because everybody knows that I got to pick that team. I mean, I have been able to be there during the heartbreak. I've been able to be there with them when they lift trophies. We have party afterwards, and I'm hoping that's going to be the case in London when we get to the grand finals. The next one is going to be Twisted Minds. The way that this team has been able to showcase the limit that I put in my mind, that I was like, okay, you know what, with the roster, I think they will be able to do this. And they have shown it perfectly. Even if they went through some adversity, I'm glad that they came out on top in regards to that adversity. And then last but not least, I'm going to bypass Team Liquid. I'm going to bypass Influence Rage because I want to see Loops Esports.
Yes.
I'm right there with your Reflections. This team looks so promising, so young, and I think they are going to be the future for Americas.
I hope so. And, you know, the gist of those interviews, by the way, Alpha7 just, you know, complimenting their teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work, and their dreams have been accomplished, but more to still do. And they understand that. They're just such a good roster. And the fact that they were already champions before just gave them that added buff. But we talked about the MVP race, Tiff, and now it's time to finally crown our MVP of the fall season. After 20 days of competition, who is it?
It's Team Queso's Cold Goat. Are we even surprised? Leading the charge early on here and just maintaining it. Sure, it started getting a little dicey throughout the past week or so because Revo was looking for that comeback season, right? He was like, I've already gotten it one time. I want to run it back and go 2 for 2. But this guy just literally held strong today in the final day. And the emotions on his face, you can just see how much that means to him. Sour Patch talked to him earlier and had Revo standing side by side, but when you know that you accomplished a goal and you took down not only every single other person in the Americas, but you took down a world champion, to me that just says, look, I'm on a come up.
On a come up, and he's there. He's at the top. And you brought up Revo. The fact is, Revo gave him that prop, said, you are the face of PMSL. Major props to not only Revo to say that as a world champion himself, right? You know, putting his ego to the side, but just showing the respect towards what Kogoat is as a competitor and what Kogoat is for this scene, his region, and just PUBG Mobile as a whole. What a season it was. 20 days done, 121 maps of competition playthrough. The competitors have done such a wonderful job, and it was a blessing. Whether you had first place or 16th, you made it here for a reason, and you have purpose when it comes to your esports career. Keep driving, because you are all not done just yet. But we are, anyways, for the broadcast. It was a great broadcast, it really was, and it's a pleasure to work with the both of you throughout the 20 days. Tiff, I hand it to you for your final words.
This is just crazy. I can't believe that we're actually done. It's been a really nice 20 days to get to witness all of these teams kind of lay their hearts on the line and throw down in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and to see Alpha7 kind of take that trophy towards the end. And now you start thinking of the future and what that PUBG Mobile Global Championship is going to look like, who's going to be able to crown themselves champions of that. But for me, it's just been an absolute blast to help tell the stories of the players and teams down there.
And Tiff, it was a pleasure to work with you on the desk, work with you as a caster. You're always an incredible talent, really, and I'm so happy that you're here on the PUBG Mobile Esports stage. And for you, Seven, your job's not done, right? You go to PMSL, you get to watch the best of the Americas region, the best in the world in general, compete against each other over a month-long competition that culminates to a London final event. What are you thinking going into that event? What are you thinking about PMSL? What are your final words as we get out of here?
I'm thinking the adversity that some of these teams are going to be looking at when we get to the PMGC League stage. Because at PMGC League stage in Malaysia, we're not going to be building up. We're not going to be lifting up any trophies. It's going to be trying to qualify to the finals in London. And you're not only going to have the champions of PMWC, now the champions of PMSL America's Fall Split, Alpha7. On top of that, you're going to have Bigatron Knights. You're going to have Vampire Esports for Miracle Vibes and a bunch of other squads. And as I mentioned earlier, Falcons. Because Falcons, they were looking to be very promising this year. It hasn't looked like that. Can they bounce back at PMGC League stage? And can they make it to the finals? I'm just excited, man. PUBG Mobile Esports, one of the best esports out there, period.
Period. Bottom line, you said it and you heard it here first, second, and third. Chat, thank you so much for being here throughout all of the 20 days of competition. The candle's still lit, baby, and I guess it ended up buffing Twisted Minds to get up to that second place slot. They worked hard to get there. They had a heroic week. In fact, they were the best team throughout week 4. Despite them not being champions, they made themselves a second place team, and they made themselves a dominant team heading in to PMGC. Thank you all for being here, really. Make sure you hit that follow button or subscribe button if you haven't already. Follow us on socials. We loved having you each and every day, and we look forward to having you on our next PUBG Mobile broadcast. But for myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Seven, Spider Tiff, Mustache Dave, Hot Jukes, Enigma, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here, and be back again for PMGC.
This is crazy. Pedrino, Aragod, Fold. Furia is easily going to look to third party this. We haven't gotten Lorenzen back on up. It's just Little Boy and Law versus Furia. But the tracking from the vehicle as we go through, that at the end of the day, it is going to be Furia. Little area of Miramar and take the fight to them. Mythic opens it up with a knock on to Little Boy. We just got to find Lorenzen, who's essentially being body blocked, but it's only a matter of time because we cannot take the Heady away from Cardozen.
Oh my goodness, Team Liquid, it is the Team Liquid.
Still know that Alpha7 has a number stacked in their favor, but the moment you get a knock onto AGG, you full send that 4v2. You just be able to kind of manhandle them in a way, but there it is, Mafioso grabbing Melgar from a distance, and you're going to see the opening. We got to see Seven throughout there, and that initial push does come through. Seven down and out. This is 100% an Alpha7 win. Good for y'all, but it is a true 3v3. Health on the side of Inco Gaming has recovered a bit, but this knock on to Baton changes things, brings it to a 3v2, and now Havlik, FSS, they have to clutch on up, but you can't when you're losing space, and just like that, we are one elim away from Inco's third victory of the entire America.
Might end up seeing what happened here at the end of the final Miramar in PMSL America's Fall Split, as Federal is going to end up getting pushed, but it's just too much. AGG had the numbers that can be massive in the game. He's wanting to see if he can close this out. He has 3 grenades to his name. It's going to be a little bit tough, though, considering there is 3 players of Loops Esports, and on top of that, they have the car meta going their way, too. They're just going to start driving back and forth here within where he's currently at, and he finally gets spotted. And our Chief Fate gets eliminated, and it's none other than Loops Esports.
That's to all those teams, but here you go, Reflections, the moment.
The moment they lift the trophy, Alpha7, you gotta give them respect. They fought hard to lift that very trophy before you. and they absolutely earned the moment.